How to implement dark mode is of course described in the chat.cn documentation. We already installed this package. We actually don't have to create this theme provider anymore. This was only necessary because the theme provider of the Next Themes package was not a client component. This is why we had to wrap it into our own client component, but in the latest versions the theme provider is already a client component, so we can skip this step. Then we have to wrap our layout into this theme provider and create such a theme toggle button. So let's do it. We open the root layout.tsx. We wrap everything inside the body into a theme provider, but it looks like we have to import this manually. Import from Next Themes, and in here we find this theme provider. We wrap everything inside the body into this theme provider, including the toaster, so that our toasts are also themed, and then we can configure this theme provider with props. We set attribute to class, which means that when we toggle the theme, it will change a class on the HTML tag. And our Tailwind classes will then look for this class and apply the dark or light colors accordingly. This class is applied to the outer HTML tag of the page. We set the default theme to system. We also set enable system to true. System means that it will use the theme settings of my computer. So in Windows, for example, we can set light or dark mode, on mobile phones as well, and our website can take this into account so that it automatically changes together with the system theme. Then we also set this disable transition on change. I think this disables color transition animations so that everything switches at the same time. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, let's format this and save it. And next we want to add a button to our user button here to toggle the theme. So let's go to the user button .tsx file, make sure to save the layout first. Then we scroll up where we called our useOf hook. Here we want to call and destructure another hook called useTheme, which is an import from Next Themes. In here we can find the current theme and the setTheme function. And then we want to put another menu item in here, which goes between our two blocks that we created. Right here. This time we use drop down menu sub to create a sub menu. Drop down menu sub trigger. Again, we want to render an icon in here, this monitor icon with MR2 and a size of 4, and the text next to it will say theme. Okay, outside of the sub trigger, still inside drop down menu sub, we create a drop down menu portal. Inside this portal, we put a drop down menu sub content. And in here, finally, we put another drop down menu item that gets an on-click handler. This one will call setTheme that we just destructured and set it to system. We close this tag. And this is the button for the system theme. Again, I want to put this monitor icon in here. Let's actually copy it, paste it in here, and the text will say system default. Let's save this and see what we can see on the screen. So now we have this submenu here with system default, the icon, the text, and also I want to highlight the currently selected option by putting a check mark behind it. So one of the themes is currently selected, right? So I want to put a check mark behind it. For this we go behind monitor and system default and add another icon, but we render it conditionally. Only if the theme is set to system, we want to render this check mark icon called check with a margin start of 2 and again a size of 4. Looks like the system theme is not currently selected. Let's also create buttons for the other two themes. For this, let's duplicate this inner drop-down menu item 2 times. The second one will change the theme to light. For the icon, we will render this sun icon. And the text will say light. And this one will be checked if the theme is light. And similarly, we change this down here to dark. I want to render this moon icon. This will say dark. And the check icon should be rendered if the theme is set to dark. And as soon as I save this, it changed to the dark mode. I don't know why this actually changed the theme, why it didn't change before, but doesn't matter. By now your theme button should work. Now we can toggle between dark, light, and system default, which again takes the machine's settings into account. Nice. There is still a separator missing. I want to have a line below theme. Let's see, it should go below drop down menu sub right here. We put another drop down menu separator. There we go. Just one more thing. When we enlarge a product image using our zoom component, we still have a light background color. So we have to change this too. For this, I checked the documentation of this package we use for the zoom, and there it was described how we can customize this. What we do is we go into the dark block down here, which is applied in dark mode, right? In here we need the following selector: square brackets, data minus RMIC, like this, modal overlay equals visible. This is how we can customize this image zoom background color by passing a background color here. And in dark mode, we simply want to set this to black. We save this, and now when we zoom in, as you can see, it now has a black background, but on light theme, it still has a light background. Perfect. That's dark mode. Next, I want to implement this navigation menu where we can open a certain collection. And then the collection page itself, which is also interesting, because as I mentioned before, both the part up here and the products down here have to be fetched from the server. But when we navigate to a different page, like we can do here, page 3, we only want to reload the part at the bottom. So we have to handle the part up here a bit differently. Let's go ahead and implement this. For this, let's open the collections.ts file in our Wix API folder, because now we need a new function to fetch all our collections so that we can show them in the navigation menu. Here we export a const called getCollections, and maybe you can already guess why this is a const, because I want to wrap this into React cache. Because we will call this in our navbar, but also later in our shop filter sidebar, so let's already deduplicate this request. In here we put an async arrow function, which of course needs the Wix client. And it will return a promise of type collections.collection array, because we return multiple collections. And this is an arrow function. In here we create a const collections equals await Wix client, and again passing this Wix client from the outside allows us to call this on the browser and on the server depending on what we need. Wix client.collections .query collections parentheses .find. This way we fetch all collections. And then we return them below collections.items. But there are some collections I want to exclude. For this, let's go into our Wix backend. Let's open the collections, which are under store products categories. In the backend, they are called categories. I don't want to show this all products collection, which we have by default. And I also don't want to show featured products, because they are only meant for the front page. And to ignore them, we can filter them out by their ID. and the ID is this number here at the end. So this one with the many zeros and the 1 at the end is the ID for the all products collection. I think this one is always the same. Let's exclude this before find, but after query collections. We use NE, which means not equal to. We want to filter the ID, and it should not be equal to this ID. And then we call this one more time. Again, not equal to ID. And this time we want to filter out the featured products collection, which is different on your side than in my project. Copy this number here at the end. And then we add it here into this filter. And now we should not retrieve these two collections, but all the other ones. And again, this is the really cool thing about creating these abstractions. We don't have to put this weird code with these strings into our components. Instead, we do it here one time, and then we can reuse this function in different places. But it makes sense to put at least a comment here that describes what categories we are filtering out. All products and featured products. While we are in this file, I also want to wrap get collection by slug into cache, because we later also need this deduplicated. So let's change this to export const get collection by slug equals in async arrow function. So we put async there and this arrow here, and then we wrap this whole thing into cache. And voila, it's deduplicated. Then we want to implement this shadcn navigation menu, which looks pretty cool. Again, the instructions are in the documentation. Let's set up a new component in the app folder right here called main navigation.tsx. Which needs props. To this component, we will need to pass the collections, because this will be a client component. Let's actually put the use client directive at the top before we forget it again. But I want to fetch the collections server side, which means that we do this in the navbar server component and we pass them as arguments to this component. This again is of type collections.collectionArray. And we also want to be able to style this from the outside, so we add optional class names. And then, as usual, destructure these props here. And as a typo, F2, remove it, collections, class name. Here we return a navigation menu from the components folder. We apply our optional class names. In here we put a navigation menu list. In here we put a navigation menu item. That's this shop link here, the first one, which is not dynamic. We can just hard code it in here with a next link, which points to /shop. And then we need legacy behavior and pass href. This is described in the shadcn documentation. It's necessary if we want to wrap a menu item into this next link. Then we need these props here for compatibility. So in here we put a navigation menu link this time. For the class name we add navigation menu trigger style, which we have to call. Again, this is described in the documentation. This styles this link with the correct classes. And this will say shop. For now, let's save this and put this into our navbar. So here we already fetched the card, the logged in member. And let's also fetch the collections in here, so that we execute all of this in parallel. We have our getCollections function from the API layer that we can call. And we pass the Wix client to it. Now we fetch this data server side as well. Now what we do is we go above the link that we have that wraps our logo and the Flowshop text. We wrap this whole link into another div like this. We style this div with flex, flex wrap, item center and a gap of 5, and then below the link inside this div, we put our main navigation and we pass the collections to it. So now we should see it in our navbar. There it is. For now it's just one link to the shop page, not very spectacular. So let's continue setting up the main navigation component. So, still inside the navigation menu list, below the navigation menu item, we put another navigation menu item. In here we put a navigation menu trigger. This trigger will say collections. This opens a sub menu. And below it we put navigation menu content. And in here we want to render a list of items. UL with a padding of 4. And in here we want to render an item for each collection. So we call collections map. We take each collection and we render a component. Each of them is rendered into a list element because we are inside this unordered list. And the unique key is the collections ID. Into this list element we put another link, which will point us to the collection page, backtick string, /collections, / and then the collection ID. No, actually the slug, because a collection has a slug as well, and the slug is more readable than an ID, right? Again, we need legacy behavior and pass href. And again, in here we put a navigation menu link, which we style using the cn function. Again, in here we call this navigation menu a trigger style, which is necessary for the styling. Then afterwards a comma still inside the cn function. We also want to apply width full, justify start, and white space no wrap. We close this navigation menu link, and in here we want to render the collection name. And this should be it for our navigation menu. Let's save it and see. This is how it looks. It automatically opens when we hover over it. And in here we have our different links. Of course you can customize them if you want. But those all point to the /collections pages. Now let's set up the collection page itself, and one more time I want to explain what problem we have here with data fetching. So this part here at the top, the name of the collection and also the banner have to be fetched from the server. And we also have to fetch the products from the server. But when we navigate to a new page, we don't want to reload this part here at the top because it doesn't change. Only the products change between these pages. But by default, if we load all of this data within a page.tsx and we navigate to a new page, this part here at the top will reload as well, which not only looks bad because we will see this loading indicator every time we navigate between a page, but it's also wasteful because we don't have to fetch this data from the server again. It doesn't change fast enough that we have to reload this. To fix this, we can put this part up here into a layout. Just like we have our root layout by default, we can also create sub-layouts for sub-pages. Layouts work very similar to pages. We can fetch data in there, but they can be shared between different pages. Just like our root layout is shared between all pages. This is why on all pages we see our navbar, which never reloads. It's shared with all pages. And we want to create such a layout for our collections page as well, so that when we navigate between different pages, this here always stays in place and it doesn't reload. So let's do this. Let's go into the app folder, create new file. The path will be collections / then the slug of the collection / and in here we want to put a layout.tsx and also a page, but we will put this in here in a moment. Export default function layout, which needs props. A layout always needs the children because a layout is wrapped around other pages. And these other pages are the children of type React Node. And in here we can also get the URL params just like we do on a page. In there we find this slug here of the URL, because we need this to fetch the correct collection. So we destructure these props here. Children, params, and in here we find the slug. And for this layout we want to show a loading skeleton that shows up when we refresh the page. But the loading.tsx file that we used on the products page doesn't work for layouts. It only works for pages, which means that we have to create our own suspense boundary, which we do the following way. We create a separate component below called collections layout. And then this component up here becomes a wrapper for this collections layout. This will take the same layout props, the children and the params which contain the slug. Actually, we don't need to destructure the slug up here because we only forward these params. In this layout down here we will fetch our data. And again I want to put an artificial delay in here just so that we can see the loading skeleton for a little bit. Of course we should remove this in production later. Then we want to fetch the collection, get collection by slug, and we are still inside a server component. So for the Wix client we pass get Wix server client and then the slug as the second argument, like this. For now let's return an empty main tag, and I created this wrapper above because here I want to return a suspense boundary that wraps this collections layout, to which we have to pass the params, and in between these tags we pass the children. We always have to pass them like this. I think if we try to pass them here it will complain because this is not the correct syntax. Do not pass children as props, instead nest children between opening and closing tags. This is what we do here. This is how we pass the children down to the child component. For now let's just render them here as well. So now we have this part that fetches data wrapped into a suspense boundary, which can then show a fallback. For now again let's just say loading. Let's save this and then create a dummy page for now in the same folder and see if this fallback works. So here export default function page, and for now let's just return a string that says page. And let's save all of this and then let's go to a collection page, as it was, for example. Loading, this is the loading skeleton, and then we see the page. But the loading skeleton is handled by the layout. Let's create a proper loading skeleton for this page, which should look like this. Up here a placeholder for the image, then the products headline and 8 product skeletons below. So still inside the layout we put a function called loading skeleton. Here we return a main tag because it replaces the whole page with mx auto, max width 7xl, space y10, px5 and py10. In here we put one big skeleton for the image, mx auto, a height of 10, a width of 48. We add this width because on very small screens we actually don't show the banner, we only show the headline. And then the loading skeleton should look like this, just a placeholder with a width of 48 for the headline. This is what this is for. But we say on small screens and upwards, we want to set display to block. Again SM, we want to set the aspect ratio to an arbitrary value, which again we do with square brackets. So aspect minus square brackets. And in here we put 1280 /400. This is the size that we want to show on small screens and bigger, 1280 pixels times 400 pixels. Again, on the SM breakpoint, we want to set the height to full and the width as well. We close this here, type this all out, and then let's see. Yeah, we haven't applied the loading skeleton to our suspense yet. So let's render it here. Let's save this, refresh the page, and we see the placeholder for the banner. And on small screens, we see the placeholder for the title. Now let's put some elements below this for the products. So back to the loading skeleton. Inside the main tag, we put a div with space y5. In here we put our headline, h2, text 2xl, font bold, which will say products. This is part of the loading skeleton. And below it we put another div with flex col. On the SM breakpoint we want to make this a grid with grid cols 2. We want to set a gap of 5. On the MD breakpoint we want to set grid cols to 3 and on LG to 4. And in here we want to render 8 loading skeletons. Again, we do this with an array. Array.from parentheses curly braces length 8. Then we map this array like we did before with the index. And for each of them we want to render another loading skeleton. The key is the index. And again we set the height to this arbitrary 26 rem, the width to full, and then we close this. And now this loading skeleton should be finished. Let's see. Yeah, I did a mistake here. As you can see, there was a typo in SM grid. Let's try this again. Now it looks properly. This is our new loading skeleton. And now we have to set up the page. So let's go into the collections layout component again. Above the return statement, first of all we check if the collection is undefined, which means that a collection with this slug doesn't exist. Then we want to redirect to the not found page. I think we set this up earlier. Yeah, we did. Then we want the banner, which is in this collection object that we fetched from the server. collection.media.mainmedia.image. In there is our banner. Again, you can stringify the collection and put it on the page to see all the data that is in there. Okay, then let's take care of the return block. We want to style the main tag, which is the page itself, with mx auto, max width 7xl, like all our pages, space y10, px5 and py10. In here we put a div with flex col and a gap of 10. And in here the first element is our banner. But the banner doesn't always exist. Some of our collections don't have a banner. So we render it conditionally. And this closing angle bracket is placed wrong, should be placed here. So main, and inside main is a div, and here is our expression. If this banner exists, we want to render a div with relative positioning, which is hidden on very small screens, because remember, on very small screens, we only show the headline, but not the banner. But on SM entire, we set it to block to show it. Here we need a div closing tag. And to load the image, we use our Wix image component, which automatically resizes the image for us. Very convenient. For the media identifier, we pass the URL of the banner. We set the width to 1280 and the height to 400. Those are the same values we used down here for the aspect ratio of the skeleton. And then we also set the alt text to banner.alt text. And then we close this. And let's see. There we go. And I set this to relative positioning because I want to put this gradient on top of the image and the title. So still inside this div, below the Wix image, we put a div with a self-closing tag that gets the class names. Absolute positioning, inset0, bg gradient to b, which means to bottom. Remember on the front page we had left to right. Now we have top to bottom. From transparent via transparent to black, which creates this gradient that will show up in a moment. There it is. So top to bottom, transparent, transparent, and then to black, and then we get this subtle gradient. And on top of this gradient, we want to put the headline with the collection name, which we also have to position. I want to center this on this gradient. Again, absolute positioning, bottom 10 to have some spacing, left 1/2, then minus translate x 1/2, the one with the minus in front of it. This centers it horizontally. Text for XL, font bold. We hard-coded text to white because the background is always black, no matter if it's light or dark theme. And on the LG breakpoint, we want to make the text a bit bigger with 5XL. Go ahead and type all of this out, and then let's see how this looks. There it is. And depending on the screen size, the size of this text also changes a little bit. But on very small screens, it's hidden, because there we don't want to show the banner. But of course, we still want to show a headline on very small screens. So what we do is, outside of this banner condition here, we put another headline where we use the cn function to pass our classes. We start with mxauto to center it, text 3XL, so slightly smaller, font bold, and on the MD breakpoint we set the text to 4XL. Then we add a condition still inside the cn function. If the banner is defined, then this will be hidden on the MD breakpoint. So on very small screens we will never show the banner, always the text. And on large screens it depends if we have a banner. By default we show the banner, but some collections don't have a banner, in which case we also want to show this headline without a banner. And this is what we achieved with these classes here. So now we need to close this headline, and in here again we want to render collection.name. So again, this headline will be shown on small screens and on large screens if there is no banner. So let's also open a collection that doesn't have a banner, like the summer sale. The loading skeleton still looks the same because at this point, while we are loading the data, we don't yet know if we have a banner or not. So we have to show it, but this one doesn't have a banner, so we show only the title even on large screens. Now let's take care of the page.tsx file of the collections page. First of all, we declare the page props, because this will also need access to the slug so that we know what products we have to fetch. So just like in the layout, we can receive the params here from the URL, which we destructure here. Then I also want to set up metadata for this page. We have done this before. Export async function, generate metadata, make sure to spell this correctly. Again, we get the page props here, which we need. And to get autocomplete, we can set a return type to a promise of type metadata. In here we want to fetch the collection get collection by slug, get Wix server client, and a slug. We have done the same in our layout up here. And the cool thing is, since this function is wrapped into cache, this request will be deduplicated between the layout and the page. We call it here in generate metadata. We will also call it here in the page. And we call it a third time in the layout. So we call it 3 times to open one single page. This is why we should wrap it into this cache function. So instead of multiple requests, we only make one request. Okay, let's continue with generate metadata. Again, we check if the collection is undefined, in which case we want to redirect to the not found page. Again, we need a banner image, collection.media.mainMedia.image. Maybe let's call it banner again, like we did in the layout. And then we return the metadata. We set the title of the page to the name of the collection. We set the description to the description of the collection, which I think we can set in the backend, I'm not sure anymore. And we set the OG image, which is the open graph image that will be shown on social media. The default open graph image is this file we put into our project, but we can customize this for each page. And instead of this, I want to show the banner of the collection. This is why we put it into a variable here. So to this, we have to pass an object. Here we have this images key. Here we check if the banner is defined. Then we pass an array that contains this banner URL, like this. And if banner is not defined, we set this to an empty array, so that we don't set an OG image for this page. Okay, I hope this is understandable. This configures the metadata, and you can already see the page title in the browser tab. Then let's continue with the page. So we fetch the collection. We will need the ID of the collection. So again, we check if exclamation mark collection ID. We have to do this because if this value can be undefined, we can't pass it to our functions later that need it. Again, we redirect to not found. We can call this in multiple different places. Doesn't matter. It's just to make TypeScript happy. Okay. So if we have the collection ID, we want to return a div with space y5. In here we put the same headline as we have in our loading skeleton in the layout.tsx. This one here with the same styling. We can actually copy this. Text 2XL and font bold. And then we want to render the products, which again we do in a suspense boundary to show a loading skeleton while they are loading. Which means that we put them into another component. Products, which needs props. Products props. We need a collection ID, which we destructure here. In this products component, I want to put another delay so that we see the loading skeleton for a moment. And then we want to fetch the products for this collection. Const collection products. And the cool thing is we already have the function for that. The one that we also used on the front page to fetch the featured products, right? We use the same one here. Await query products. Again, we pass the Wix server client since we are still in a server component. And to the filters, we can pass the collection ID, which remember automatically get turned into an array because we handle this here internally in our API layer. Okay, but even if this collection exists, it's possible that it's empty. So we have to check this as well. If collection products.length exclamation mark, then we want to redirect to the not found page again. But if it's there, we want to render a grid with the products in there. So we make this a flex box by default, flex column. On the SM breakpoint it becomes a grid with grid calls 2, a gap of 5, the same as our loading skeleton in the layout basically. At the MD breakpoint grid calls 3 and LG grid calls 4. There we go. And in here we want to render the results. So expression collection products.map. Nope, it's actually .items.map because those are the single items. We take each product and we want to render a product component that we already have, that we also used on the front page. The key is the unique ID as usual, and then we pass the product to it. There we go. Let's render it on the screen here inside the suspense boundary products, which needs the collection ID, right? Which is the ID of the collection that we fetched above. Now let's also set up a loading skeleton for this suspense boundary here. And I actually want to use the same one as we used down here, because this is the loading skeleton for the products. We use it here in the layout, but I also want to reuse it here in the suspense boundary, because when we switch between pages later, we also want to show this, right? So we create a function at the end of this file, loading skeleton, and here we return the same div and import the skeleton, and then we use it as the fallback for our suspense boundary up here. Fallback loading skeleton, and now it should look good. Let's refresh the page. We see this loading skeleton, then we have the name and the banner image of the collection loaded, and then it goes ahead and loads the products, which have their own loading skeleton. Let's also try one where we have a banner, and this is how it looks. It first loads the collection in the layout and then the products, because we can't load the products until we have the collection ID, right? And next we will implement pagination so that we can navigate between different pages. And again, this part here at the top will stay in place and not get reloaded when we switch between pages. And of course, this page is fully responsive. On small screens, again, the banner disappears. We have our list and this grid grows and shrinks depending on the available space. Nice. Okay, so the pagination bar we are going to use is also a ShadCN component. Looks pretty good, but they describe that we have to make some changes if we want to use a next link, because by default this uses default anchor tags, but this is not great for navigation within our app, so we have to make these changes here. So what we do is we open the pagination.tsx file, which is a ShadCN component. Then somewhere here it says component props and then a inside a string. This should be changed to type of link, and this is a next link. And then below in this pagination link we also change this a to a next link, and that should be it. Next I want to go to the Wix API folder and make modifications to the products file, because the query products function should support pagination, which means that we need new arguments here. We need skip, which is optional, which indicates how many results we want to skip, and limit, how many results we want to return. We destructure these new values here, skip and limit. And then below our switch, before query.find, we append them to the builder if they exist. So if limit has a value, then query equals query.limit, to which we pass this limit. And the same for skip. Query equals query.skip, and we pass this value. Make sure to write query equals and not forget this part, because if you do it like this, then this filter will not actually be applied to our query. You have to reassign the query variable. And now we are going to build the pagination bar. Again, the structure is described in the ShadCN documentation, but our pagination bar will be a bit more advanced because it will adapt to the screen size, and also we have to write the logic of the numbers that we actually want to show. And if we want to show ellipses like here, then we also have to decide where we want to put them. So let's put this component into the components folder because we are going to reuse this on different pages. Let's call it pagination bar. And it will also need props. We need a current page and a total pages. And when we click one of these page items, this will put the page number into the URL as a search param, as you can see here. We could also handle this with state, but again, it's a good practice to put this value into the URL because then we can refresh the page, we can bookmark it, share it with someone else, and so on. So our pagination bar buttons are basically links that point us to the same URL, to the same page, just with a different page param appended to it. So what we do is, in here we create a const search params, and we call the use search params hook, which also means that we have to make this a client component, so that we can use it on server pages. Then we create a function that generates the link for each button, getLink, and to it we will pass the page number of the page we want to link to. And I also want to keep the already existing search params intact. So for example, if we apply a filter, heads, and it's added to the URL with this collection ID in this case, let's make this bigger. Here it is. It's funny that this starts with bad. Anyway, here we only have one page, so maybe let's also select summer sale. And now when I navigate to another page, I want this page number in the URL, but together with the already existing search params. I don't want to delete them. And we can get all the current search params from this use search params hook. So in this function we create const new search params. We assign it to a new URL search params, to which we pass the existing search params to copy them. Then we take the new search params, we call .set, and we only change the page param to the new page. And we have to turn this into a string, because search params are strings. And then we want to return these new search params as a link. So instead of writing the whole link with the path and base URL, it's enough if we only put the search params in here. So we start this link with a question mark, because a question mark starts the search params, and behind it we put new search params .toString to turn them into a string. And this is how we get these links. Below this function we say, if total pages is less than or equal to 1, then we want to return null. Then we don't even want to show a pagination bar if we only have one page. And then below, we want to return the pagination bar itself, which starts with this pagination component. In here we put pagination content. In here we put a pagination item. And we start with this previous button here that brings us to the previous page, which is called pagination previous. For the href, we use our getLink function that we just created, and we pass current page -1. Makes sense, right? And we want to style this with the cn function. In here we put an expression. If the current page is equal to 1, then I want to make this grayed out with text muted foreground, and I want to set pointer events none, so that we can't click this link if we are already on the first page. We can try it out here. As you can see, this is grayed out and we can't click it anymore. This is not actually a link anymore. It's basically just a text now. Similarly, when we are on the very last page, the next button is grayed out and not clickable. So before we put the page numbers in here, let's close this and let's put the pagination next button here. So the other side. Again, we set the href to get link, but this time current page +1. And again, we want to use the same class names, but this time if current page is greater than or equal to total pages, then again this button should not be clickable. And here in the middle we want to put the page numbers. And how many page numbers we have is of course dynamic. It depends on the total number of pages. So what we do is we create an array again, like we have done before, but this time we set the length to total pages. Then we want to map this array. Again, we need the index. And now we put not parentheses, but curly braces here, because we need a block in which we can put some logic. First of all, the page that we want to link to is the index +1, because the index starts at 0, but pages start at the number 1. And then we have to write some logic, because we don't want to show all pages, because this would get too long. We basically show the current page, the 2 pages next to it on both sides, and then the first and the last page. So we have to write this logic ourselves. Of course, this is not easy. I figured this out with help of ChatGPT, but you can just follow along. So first I create this const is edge page. By storing this expression in a variable, we can make our code more readable. Edge page means it's the first or the last page. So the page is equal to 1 or page is equal to total pages. Pretty simple, right? We always want to show these two. Then we also want to show the 2 pages next to it. So we create another const called is near current page. You can change how many you want to show to the left and right. We set this to math.apps. Then we take the page of this iteration in the map call. We subtract the current page. And if this result is less than or equal to 2, we know that this page is at most 2 steps besides our current page. And the math absolute function turns negative numbers into positive numbers. So for example, let's say the page number is 3. The current page is 5. 3 minus 5 is minus 2. Math.absolute turns this into the number 2, and 2 is less than or equal to 2, so we show it. If you want to increase this range, you just have to increase this number here. You can try this out later if you want. Okay, then below we write if exclamation mark is edge page, and if it's also not near the current page, then we want to render ellipses, right? But we don't want to show ellipses for every single button. So for example, we only show the ellipses here once. We don't show it for page 2, page 3 and page 4. We only show it once. So we put another if check in here. If I is equal to 1 or I is equal to total pages minus 2, which means that we only show ellipses once at each side. At index 1, which is the second element, and then on the right side before the last page number. And this difference here is necessary because, again, the index starts at 0, but our page numbers start at 1. Okay, so if these conditions are true, we want to return another pagination item, which needs a key because we are inside this map call. The key is the page. And in here, we put pagination ellipses with a self-closing tag. And we style it with text muted foreground. And we also have to close this tag down here, pagination item. And here I forgot an equal sign. Below this inner if block here, with the total pages -2, we return null, because we only want to return one ellipsis item, right? Not multiple ones. So if this condition here is not true, we return null. We could also write else, but it's not necessary. It has the same effect. Okay, this was the most complicated part of the pagination component. The rest that renders the normal page items is simpler. So when we get below, it means that it's either an edge page or it's near the current page, which means that we want to render it, right? So we go below this, but still inside the array.from map call. And here again we return a pagination item, which needs a closing tag. Again, we have to assign the key for which we use the page. And inside it, we put a pagination link. We set the href to get link again for this page. And then we can set is active to true to highlight it. This is active if this page is the same as the current page, right? And inside here, we simply want to render the page number. And this is pretty much it. We will put it into our layout in a moment, but we can see it here on the deployed project. The only thing I want to improve is, on small screens, I want to hide all the page numbers except for the current one, because there's not enough room for these page numbers. So what we do is, we go into our map call. Here we have two places where we render pagination items, right? Either the ellipsis or the normal item. To both of them we add class names. Let's start with the pagination item that wraps the ellipsis. We set this to hidden by default, and on the MD breakpoint and higher we set this to block to show it. And we do the same down here in this pagination item. But this time we use the ZN function. We pass the same string, hidden and MD block, but then also a condition, because I always want to show the current page number, even on small screens. This is the one I always want to show. So for this we put a condition into the CN function that checks if page is equal to the current page. Then we want to set pointer events none, because it should not be clickable. There is no point in clicking on the current page, but we always want to show it. So we set it to block even on very small screens. Okay, but there's one little mistake I made. This pagination item closing tag that is here at the bottom still belongs to this previous button here, so it should be positioned here. Maybe you did this right, I did this wrong by accident. If you get confused, you can take a look into the video description, go to the repository, check out the code there, open the pagination bar and compare your code, or just copy paste it. Sometimes all this nesting can get confusing. And one more mistake at the bottom, the pagination next component should also be wrapped into a pagination item. So let's do this as well. And now it should be fixed. Okay, next let's go to the collection page again. Under collections, slug page.tsx. In here we will receive the current page as a search param, because our pagination bar puts it into the URL. So we can read it here from the search params. Page, but it can be undefined. And let's destructure it down here. And here we find a page. And let's destructure it in our page component down here. So next to the params, we also have the search params, where we find the page in. We can also set a default value. If the page is undefined, we want to file back to a 1 as a string, because then we want to load the first page, right? And then we need this page number in our products component. So we add this as another prop. But here it will be a number, We also destructure it here, and then we have to pass it to this component. Now we have to turn the string into a number with parseInt, to which we pass the page, which has 1 as the fallback. Okay, so now we pass the page number down from the search params to the page to the products component. And in here we want to paginate our results when we call query products. First of all, we define a page size. Let's set this to 8. I set this to 8 because I don't have so many products, but a better page size would be 12. Why? Because 12 is dividable by 2 columns, 3 and 4 columns, and you will keep up the symmetry, whereas 8 is not divisible by 3, and 9 would not be divisible by 2 or 4. So 12 is a good page size for our grid, but again I keep it at 8, because I want to have more pages to try out pagination. Okay, and now when we fetch the products, we can pass our new limit and skip filters, which are applied to the query. Limit is the page size, so we only want to fetch 8 products, and we set skip to page minus 1 times the page size. So if we are currently on page 1, then 1 minus 1 is 0, then we don't want to skip any products. If we are on page 2, we skip 1 page size, the first page. This is how we get to the second page. And then below, where we check collections products length, we also check if page is greater than parentheses collection products dot total pages, which is a value that this API returns, but this can be undefined. So we add 2 vertical bars and we fall back to 1 if this is undefined for some reason. So if the current page is greater than the actual number of total pages, then we also want to redirect to not found. So someone typed in a big number that doesn't actually exist for the page number, then we redirect this mofo to the not found page. Okay, and then all that's left is putting the pagination bar into our layout. So we wrap our products grid into another div with space y10, put a closing tag down here, and at the bottom we put the pagination bar with a self-closing tag. The current page is this page number, and the total pages is collection products dot total pages, or 1 as the fallback if this is undefined. And now when we refresh our page, here in the accessoires collection we don't see a pagination bar because we only have 1 page, and then we don't render a pagination bar, right? But the summer sale page is bigger. And this is what I meant why you should use 12 as the page size, because this would be divisible by 3, and then we didn't have this empty space here because we only have 8 items. Anyway, here's our page bar, and we load the next page. But when we click a page button, we don't see our loading skeleton. Instead, we basically have to wait until the page has loaded. And this takes a while. So let's go to our suspense boundary again and fix this. By default, suspense doesn't trigger again if this component here reloads with new data. But we can make it load again by giving it a key, which resets this component. And for the key, we pass the page. This way we say, whenever the page changes, show the suspense boundary again. So now let's refresh the page. We see the first loading skeleton. And now when we click the page number 2, we should see the loading skeleton only for the products, not for the collection banner here at the top. Let's see. And this works. And also these pages are cached after we loaded them once. Why? Because we set stale times to 30 seconds. So for 30 seconds, these pages are cached. If you want, you can add more products so that you have more pages, and you can try out this long pagination bar, but here we only have 2 pages. But on small screens, we only see the current page, and the page number is part of the URL, so we can refresh the page and we will still be on page 2. And if we type in a page number that's greater than the total number of pages, then we get redirected to the not found page. But only after the data has loaded, because before this happened, we don't know if these products exist. By the way, if you want to try out this larger pagination bar but don't set up so many products manually, you can go to the Products tab and you can actually clone products. Let's see. Yeah, here you can click duplicate, and if you duplicate this like 60 or 70 times, then you will have enough products to show our large pagination bar with the ellipses in there. Okay, and next we will implement this product search bar. For the search field, we will create a new component in the components folder, which we also call search field.tsx. We export it here, and it will need props. We only want to pass the optional class name to style this from the outside. When we submit the search, we need to redirect to another page. For this we need a router. Const router equals use router. Important, import the one from next/navigation, not next/router, because the other one doesn't work in the app directory. Then below we want to return a form, which needs an onSubmit function. For this we create another function called handleSubmit. But here we won't use React hook form because it would be a bit overkill for one input field that doesn't even need real-time validation. So we use a vanilla form. And when you submit a normal form, you get passed this event of type react.formEvent angle brackets HTML form element. This is what we get passed here. Then we have to call e.preventDefault, because otherwise the page will refresh when we submit the form. React hook form takes care of this too, but here we don't use it. To onSubmit we pass handleSubmit, and then we set a class name to the cn function, to which we pass grow, so that this search field grows in size, and then we pass the optional class names that we pass to this component. In here I want to put a div with relative positioning, and into this div I want to put in uppercase I input field from our ShadCN components. We have to give this input field a name. Let's call it Q, short for query. We set a placeholder text to search, and we add a padding to the end. And this padding and the relative positioning are there because I want to put the search icon here on the right side. So we need some padding on the right side. So below the input field, still inside the div, we put this search icon with absolute positioning, top 1/2, size 5, minus translate y 1/2, which centers it vertically. And to activate this, we also need to pass transform, and then we want to change the text color to text muted foreground. And then we need to close this icon tag. Before we continue, let's put this into our navbar so that we can see it. So navbar.tsx, here between these two divs, we want to put a search field in the middle. So we have this left side, the right side, and the search field in the middle. So right here, we render the search field, and we pass a class name with max width 96, so that it doesn't grow bigger than this size. Yeah, guess what I forgot? I forgot to add the useClient directive here, because this is a client component, because we use this useRouter hook and also JavaScript in our form. So let's add this here. And I forgot one class on the search icon, right3, to position it on the right side. And now this looks like we want. Nice. And I think these 0 border radiuses look very elegant. Anyway, let's take care of handle submit. So when we submit this, we need this query value in there and then put this into the URL. So again, since we don't use React hook form, this is a bit more complicated. We create a const form, which we assign to e.currentTarget. Then we create a const cure. Then we have to take form.cure, which is this named input field. And we have to cast this to an HTML input element. And then out of there we can get the value and we can cal.trim on it to remove any white spaces. So if I type in white spaces and then a text, then I want to remove these white spaces, right? And then if the query input is empty, we don't want to do anything. We just want to return. We don't have to show an error message because it should be obvious to the user that they can't submit an empty search. And then finally below we call router.push. And again, we want to put this query string as a search param into the URL. So here we pass a backtick string. We want to navigate to /shop because this is where we show the products for the search. Question mark, and then we want to append this query string. For this we call encode URI component because if there are special characters in the search query, we have to encode them because not all characters are allowed in a URL. And to this we pass q to put this into the URL. This time we don't keep the previous search params intact because if we run a new search, then we usually want to reset all filters and the page number, right? If we are currently on page 3, for example, and we type in a new search, we want to start at page 1 again. This is why we redirect to this URL with only this one search param in there. Okay, there's one trick we can do. This handle submit function will only work if JavaScript is enabled in the browser, because onSubmit requires JavaScript. This is fine because almost every browser in the world these days uses JavaScript. There's only a small fraction, like 1%, that use the internet without JavaScript. But it can happen that someone has a slow internet connection and the JavaScript part takes a while to load. Then they will already see the page, the server rendered parts, but JavaScript will not work yet and the search will not work. With just 2 small changes, we can make our search work even if JavaScript is not available. For this, we add another prop to the form. We set the method to get, but this is also the default, so we can actually leave this out, but it also doesn't hurt. And we set the action to the string, which says /shop. Now if JavaScript is disabled, it will make a GET request to the /shop page, which fetches this page, and it also appends this query param to the URL. But if JavaScript is disabled, it will use the handle submit function instead. And this is slightly better because it checks if the query is empty, which this part down here doesn't, because here we can't run JavaScript code. But this is a nice fallback, again, if JavaScript is not available in the browser yet. And we can actually try this out. We haven't set up the search page yet, but if I type something in here, test, we get redirected to /shop. And this is now a search param. And if I disable JavaScript, which I can do in the Chrome developer tools, now JavaScript is disabled, as you can also see from this icon, and I refresh the page, I can still search for something like test2, and we still get redirected to the correct page, even though JavaScript is disabled. And again, this only works because we added this action prop here. This is called progressive enhancement because you make your website work with minimum requirements, so even without JavaScript, but you improve it if JavaScript is available, like we do here with our handle submit function. Okay, let's save this and let's go to the Wix API's products file and back into the query products function. Here I now want to add this optional query string as another argument. I put this at the top, but where you place it doesn't matter. And I also destructure it here. And then below where we initialize the query, We check if Q has a value. Then we want to reassign the query builder to starts with name, which is the field that we search in, and Q is the value. Unfortunately, right now we can only check if a product starts with a certain name. We can't search in the middle of a name. This is a limitation right now we have with this Wix API, but I already told their team about it and I'm sure they will improve this in the future. But right now the search query has to start with a word. So if I search for product, for example, it will not find any of these here because it starts with the word dummy. But if I search for dummy product, then it will find it because we use starts with here. Again, I'm sure they will improve this in the future. But for now, this is fine. Now let's create this /shop page where we redirect to. So in the app folder, we create a new file, shop/page.tsx. This will be a server component. So we make this an async function. Which will receive props, which are the search params for the different search queries and filters that we want to apply. So for now in here can be a query string, but it's optional. And there can be a page param in here, but it's optional as well. We destructure them here. Again, I want to give the page a default value of 1 as a string if we don't pass it. And then I also want to export function generate metadata, but this time it doesn't have to be async because we don't need to fetch anything. In here we also need a page props, but we only need a query. And then we return metadata, but not wrapped into a promise this time, because this is not an async function. Here I just want to set the title to the current query if it exists. So here we check if Q has a value, in which case we will render this text, results for, quotes, and in here I want to render the query string. But if we don't have a query, then this will just say products. And actually here on the page I want to show the same. Const title equals, and here we put the same string. And on this shop page we have the same problem as we had on the collections page. This filter here with the collections has to be fetched from the server, because otherwise we don't know which collections are available. But of course we don't want to refetch this every time we open a new page, so we have to put this into a layout. But we will do this later. For now we will just put a bunch of placeholders in here. So from this page we return a main tag that we style with flex, flex call, item center, justify center, a gap of 10, our usual horizontal padding of 5 and vertical padding of 10. And on large screens we want to make this a flex row. This is how this sidebar will be positioned with the results. On large screens they will be positioned horizontally, and on smaller screens the filter is above the search results. This is what we do with this breakpoint here. And item center centers this here in the middle, but on large screens we want to have them not centered, but positioned at the start. So one more class here in this div. At the LG breakpoint, we want to set this to item start. At the same breakpoint where we set this to flex row. Okay. In here we put a div that will just say filter sidebar. This is just a placeholder for now. Let's navigate to the shop page to see this. Yeah, voila, very impressive. But below this div, we put another div where we then put the search results. With class name width full, max width 7XL, and space Y5. Then we have another filter in here, the sort filter in the top right corner. And we will also put a placeholder for this for now in here. Another div, flex justify center, and at the LG breakpoint justify end, so that this is positioned on the right side. And for now this will say sort filter. And there we go. On small screens it's positioned vertically, and on large screens this one is here and this one is on the right side. Below the search filter we put another div with space Y10. In here we put this headline and then the results. So H1, text center, text 3XL. On medium-sized screens, text 4XL and font bold. And here we render our title that we generate above. Let's see, there we go. If we have a search query, then it should be shown in this title. There it is. Okay, below this H1 headline, we want to show the actual results. But again, they have to be wrapped into a suspense boundary because they need a loading indicator. When we navigate between pages, they show a loading skeleton, but not these parts here on the outside. So let's create a new component in the same file. Async function product results. To this we will pass props. Product results props. We need an optional query string and the current page in form of a number. We destructure these props. Again, I want to put a little delay in here, just so that we can see the loading skeleton. And then it looks pretty similar to our collections page. We have pagination in here, so we need a page size. Again, I set this to 8. And then we want to fetch the products, which again we do with our query products function, to which we pass the Wix server client, because this is a server component, and our filters. Here we pass the query string. For limit, we pass the page size again. And for skip, page -1 times the page size. Again, it makes sense to check if the page is greater than products.total pages. Again, we use 1 as the fallback value. Then we want to redirect to not found. And then we want to return the results in a div with space Y10. I also want to put this little text with the number of results below. Luckily, the Wix API returns this total count. So here we put a paragraph tag. You can also make this a div. I'm sometimes not sure if I should use a div or a paragraph or a span, but doesn't really matter. Text center and text XL. And this will render the number of results. So in an expression, products.total count. Then we need an empty space like this. And then if products.total count is equal to 1, it will say product singular. Otherwise it will say products plural, and then found as the word behind it. So 81 products found or 1 product found. Maybe let's render this on the screen before we continue. So below the H1, we add another suspense boundary. We will create the loading skeleton in a moment. Here we render the product results, to which we have to pass the query from the search params, and the page, which again we have to parse into a number, and it has a fallback value. We close this here, and then let's see what we can see on the screen. 0 products found, because our products are not named test, But if we go to the shop page without any filters, then we find 13 products. We just don't render them on the screen yet. So let's do that next. Down here, we create another div, which will be, as usual, a flex column. But on small screens and onwards, it will be a grid with grid colts 2, a gap of 5. But this time, since there is less total space available, since we have the sidebar here next to it, I want to set it to grid colts 3 at XL breakpoint, so only when the screen is large. And on the 2XL breakpoint, I want to set it to colts 4. So slightly different from our other grids, because the layout looks different. And here again, I want to render products.items. We take each product and we render our product component. We set the key to the unique ID and we pass the product to it. There we go. And before we save this, down here above the last div closing tag, we also put our pagination bar, to which we pass the current page and the total pages, which we find in this products response. And if this is undefined, again we fall back to 1. And all the linking is handled internally in this component. Let's save this. And there are all our products because we don't have any filters applied. And we even have a second page. And if I search for leather, this should work because this starts with the word leather. Let's see, there we go, one product found. But we still need a loading skeleton. So below, function, loading skeleton, we return a div that looks like our grid. Space y10. In here we put one loading skeleton for this title. Right here, skeleton, mx auto, h9, and a width of 52. And I figured this out just by trial and error until it looks good. And then below we want to recreate our grid again. So we create another div. And we can copy the class names from this div here to create the same grid, just with loading skeletons. Paste it here. And in here again, we create an array from length 8 or whatever page size you set. So you should change this to the page size number. I mean, you don't have to, but it will look symmetrical. Again, we need the index. And again, we want to render skeletons for each element. Again, this needs a key. And we style this with a height of 26 rem. And that should be it. We close this, save this, and then we have to use this in our suspense boundary up here as the fallback. Loading skeleton. Let's see, when we refresh the page, we see this loading skeleton for 1 second. Again, 12 would be a better number than 8, but this is fine. And then we see our result. But we have the same problem as before. If I type in another query, then we don't see the skeleton again. Similarly, when I refresh this page and type in letter again, we don't see the skeleton. Instead, we have to wait. And again, we fix this by setting a key on the suspense boundary. We want to show the loading skeleton again if either the query changes or the page. So what we can do is we can combine them both into a string like this. In here we render q minus, and in here we put a page. So key means whenever this key changes, this suspense boundary will be re-rendered from scratch. So it will show again. So by passing the string, it means that if the query changes or if the page changes, This string changes and this changes the key. This minus here in the middle doesn't matter. You could also remove this, you could put any other value in here. I just put it in here for organization basically. The only point is that this string has to change if either the query or the page changes. And now if we search again, we show the loading skeleton. Perfect. And when we search for a query that doesn't exist, we see 0 products found. Now you might consider implementing infinite loading instead of page numbers here, so that you can scroll to the bottom and it loads more results. But for something like an e-commerce website, page numbers actually have benefits over infinite loading. For example, we have the page number in the URL, which you can't do with infinite loading, which again is useful because we can save our current search. We can later continue where we left off at page 5, for example. We can share the page with someone else. We can also more easily jump between pages. I can jump to the last page if I want, which you can't do with infinite loading. And it's also better for SEO and search engine discoverability. So yeah, page numbers have some benefits for these kinds of websites. But if you want to learn about infinite loading, we implement that in my Next.js 15 social media app tutorial. So you can watch this one as well. One more benefit is that, let's say we filter by the price in descending order and you want to skip a few results, then we can skip to a later page. Again, you can't do this with infinite loading. And let's implement these search filters next. So as I already mentioned, the collections that we want to show in this filter sidebar here have to be fetched before we can show them, which creates the same problem that we have on the collection page. When we navigate between different pages, we don't want to reload this data because this would be wasteful. Because this part here doesn't change when we navigate between pages, so we also shouldn't have to reload the data for every single page. But we already know how to fix this, right? The same way as we did on the collections pages, we put the part that doesn't change into a layout.tsx file. So let's go ahead and do this. We put it into the shop folder here. So it's only applied to the shop page. Layout.tsx, export default async function because we want to fetch data in here, layout. As usual, this takes children of type react.react node, which we destructure in here. Then we need our collections. So these collection filters here are not hard-coded, they are fetched from the server. And if we change the collections in the Wix backend, these changes will be reflected here after we refresh the page. So in our layout, we create a const collections and we assign it to await get collections, which we already created earlier. This is also what we use in the navbar to fetch these different collections. And to it we pass the Wix server client, because this is a server component. And then I want to put all these filters into this layout, the sidebar, but also this filter up here, and also the price range filter. Even though these two filters don't need to fetch any data, it makes sense to put all of them into the layout. And then this part down here is the page.tsx file. So the layout is a server component, right? But we will need some client component features in here. So we have to wrap the layout content itself into a client component. So we create another file in the shop folder called search filter layout. And then we export a default function with the same name. To this function, we will pass the collections that we fetched server side so that we can show them here, which are of type collections.collectionArray, and also the children that we want to render in here, again of type react.reactNode. As usual, we destructure these props. And this layout will wrap the whole page So in here we put our main tag. For now, let's just write search filter layout, save this and put this into our layout.tsx file. So back here we want to return search filter layout, to which we pass our collections that we fetched server side. And in here we render the children, which are then forwarded to this component. And that's it for this layout.tsx file. The rest happens here in this client component, which, by the way, we also have to make a client component, right? Yeah, and as soon as we save this and go to the shop page, we will only see this text now, because this is the only thing we render in here right now. And by the way, get collections is deduplicated with the cache function, which is good because we fetch the collections in the navbar and in our layout, so 2 times on the same page, so it makes sense to deduplicate the request. Okay, back to the search filter layout. I want to open the shop page on the right side because we will move some code from the page to the layout. So let's see. Let's remove this main tag from the search filter layout, put parentheses here, and we want to move the main tag over here. Let's copy this whole block for now over here, but we delete this whole div with the space y10 class. This whole part, we remove this because this belongs into the page. So we render the children here instead. And vice versa, we remove all the code from the page outside of this space y10 div. So these parts here, and then below the closing div and closing main tags. This is the page part. Okay, let's focus on the search filter layout for now. Here at the top of this component, we will need the router, refused router, again from next/navigation. And we will need the search params from use search params. For now, we will only focus on the collection filter and do the other 2 later. And when we select a collection, the collection ID is put into the URL as a search param. So let's replicate this. Here below const search params, we create a const selected collection IDs. And we know that a checkbox has to be selected if its collection ID is part of the search params, because the URL will be the source of truth. Our filters will always reflect the state of the URL. So we assign selected collection IDs to a search params .get all, and the name of the search param will be collection. So here we only have one collection search param, but this can actually be multiple ones. As you can see, now we have collection, and then we have end, collection, and another one. We want to get all of them because those are the selected collection IDs that we want to filter for. And below we create a function to update the URL. Let's call it update filters. To it we will pass the new collection IDs, so the ones that we want to activate. In here, as we have already done before, we create a const new search params. We initialize it with new URL search params, and we pass the already existing search params, so that if we already have any other search params in the URL, we will keep them. Then we call new search params.delete collection. We want to remove all the ones that are already in there, because then we want to update them with the new array. So we say collection IDs dot for each. We take each collection ID, pass an arrow function with curly braces. We have to append all of them one by one. This is why we put this into a for each function. So we call new search params.append to append another search param. Again, the name is collection. So they all have to be spelled the exact same because this is the same search param key. And in here we put the collection ID for each of them of this array. And then finally, we want to push to this new URL. So again, backtick string, question mark to start the search params, and in here we put the new search params dot toString. Makes sense, right? And we will call this function down here from our JSX. So we go into this div that says filter sidebar. We remove the content in here, and actually I wanna wrap this div into another tag called aside. Aside is for elements like a sidebar that are besides the main content. Again, we could also make this a div, but this is just a bit more idiomatic. We style this with hfit space y5. On large screens we want to make this sticky, because on small screens it's positioned here above, then we don't want it to be sticky, but on smaller screens it should stick to the top. So lg sticky, and also lg top 10 for the spacing. And on large screens I also want to give this a fixed width of 64. Then we go to the div that's inside the aside tag, add space y3 here. And in here we put another div with font bold that says collections. This is just this headline here. Okay, and we get all the collections passed from the server. So we can render a checkbox for each of them. Below this collections div, we put an unordered list again with space y 1.5. In here we want to take the collections and we want to map each of them. Curly braces instead of parentheses, because we need a little bit of logic in here. We assign const collection ID dot collection dot underscore ID, and then we check if exclamation mark collection ID. Then we want to return null, because without the collection ID we can't add this filter, because we need a collection ID for the URL, right? So we have to check this here, because this ID can be undefined, but it should never actually happen. Here we return a list element. We use the collection ID as the unique key. In here we put a label. The label is the text next to the checkbox. And there are two different ways to apply a label. We can either put the label here, then the checkbox next to it, and then connect the two with this HTML4 prop that we already used. The other option is to put the checkbox directly inside the label tags. This will also connect them, so that when we click the label, the corresponding checkbox reacts to it. So we put this checkbox into this label, but we also style this label with flex, cursor pointer, item center, gap 2 and font medium. Next to the checkbox we can put the label text itself into a span with line clamp 1, so that it's only at most one line long and not multiple lines if the collection name is too long. And break all, so that we break the name even if it's in the middle of the word. And into the span we put collection.name. And we can already see the checkboxes on the screen, but of course when we click them right now nothing happens. So what we do is we go into the checkbox component. First of all we have to give each of them an ID, which is the collection ID. Then we set the checkbox to checked, only if it's part of our selected collection IDs array. So we want check to be true if selected collection IDs includes this collection ID. Then it should be checked. And now we can't click it anymore, because now it's a managed input field, which means that the state is coming from this prop. And only if this is set to true, this will actually be checked. And we set this to true with the onCheckChange callback. This will be called when we click a checkbox, and here we get passed this checked boolean. Here we pass an arrow function, and when we click a checkbox, we want to put it into this selected collection IDs array. And we do this by putting the collection ID into the search params, because this is where this array gets its value from. And we can update the search params with this function here. So let's do this. So here in this function we call update filters. And in here we check if checked is true, question mark. Then what do we want to put in here? We want to put the already existing collection IDs, so we spread them into an array, plus the new one, which we add to the end of the array. But if we uncheck the checkbox, colon, then we actually want to filter out the current collection ID out of this array. So selected collection IDs.filter this time. Here we get passed the ID, because the ID is what we put into this array. And we want to keep elements where the ID is not the same as the ID of this collection, so that we filter out this collection ID of this checkbox. Pretty straightforward, right? So let's save this and try it out. So if I click one of these collection filters, it takes a moment, but then it puts the collection into the URL. If I click another one, it puts it into the URL as well. We are not filtering the products yet. We will take care of this in a moment. When I untick a checkbox, it removes this collection ID from the URL. And the cool thing is, when we navigate back in the browser, we get to the previous URL, and the checkboxes always reflect the state of the URL. Our filter bar here is also sticky and responsive, so on small screens it's positioned above the products. The only problem right now is this weird delay. When we click a checkbox, it takes a moment until it is checked. Why? Because it always reflects the state of the URL, but navigating to this new URL takes a moment because we make a request to the server. So let's see how we can fix this. But before we do this, let's apply the filters in our page. So we go to the shop page and all the way up to the page components props right here. In the search params, we also now get past the collections, but the key is called collection, singular. This is what we have in the URL here. Not collections, collection. Again, it's optional, but this time it's an array of strings because it can be multiple ones. Then we destructure these collections down here in our page. But let's rename this variable to collection IDs, because this is what we actually find in there. Our product results component should accept these collection IDs. Collection IDs, again it's optional, again it's a string array. Again we destructure them. And then we have to pass them to the product results component. Collection IDs, collection IDs. And the filter for collection IDs is already part of our query products function because we have used this before. So this should now work if we pass it to the function. So in query products, we now also pass the collection IDs. And now these filters should be applied. You could see that after saving this, it now shows 5 products found. If I unselect one of them, it will be fewer products, because now it's only the accessories collection. And if I uncheck this one, it will show all 13 products. So now our filters are applied, but they are still slow. One idea to fix this might be to make the checkbox uncontrolled again by commenting out this checked prop here. Now the state is managed internally by the checkbox, and when we click a checkbox, it's checked immediately and the filters are still applied and this still works. The problem with this approach is that if we refresh the page, the state is gone, even though these filters are still in the URL. Because now we don't manage the state of this checkbox anymore, and the URL is not the single source of truth anymore. So this is not a great solution. We want the best of both worlds. We want the checkbox to change immediately, but we also want the URL to be the source of truth so that we can navigate back and forth. We can also refresh the page and we always see the correct checkboxes selected. For this we need optimistic updates again. But this time we won't use React query for these optimistic updates because this would be a bit overkill. Instead we use a new React hook that was introduced in React 19. So below our use search params call here, we create a newer const that we destructure with square brackets, just like we create a state. But instead of use state, we call useOptimistic. And to useOptimistic, we pass search params get all collection because this is the initial state. We can remove this part down here. And then in here we get optimistic collection IDs and set optimistic collection IDs. Okay, then below we need a transition, which we create with the use transition hook. In here we get this is pending boolean, which is a loading state, and this start transition function. Then we change our update filters function slightly. We go above router.push. We call start transition, to which we pass an arrow function like this. In here we want to call router.push, but above it we call set optimistic collection IDs, and we pass the collection IDs. Those are the collection IDs that we pass to this function. So those are the new filters that we have currently checked. We put all of this into this transition. And what this basically does is it sets this optimistic state so that we can show it on the screen immediately. It pushes to the new URL, and then this optimistic hook automatically sets back to the server state. So it basically forgets this optimistic state that we set to it, and it resets to whatever we get from the server. So it's very similar to useState, but not quite, because useState doesn't reset like useOptimistic does. And this is how we achieve this effect that we have these optimistic changes, but when we navigate between different pages, useOptimistic will always take the value from the server as its default value. Okay, I hope this is understandable. I also want to wrap this whole collections filter into a separate component for organization, which we create below. Function collections filter, parentheses curly braces. This needs props. Collections filter props. To it we need to pass the collections that we want to show, which we still get from the server. So we have to forward them. We need the selected collection IDs, right? Because those are the checkboxes that are checked. And we need update collection IDs to change the state, which will be a function that takes the new collection IDs as a string, like this. Then we destructure these props, collections, selected collection IDs, and update collections. Okay, let's put a return statement here with parentheses. Let's scroll up again. And then we cut out everything inside the aside tag, this div. We cut this out, return this from here. And instead of update filters, we call update collection IDs, because this is the callback we pass here. Then up here we have to render this component, collections filter. We forward the collections that we fetched from the server. The selected collection IDs are the optimistic collection IDs now, because we want to check and uncheck them optimistically. And remember, this is either the server state or the optimistic state while we are loading our changes. You will see how this looks in a moment. And for update collection IDs, we pass our update filters function, right? Which takes these collection IDs and it updates the URL. Okay, this might seem complicated at first, but all we really did is putting the collection search params into useOptimistic, creating a transition, and then updating the optimistic state with the new filter values right before we push to the new URL. And then when we reach this new URL, the optimistic state will be reset back to the server state. It's actually not that much that we changed. Let's try this out. First of all, let's go back to the shop page without any search params. There we go. Now when we click any of these filters, the change should be applied immediately. Then it will take a moment while it's pushing us to the new URL. And then we should see the new collection ID in the URL. So it checks immediately. We get to the new URL. So this is our optimistic state. And when we navigate back and forth, the state is reflected properly in these checkboxes. This is the difference to an uncontrolled input. We only achieve this with this useOptimistic approach. But what we are missing right now is a loading state, because when I click a checkbox, even though it's selected immediately, it still takes a moment until our products here are updated. So we need some kind of loading indicator. And this is what we have this is pending boolean for, which will be true as long as this transition is running. So until we are pushed to this new URL. The problem is we are in this search filter layout, but we need this pending state on the page if we want to show something like a loading skeleton. But there is a neat trick that we can use to still get our loading state on the page. And I want to give a shout out to Sam Selikov, who wrote this blog article about this exact approach we are using here with these optimistic search params. This is where I got most of the information from. I still had to adapt this approach because we have multiple filters later, but this was a really good article, so thank you for that. And now what we do is we go to the aside tag, which is the sidebar here. And we add another prop, which is called data-pending. This is actually an arbitrary name as far as I know. This is why we don't get any autocomplete here. We could also name this differently. And if is pending of the use transition hook is true, we want to set this to an empty string, otherwise to undefined. We could also put text in here, but it's actually not necessary. This should only be a string, but it can be empty. So if is pending is true, it will put this data pending prop into this sidebar. And here is the really clever part. We make this main tag around it a group. The main tag is the whole page. And in this page is our page.tsx file. So this is now a group. So we can go into our page.tsx file, into this div here, and we can add this class. Group minus has. In here we put another pair of square brackets. Then we add this data minus pending again. So if this group has this value applied to it, we want to apply animate pulse, but only to the page. And remember, the page is only this part down here, the headline and the results. So to recap, if is pending is true, we put this data pending value into the sidebar, and then our page.tsx file will listen for this value and apply this animate pulse class. So now when we save this and we make a change, we should see this pulsating animation down here. There it is. So now we have this animation that indicates that changes are loading, and it looks very professional and responsive. But this is not the only filter we have on our final page. We also have this price range filter and the sort filter, which also needs these optimistic updates, and they need to reflect the server state. So let's go back to the search filter layout. Let's go into the default value of the useOptimistic hook, here where we assign search params get all collection. Instead of only the collections, we also want to have these other two filters in our optimistic state, the price range and the sort. So we cut this out, and instead we put an object here with curly braces with different keys. So we have collection, again the name of the search param, and we assign this to what we had before. Comma, and then we also put price underscore min in here, which is search params.get. It's only one value, so get instead of get all. and the search param has the same name. But this can also be undefined if the search param doesn't exist. Let's duplicate this line for price max and here as well. We will take care of the sort filter later. For now we take care of the price filter. Which means that now when we call update filters, we can not only pass collection IDs, but also price min and or price max. So we have to change this argument. We call this argument updates, and here we pass partial with an uppercase P, which is another TypeScript utility type, and between angle brackets we write type of optimistic collection IDs, but I actually want to rename this. From optimistic collection IDs, let's press F2 to rename this on Windows, or right click and then rename symbol so that it renames it down here as well. I want to change this from optimistic collection IDs to optimistic filters because now it's multiple filters, right? And similarly the zeta as well, F2, set optimistic filters. So now it should be changed everywhere that we use these values, like down here or here. Okay, and this utility type partial is really cool because it says we want to take the type of optimistic filters, which is this one. But partial makes these values optional, so we don't have to pass all of them. We can pass only the collection ID or only price min or price min and price max, collection ID and price max, and any combination we want. We achieve this with this partial helper class. And now we also have to change the update function itself. First of all, at the start we create a new state, which is an object in which we spread the optimistic filters that we already have to keep them. And then we put our updates in here as well, which will override the existing filters. We keep the new search params, but we remove new search params delete and also this for each call below. Instead we put the following here. Uppercase O object dot entries. Here we pass new state. With object dot entries we turn this new state into an array, which allows us to iterate over it with the for each function. Parentheses, parentheses, square brackets, because in here we can destructure the key and the value, which is coming as a tuple, so as an array. This is why we don't use curly braces here, but square brackets. Okay, right arrow, curly braces. In here we want to do something for each element in our filters object. So this will be all the filters that are currently applied. So the collection and or any of these price filters. So what we do is we take our new search params and we delete this current key. We delete it because we want to set a new value for it. Then we check if array.isArray, we have used this before, where we pass the value. Why do we do this? We do this because some of our filters are single values, like our price filters that we get with the get function, but our collection IDs is an array. So we have to check here if this is an array, and this way we keep this part here generic and we don't have to handle each of these filters separately. We can handle all of them with this object.entries call. So if you add new filters in the future, you only have to add them up here, but you don't have to update the update filters function because this will work no matter how many different filters you have in here. And for this we first need to check if this is an array. If yes, we want to take the value, which are the actual search params that we store in here. And the same as we did before, we want to call for each and append all of them to the URL. So we call this variable v for value. We take the new search params and we append key comma value. So we append collection ABC, collection DEF, and so on, the same as we did before, just that now we do this for all search params that are arrays. Okay, I hope this is understandable. If this is not an array, else if, then we check if we have a value, because maybe we deleted this value, which means that it doesn't exist. In this case, we only want to delete it. But if we have a new value, we also want to add it back to the URL, which we do with new search params.z, because it's only one value, and again, key comma value. And then after object.entries, before our transition, we want to delete the page from the search params, because if we change the filters, we usually want to start back at page 1, right? So this is why we delete the page param. And then finally, to set optimistic filters, we have to pass our new state, which are our new search params that we also applied to the URL. This is our optimistic state. And now we have the same as before, just that instead of only the collection IDs, we have these different filters in here. If this is confusing, you can also rewatch the previous sections where we set up the collection filter from scratch and really try to understand this step by step. Anyway, now down here we have to fix these errors. The selected collection IDs are now optimisticfilters.collection. And the update function now takes not only the collection IDs, but the whole object, right? So here what we do is we get passed the collection IDs from this callback, right? This is what this function here passes us. We create an error function that calls update filters, and this accepts this partial object. So now we can write curly braces, and we can only pass the collection IDs for the collection filter, and only this one will be updated. Now our collections filter should still work the same as before. Can select them, we get the loading state, optimistic update, and we get the collection IDs in the URL. So now let's add the price filter, which we put into a separate component for organization, still in the same file. Function price filter, which of course needs props. But this will work a bit differently, because for our checkboxes, the state of the checkbox always reflects the URL, right? But here we only want to change the URL after we press this button. So if I type something in here, this is not put into the URL immediately, only after I press go and actually search for this. And of course I don't want to show the number here, this is a bug. But now in the URL is price min that we want to put there. So instead of using the value from the URL and putting it in here, we use the default value instead. So we add a prop, min default input, which is of type string or undefined. And let's duplicate this, max default input. And then we also need a function to update the price range. Let's call it update price range. It's a function that takes the min value, which again is string or undefined, and it takes the new max value, which is also string or undefined, and it doesn't return anything. Destructure these props down here. So again, here the input will not be part of the URL because I need to be able to type in text and this is not stored in the URL. So instead of useOptimistic, we will use good old useState here for the min input and set min input. But we set the default value to min default input. This makes sure that when we navigate back and forth or refresh the page, we still get the server value, because the server value is this default input that we then pass to this component. More on that in a second. We create another one, change this to max input, set max input, and we pass the max default input. Then below we put a use effect, to which we pass an arrow function. And the dependency array contains min default input and max default input. In here we set min input back to the min default input, and we set max input back to the max default input. What does this do? This resets our input fields whenever these default values that we passed from the parent changes. This way I want to achieve that when we navigate back and forth in the browser, our input fields are reset to the previous state. And again, the reason why we have to handle this differently than our checkboxes is because the checkboxes always reflect the URL state. But our input field doesn't, because our input field needs to be able to change without changing the URL immediately. This is why we have to handle it slightly differently with state and fallback values. I noticed that here in my production URL, this actually doesn't work properly for some reason. It shows the number here, and when I navigate back, it doesn't reset the state of this input field. But it used to work before, so I might have broken this in some way, but we will get it to work here in our code in just a moment. Then we need an onSubmit function, because this is a form and the Go button will submit this form. Again, we won't use React hook form here because we don't need any validation. So we just create a simple function called onSubmit that gets past this react.form event. Again, we have to call event prevent default so that the page doesn't refresh when we submit this form. And then we call update price range, to which we pass the min input and the max input. We pass this to the parent, where we can then put it into our optimistic state and into the URL. Okay, and then the actual JSX below. We return a div with space y3. In here I want to put another div with font bold for the label, price range. Maybe let's put it into our layout first. We put it right below our collections filter. Price filter, the min default input is the optimistic filter's price min value. The max default input is the price max value that is coming from the URL. In update price range, we get past price min and price max, right, in a function. And we call update filters, parentheses, curly braces, where we want to update price min with this price min value and price max, which updates the URL. And then we close this down here. So now this is part of the sidebar as well, but our input field isn't in there yet. So let's go back down and finish the JSX. So in here we put a form with flags, item center and gap 2, and we forward onSubmit to our onSubmit function. Then in here we put two inputs with an uppercase I, so the already styled ones from shadcn. We set the type to number so that we can only type in digits. It needs a name. Actually, I think the name is not necessary because we manage the state ourselves, so we don't need a name in our onSubmit function. But for now I'm gonna keep it in because I don't remember why I put it there. But we can add a placeholder that will say min if we haven't typed anything in yet. We also want to set the value to the current min input, that's our state. And when we change the input field, we get past this event e, and we want to set our min input state to e.target.value, which is the input. And finally, I want to add a class name. I want to set a hard-coded width of 20. Then below this input, I want to put a span that just renders a minus symbol, and then another input. Let's actually copy the already existing one below the span. The name is max, the placeholder is max, the value is the max input, and we want to update the max input, and the rest should be the same. And there we go. Finally, we need a submit button, still inside the form below the input. We create an uppercase B button. We set the type to submit, so it submits this form automatically. and this will say go or submit or apply or whatever you want. And when we have a filter applied, I also want to have a clear button here that removes just this filter. So let's implement this as well. First, for our price filter, I want to put this below the form, still inside this div. We put an expression. In parentheses, we check if two exclamation marks, min default input has a value, or two exclamation marks, max default input has a value. Then outside of the parentheses, two ampersand signs. Then I want to render a lowercase button. Lowercase because it shouldn't have any styling. That says clear. To this button we add an onClick handler and an arrow function. This will call update price range with undefined for the min and undefined for the max value to reset this filter. And then I want to style this button. I want to give it text primary as the color. I want to make it small. And when we hover over it, it should be underlined. So just like a link. So now if I use this filter, the clear button is here and it looks like a link. And I also want to add such a clear button for the collections filter. We put it below our UL, still inside the div in our collections filter component. Again, we put a condition. Selected collection IDs.length is greater than 0. Then we want to show a similar button here. When we click it, we call update collection IDs and pass an empty array to reset this filter. And again, we style it with text SM, text primary, and hover underline. And again, it will say clear. And it will only show if we have collection IDs in our optimistic state, and we can reset it. Nice. Okay, but resetting to the default value doesn't quite work yet for this input. When I click clear, even though the URL changes, the 30 is still shown here. But I figured out that we can fix this inside our use effect by using an empty string as the fallback value if any of these default inputs are undefined. It seems that otherwise the input field doesn't react to it. It doesn't react to the undefined value. So now if I apply a filter here, for example 30, it's added to the URL, right? If I go to 45, for example, it's changed in the URL. If I navigate back, we see 30 again, and 30 is also the state in the URL. So this is kept in sync, but we can still update it. And when we press clear, it's cleared out. This is exactly what we want. One more thing I want to clarify. It's important that we handle this state update here in the parent function, in the search filter layout. At first I tried creating an update filters function for each of the subfilters. One in the collections component, one in the price range component, because this makes it more encapsulated and it makes it easier to update the state. We need less callbacks and values that we have to pass forward, and it's easier to understand. But this won't work because every time we update our optimistic state, we need the already existing optimistic values. Because imagine I type in a price range, 30, and then I click go. But before it has updated the URL, I immediately also select the collection filter. Then the price range is not part of the URL yet, which means that we would lose this information when we update the URL via the collection filter. Because our price range component doesn't know about the optimistic state of the collections component and vice versa. This is why we have to hoist the state into the parent. We need to keep one optimistic state that contains all the different filters, because then we can update them together without losing information. This is why now I can update multiple filters at the same time. For example, I can type in 50. Then I'm gonna press enter to apply this filter, but right after pressing enter, I also select the collection. Enter, click, and now both of these filters are applied to the URL. And this only works because we hoisted the state up to the parent. Okay, but the price filters are not yet applied to our query. So let's go into the Wix API folders products.ts file. Here we have sort, skip, limit, and so on. Below sort, but again the order doesn't matter, it's just personal preference. We also put price min, which is a number, and price max, which is a number, into the query products filter type. Then we destructure them here. After sort, we have price min and price max. And then we want to apply them to our query. I put it here above if limit. We check if price min. Then we want to reassign query again to query.ge, which means greater than. And here we can find price data.price. And for the value, we pass price min. So it has to be greater than the min price. Actually, I think this means greater than or equal to. And similarly, if price max, query equals query.le less than or equal to price data.price and price max. Now we apply these filters as well. Now we just need to read them from the URL in our page and pass them to the query function. So let's go to the page props, where we now also expect this optional price underscore min, which again has to be spelled like the URL search param. It's an optional string and price max. Then we can destructure them here in our page component. Price min, price max. There we go. We have to pass these values to the product results component. We call it price min in camel case. Again, it's optional. And price max. Then we pass these values here. Price min, price min, price max, price max. But the search params are strings, but we expect a number. So what we do is we add the ternary operator. If price min is defined, we want to pass int from price min. Otherwise we pass undefined. So we don't have this filter. And we do the same for price max. Okay, and then we destructure these two values down here. And then finally we pass them to the query products function. Price min, price max, and then it should work. So our sidebar filters will put these values into the URL. The page then reads this URL and passes the value to the query function to fetch the products. Okay, and the filter should already be applied because I have a min price of 50. As you see, this works. Let's also set the max price of 200, and then we should only see this one result here. And voila, it works. And again, we can navigate back and forth between these different results. We can change multiple filters at once, and this works really nicely and professionally. There is still one filter left. That's our drop-down menu sort filter here. So let's implement this one too. We go back to the search filter layout component, and we add another filter to our optimistic state, which will be called sort. And again, it will come from the search params. And the search params key will also be called sort. And again, we fall back to undefined if this returns null. The cool thing is we don't even have to change our update filters function because we wrote it in a way that all these values of the new state will automatically be put into the search params. So this is very flexible. But we have to create a component for this new filter. Let's put it at the bottom. Let's start with the props. Sort select props. To it we will pass the sort value, which is a string or undefined. Again, this will be handled optimistically. And the updater function, where we get passed the new sort value. And instead of a string, we can pass our product sort type which we defined in the Wix API products file. Somewhere in here is products sort. We want to export this so that we can use it in different places and we get this type safety. So export this here, save this, and then we set this type to a product sort. And this function will return nothing. Then the component itself, sort select, where we destructure the props. Return, and here we use another shadcn components, select with an uppercase S, to which we have to pass a value, which is sort, or if it is undefined, we fall back to last updated, which is one of the product sort options. We use this as a default value. And just like our filter checkboxes, the state of the sort select will be handled by the URL. So we pass it from the optimistic state down to the component, and then we apply it here to the select component. And in onValueChange we can update this value. Here we will just call update sort because this also forwards us the value, and then we can use the short function reference syntax. Okay, we close the select tag. And here we put a select trigger with class names width fit, gap2 and text start. Close this. In here we put a span that says sort by colon, and then we can render the select value, which is the currently selected value, this part here. And we define the different values that we render here below the select trigger. In the select content component, and in here we put select items. Each one has a value with the corresponding filter. The first one is last updated. We don't get autocomplete here, so make sure to spell this correctly. They have to be spelled exactly like our product sort filters here. Otherwise they will not be recognized, because this is how we put them into the URL. Okay, another select item with value price underscore ASC, ascending, which will say price low to high. And another one price descending, which will say price high to low. When we have done this, we go up where we have this text that says sort filter, this placeholder here in our layout. Let's remove this, and in here we render the sort filter component. Okay, it's called sort select and not sort filter, right? Okay. To it we have to pass the current sort, which is coming from our optimistic filters, so that this value changes optimistically. And when we update it, we get passed the new sort value, and we call update filters and pass it to it, which then takes care of the rest. Actually, I want to call this component sort filter and not sort select, so I'm gonna rename this again with F2, sort filter, but you don't have to if you don't want. And sort filter props, there we go. Let's save this and try this out. So we can already see it here. The default value is last updated, which says newest. So this is what we have selected when we refresh the page without any search params. And now when we change this, we see our optimistic change, we see our pending animation, and this filter is added to the URL. And again, if I navigate back, it's changed to the previous value. Nice. But of course the filter doesn't work yet. We have to implement this into our page. So again, we have a new search param. Here at the top, this optional sort param, which is a string. We destructure it here in our page. We need it in our product results props. Sort. And here we use our products sort type again. And then we have to pass it to the component. sort as, and here we have to cast it into product sort, because at a certain point we have to turn the string into this product sort type. Then we have to also destructure it here in the products results component and pass it to the query's products function, which already takes the sort value into account internally, right? Here it is already applied. So now the sort filter should work. Let's see. Price ascending, and it starts at the lowest price all the way to the highest price. And pagination works as well. Let's try high to low, which resets the page, puts the new sort into the URL, it updates optimistically, and it orders them into opposite direction. And we can combine it with other filters. Isn't this cool? And of course we can combine our filters with search. So if I search for I'm a product, we find these results and we can still select categories, we can still sort and all this good stuff. And this page is also responsive, so the grid changes depending on the screen size. The only thing that's still lacking in responsiveness is the navbar. As you can see on small screens, doesn't look great. We want it to look like this on small screens, where we have the separate menu here. So let's take care of this. We go to the navbar component, and here I want to add a few breakpoints. The first one in the main navigation, which we pass via class names. We make this hidden by default and only show it on large screens with display flags. The same for the search field, which we also set to hidden and LG inline, because this is how we want to display this one. So now the main navigation and the search field are hidden on small screens, and on large screens we have them here as before. And the user button as well, to which we also pass class names, hidden and LG inline flags. Okay, now this one is gone as well. And instead we want to put this menu here on the left side so that the title moves to the middle. So let's create a new component in the app folder, because we only use it in the navbar, called mobile menu.tsx. Export default function mobile menu, and it needs props. In this mobile menu we want to render the collections, and we also want to render the user button, which means that we need the collections that we fetch server side, and we need the currently logged in member information. So to this interface we add collections, collections.collectionArray, the same type that we used before, and we need a logged in member of type members.member or null, because remember, if we are not logged in, we get null back for the logged in member. And this is another button that opens a sheet, but on the left side instead of the right side, and it takes up the full width. So here we will need another state. Const is open and set is open, which we initialize with a use state of false. Here we return a fragment in which we put our button that opens the sheet. In this button we want to render the menu icon. We give this button the icon size. We set the variant to ghost. And we set the class names to inline flags and LG hidden. Because on the LG breakpoint we hide this mobile menu, right? And when we click this button, we want to set is open to true, to open the sidebar. Okay, below this button, still inside the fragment, we put the sheet, the same that we used in the shopping cart button. We set open to the isOpenState, and for onOpenChange we pass the state setter. Inside the sheet we put the sheet content, and here we can define the side prop, which we can set to left to open this from the left side, and with width full we give this the full width. In here we put a sheet header, and in there we put a sheet title, and this title will say navigation. Then below the header, still inside the content, we put a div with flex col, item center, space y10, and a vertical padding of 10. And in here we put these different elements. We start with the search field, which is our search field component. Before we continue, let's save this and let's put it into our navbar so that we can see it on the screen. Here inside the header, then we have div, and here I want to put the mobile menu, to which we have to forward props, but it looks like I haven't added them to the component yet. We have to destructure them here. Mobile menu props, collections and logged in member. Now we can pass them here. We have both of them already available because we fetched them up here. Let's save this as well and see what we see on the screen. Okay, I forgot to add the use client directive at the top of the mobile menu component. Again, because the navbar is a server component, so let's add this here, save this, and there we go. Now we have the sidebar. Okay, back to the search field in the mobile menu. I want to set this to width full because this looks better. Then I want to render a link to /shop and then a link to each collection and then our user button. So still inside this div below the search field, we create a UL with space y5, text center and text LG. Here we put a list item that contains a next link to /shop, and we style this with font semi-bold and hover underline. Close this and this will say shop. And this is our link to the /shop page. So still inside the UL tag, below the list item, we want to map our collections to menu items as well. So we take each collection and we render another list item. We need a key, which is the ID of the collection. And again in here we put a next link that points us to the collection page. Backtick string /collections/ and then collection.slug. And we style this in the same way. So let me copy this, put it here, close the link tag, and the name will be the collection's name. There we go. All our different collections. And right below the UL, right here, we put our user button, which needs the logged in member as a prop. And now we have it here as well. Okay, but if we click any of these links, this sheet doesn't close automatically. To fix this, we could again add an on-click listener to our links, but we can also handle it differently. We can go up and use the path name, which we get from use path name. And we will also listen for the search params, use search params. And then we create a use effect below our states. which will listen to the path name and the search params in the dependency array. And whenever any of these values changes, we set is open back to false. So now this component will automatically listen for the current path and filters, and if they change, it will close itself. So now when we navigate to one of these pages, it closes. Okay, and on larger screens, of course, our mobile menu disappears. There's just one thing that's not great right now. If we open this and we make the screen big, the mobile menu doesn't automatically close. But here we have this breakpoint where we don't show the mobile menu anymore, so I think it would be better if this automatically closes. But this is up to personal preference. I'm going to show you how to do this. For this we need to listen to one of our screen breakpoints, here LG. But up until now we have only used these breakpoints in CSS classes. But now we need to use them in JavaScript logic. And there is a way to get these breakpoint values in JavaScript. For this, let's go to our utils file once again, because here I want to set something up. We go to the top, we import resolve config from tailwind CSS /resolve config, and then we import tailwind config from, and this is placed in the root folder. This is the tailwind config file. So to get there from our utils file, we have to write /tailwind config. We need these two imports. And then here we can export const twconfig equals. We call resolve config, which is a function, and pass the tailwind config to it. I found this in the tailwind documentation. And now we can get different values like our colors and breakpoints out of this object in JavaScript. Let's try this out back in our mobile menu. I want to put another use effect here. And here I want to listen for whenever the screen size changes, so that I can close the mobile menu if necessary, when we get beyond a certain threshold. And in React, you add these listeners in a use effect because they are side effects. And it works the following way. We create this const handle resize, and in here we store a function. We store this function in a const. This checks if window.innerWidth is greater than, and then we want to use our tailwind breakpoint. We have to pass this into a number, and here we use our twconfig that we just created, and in here we find theme, screens, and here we find the LG breakpoint. As you can see, this is a string, but we turn this into a number, and if the screen size is bigger than this, then we want to set this open to false, right, to close the menu sidebar. Okay, and then below this const we have to add an event listener for this, which we do with window.addEventListener. Then the event we want to listen for, it's called resize. And the second argument is the handler. So now we listen for the resize event and we trigger this logic. But as you already know, a use effect can be called multiple times. So we also have to add a cleanup function. And you do this by returning a function from use effect. Here we can remove this event listener. I explain this in more detail in my React Best Practices course, which is my free email course that I mentioned in the beginning. Go to codingandflow.com/reactbestpractices and get it for free. There we talk about this topic and a lot of other stuff. Okay, but in a nutshell, what we need to do is we return window.removeEventListener for the same resize event, and we pass the same handle resize handler value here. So if this use effect runs a second time, it will first remove the previous event listener before it adds a new one. And when the component unmounts, so when we close this component, then it will also remove the event listener. This is what this return value here is for. It cleans up the use effect. And now this should work. It should listen to this LG breakpoint. So let's try this out. Save everything. open this, and as soon as we reach the LG breakpoint, the menu should close automatically. Let's see. And LG. And it closes. Did you see it? This is what we achieved with this use effect. Let's see it again. Boom, it closes. Very nice. And width full is only applied on very small screens. So if I zoom in a little bit further, then it takes up the full width. But if the screen has more room, it doesn't take up the full width. There is one more little change we have to do with our current setup. If we deploy the project like this, we will get this error. It will tell us that we have to wrap use search params in our mobile menu into a suspense boundary. Normally this should only be necessary if you have pages that are statically cached. There you have to wrap use search params into the suspense boundary, otherwise it switches to client-side rendering, which you don't want. As I already explained, all our pages are dynamic, so this shouldn't be a problem normally. But for some reason in the navbar, this still wants us to wrap the use search params into a suspense. I don't know exactly why. It seems that there is some automatically generated page that is maybe statically cached and that renders our navbar because it's in our layout, and it seems like this is the reason why we have to wrap it into suspense. But what we have to do is, in our mobile menu, we have the search params hook, which means that we have to go into the navbar and we have to wrap the whole mobile menu into suspense. This will get us rid of the error. It won't actually change anything about the behavior. Everything will look the same, but this is required to work. Okay, now our page looks really nice and responsive. And next I want to implement the checkout. For the checkout, I want to put a new file into our Wix API folder. Right here, new file called checkout.tsx for all functions related to a checkout. We export an async function that we call get checkout URL for current cart. I think this is self-explaining, and it needs the Wix client. Then we destructure a const. We call await Wix client dot current cart dot create checkout from current cart, parentheses curly braces, and here we have to set the channel type to checkout dot channel type dot web. This is described in the Wix documentation. This is just a setting we have to pass here. And in this const we can find the checkout ID. And from this checkout ID we can generate a redirect URL. This looks very similar to what we did when we redirect the user to the login page, right? Because the checkout page is also managed by Wix. So we destructure another const. We call await Wix client dot redirects dot create redirect session, parentheses curly braces. We pass ecom checkout. And here we pass the checkout ID we just generated. And then we pass the callbacks block where we define where we want to redirect to after the checkout is over. The post flow URL is where we get redirected to if we abort the checkout, because we pass the success page URL separately. So here we pass the current URL, which we can get from window.location.href. That's the current URL we are on right now. And then we can also pass the thank you page URL, for which we will set up a new page. Here we pass env.nextPublicBase URL, and we append /checkout success. We will later set up this page. And here in this const, we find the redirect session. We check if it is defined. If it's undefined, we want to throw an error because something went wrong. Failed to create redirect session. But if it went successful, we want to return redirect session.full URL. That's the API function. Again, we want to wrap this into a hook. So a new file in the hooks folder that we also call checkout.ts. Export function, use cart checkout. Here we need our toast in case there is an error. And we also need a state again, while the redirect is in progress. Pending and set pending. And we initialize this with a use state of false. Then in here we put an async function called start checkout flow. And at the end of this hook, we return an object that contains start checkout flow and also this pending flag. Again, I decided to not use mutation here because we have to handle our own loading state that stays true until the redirect is over. The normal use mutation loading state doesn't quite work for this, and I didn't see any benefit in using use mutation in here. So this is why I didn't use it, but again, it's an option. So at the start of this function, we set pending to true. Then we put a try catch block in here. In the catch block, we set pending back to false. We want to log the error to the console. And we also want to show an error toast. As usual, with variant destructive. And the text will say, failed to load checkout. Please try again. In the try block, we want to get our checkout URL from await, get checkout URL for current cart, which is our API function, and we are in the browser, so we pass the Wix browser client. And if we get this URL successfully, then we want to redirect with window.location.href, and we set this to the checkout URL. Okay, this will redirect us to Wix managed checkout page, and set pending will be true for the whole time so that we have a loading state. Next, we want to create a checkout button component where we call this hook. So let's put this into the components folder. If I can find it, new file, checkout button.tsx. Will be a rather small component. It will take props, but those are just the normal button props from the ShadCN button. We don't need any custom props in here. Here we call our useCart checkout hook. We destructure our start checkout flow function and the pending boolean. And then we return a loading button. When we click this loading button, it calls start checkout flow. The button will be loading while its pending is true. And then we apply the remaining button props like this, so that we can style this button from the outside or pass any other props. And it will just say checkout. And that's already it. Okay, save this. Next we go to the shopping cart button, because here is where we put the checkout button. Right now this is just a placeholder button. We change this button tag here to checkout button. We give this a self-closing tag because the text is already defined inside the component. So we can also delete these two lines. But we keep these two props. Save everything. And before we try this out, I also want to set up the success page that we reference here. Checkout success. So remember this path name, because we now put a page in there. Right click on app, checkout -success /page.tsx. Let's first export the metadata to set the page title to checkout success or whatever you want. And then we export a default function called page. In here we render a main tag with mx auto, flex, max width 3XL this time, doesn't need to be so big, flex col, item center, space y5, and our usual horizontal padding of 5 and vertical padding of 10. In here we put a headline with text 3XL and font bold that says "We received your order," and below we put a text. A summary of your order was sent to your email address. And that's it for now. Later we will also show the actual order that we did on this page, but for now this is enough. Okay, but if we click the checkout button now, it shouldn't work yet. We get an error. Let's see in the console. Site must accept payments to create checkout. So you can see in the console what is wrong. So let's go into our Wix backend. And here we already have this warning at the top that we have to add a payment method. You can also find it here in the settings. And then somewhere here it says accept payments. We have to enable this. And you can connect Stripe and PayPal and many other options. But as I explained before, the easiest option to use in development is manual payments, because then we can do a checkout without actually paying anything. So let's set up manual payment. And here we can add instructions. Just give me the money, bro. We can connect this. And then we have a payment method. But again, there are many other options available that are better for production. Here are even more. And again, this is why I like a backend like Wix, because they handle all of this for you. Okay, and in order to use the checkout functionality, you will need a paid plan on Wix, so you have to upgrade your plan. If you don't want to do this now, if you just want to build this project for personal use or for your portfolio, then you can also skip this step. Everything else will still work, just the checkout button will not work. There are timestamps on this video, so you can skip the parts where we implemented checkout, or you can just watch them without following along to see how I do this. But I will now upgrade my account. So even the lowest plan will give you a free domain, and checkout will work, and you also get a custom domain. And the higher you go, the more features you get. And what I like about the most expensive one is that you have actually unlimited storage, which is really cool for letting users upload files. Here, it's unlimited. And we never have to worry that our storage is full. Anyway, you can compare these different plans here, but again, if you don't want to get one, you can still follow along with the rest of the tutorial. So I went ahead and got a paid plan. Now we can select our free URL, but we will take care of this later. Now that we have a payment method connected and a paid plan, we should be able to check out. But I want to add another product to the cart, doesn't matter which one, just so that we have different ones in there. Maybe also the white one. Okay, let's change the number here and then check out. This is the loading state that we set up in our hook. We get redirected to the managed checkout page, which is under this Wix URL. We can later customize this URL. We are automatically logged into our account because this information is forwarded automatically from our page to this managed checkout page. Here again we see an overview of the products and the different options. And here we can now fill this out. Florian, Walter, a random phone number. Let's say United States. Again, I'm gonna pick a random street here. I don't know, Street MD USA in Maryland. Here we can enter promo code and all of this stuff. You can read about this in the documentation. Continue. Delivery method. We can change this in our Wix backend. You can set up different shipping options with different prices. We will take care of this in a moment. For now, we just have free shipping. And this is the manual payment method, the only one I have connected. If you connect multiple ones, then you can pick between these different options. Okay, place order and pay. Let's try this out. And we get redirected to the checkout success page. But we don't see anything because I forgot the return statement here. So let's put this here, save this, and then we see this message. Now one thing you will notice is that the card is not reset automatically. It will be reset after we refresh the page. We will fix this in a moment. We also automatically get sent this email as the shop owner with a summary of the order. And the person who bought the product also gets an email sent automatically with our logo and the shop name and a summary of the order. Nice. Let's once again take a look at the settings of our Wix project. So here we click on settings and then we go into the checkout settings. Let's take a look at the stuff we can change here. For example, we can change the header. We can decide what is shown here, the logo or the text. You can play around with this if you want. You can enable different policies, which then have to be accepted on the checkout page. So this all changes how the checkout page looks. Again, you can play around with this, enable different options, see what they do. And at the bottom, we have this Wix checkout requirements app. With apps, you can add additional features to your Wix project. And when we open this and go to it, we can set minimum requirements for a checkout. So a certain amount of products they have to buy, for example. Now this app might not yet work for you. Maybe it's not installed yet, or when you open it, it says something like it's not activated yet. Now this app is not extremely important, but nevertheless, let's enable it. For this, we go to resources, and here we can find the app market, where you find these different apps. Here we can search for example, checkout requirements to install this app. Here it is. Add to site. This way you can enable this. Then you probably have to select your project and then it's installed in your project. Before we go ahead, I want to go to the App Store once again. And I want to install another app called Members Area. This one will be necessary to have our checkout pre-filled with the previous data automatically. So we install this one as well, add it to the site. And then what we have to do is we actually have to go to the editor by clicking this design site button here. Then there will probably be a pop-up that says installing Wix checkout requirements, installing Wix members area. At the moment, opening this editor is necessary in order to properly install these apps and activate their features. I consider this a bug because for headless development this should not be necessary, and I told the Wix team about it. I assume that in the future you don't have to open this editor anymore, but just for now, to be sure, open the Wix editor and it should enable these apps. And now here in the sidebar, under site pages and menus, we should find members area. And when we click on manage member pages, under account settings, it should say addresses is in here. This one here is currently necessary in order to get our checkout automatically filled with the previous address that we typed in. Again, I assume that in the future this will work automatically, but for now this is necessary. We don't have to save or publish the project, we can just close the editor and this should now be enabled. Okay, but both of these features are not essential to the project, so if this didn't work for you, don't worry, you can still follow along with the rest of the tutorial or leave a comment under the video and we can try to figure this out together. Then let's also take a look at customers and leads, contacts. Here we should see our members, that's one ourselves, and then this other account that I signed up with and checked out. Here we can show more details about this user, and there we should also find the orders that this user did. I did a second order to test something, but this was our first order. Here we can see more details, and the address is also saved in the account right here. And I encourage you to play around with these different settings in the backend, because there are many more features you can add, like different marketing integrations. You can set up other automations. You can handle abandoned carts if someone created a cart but they didn't check out, and all of this stuff. Let's take a look once again into the settings and go to shipping, if I can find it. Shipping and fulfillment. Here you can set up different shipping regions and different shipping options and prices. Let's try this out. For example, we added domestic, which for me is Germany and surrounding states. Instead of free shipping, we can select other options. For example, a flat rate. We can give it a name, standard shipping. The delivery time, let's set this to 3 to 5 business days, and a price for it, $9.99 for example. And then we can say, if you buy at least for $40, then you get free shipping. You can configure all of this here, save this, and this will then be reflected on our checkout page. Here you can also connect fulfillment services, and let's also change international shipping. For all other countries, again, we set a flat rate, or one of these other options. We call it worldwide shipping, 7 to 14 business days maybe. The rate is more expensive. And again, free shipping if we get above $300. Save this as well. And the next time we go to the checkout page, we should see these changes. So let's create a new cart. Add a product here. Remember, this is only loading so long because we have an artificial delay in here. We will remove this before deploying this project. Yeah, the toast message is placed above the checkout button. We can fix this later. We click on checkout. And then we should see these new delivery costs. You can also do another checkout with your address, and then the third time you check out, this address should be saved, because we did enable this members area app. Only after enabling it, this will actually save and reuse your address the next time you check out. But here you can see we have worldwide shipping selected because the address is United States. If I change the address to Germany, it would say domestic shipping for $9.99. You can go ahead and do another checkout, and then we want to leave one of these checkout success pages here open where the order ID is in the URL. Because next we want to fetch and show this order here. For this we create another file in our Wix API folder. Right here. New file. We call it orders.ts for all functions that are related to orders. We export an async function called getOrder. To it, as usual, we have to pass our Wix client and a second argument. And again, if it's only 2 arguments, I don't create an interface for it. I just put it in here as another argument. The order ID as a string. Then we wrap this into try-catch. We call return await. The await keyword is important because again, otherwise it will not catch it here. Wix client dot orders dot get order, to which we pass the order ID. Pretty simple. And we try catch it because if this order doesn't exist, we get an error. But we don't want to show an error here on our page. Instead, we just usually want to return null and then handle this non-existing order. So again, we have to check if, and then we make 2 pairs of parentheses, because again, we have to cast error to as any. Unfortunately, there is no type for this. Then again, dot details, dot application error, in camel case, make sure to spell this correctly, dot code. If this is equal to not underscore found in all uppercase, then this order doesn't exist and we want to return null. This is similar to what we did for user data earlier, if you remember. Otherwise, we want to rethrow the error. Then I want to create a component that shows a single order, which we will use here, but also later on our profile page. So first of all, let's save this orders.ts file. Then right click on the components folder. Our project is getting quite big. And we call it order.tsx. Export default function order. And this will also need props. We need to pass the order itself, which we get from orders, from Wix ecom.order. That's the type. And we want to destructure it here. Looks like I forgot the function keyword. Coding is hard. Order props. There we go. For now, let's return null and take care of this in a moment. I first want to put this component onto the success page. Check out success, which is this page here that is still opened. And as I explained in the URL, is the order ID that we want to fetch. So we need to get the search param out of the URL. We already know how to do this. We get it via the page props. In here are the search params, and in there is the order ID. Make sure to spell this exactly like the key of the search param in here, in camel case, order ID. We need this value here in our page. We are in a server component, so we can fetch data in here. Let's make this an async function. And then I want to fetch two things, the order, but also the logged in user. So we store the Wix client in a variable. Then we destructure an array again, because we want to call await promise.all to execute them in parallel. Parentheses, square brackets. In here we want to call getOrder from our API layer, to which we pass the Wix client and this order ID from the URL. And we also want to get the logged in member, which needs the Wix client. And then we can destructure these values here in this array. We get the order and we get the logged in member. Below we say if exclamation mark order, if it doesn't exist, we want to redirect to the not found page. Otherwise we want to render it below. Below the paragraph tag, we put an h2 headline with text 2XL and font bold that says order details. And right below it we want to render one of our order components to which we pass the order that we fetched server side. And below I also want to check if we have a logged in member, because remember we can also check out without logging in, without creating an account. In which case we don't want to show this part here below. Here I want to put a next link that points to /profile. We style this with block, text primary and hover underline. And this will say view all your orders, because on the profile page we display all the past orders of the user. So let's save this. There we go. Our order component doesn't render anything yet. So let's go back to the order.tsx file. Okay, we return the null and instead we want to render a div. We style this div with width full, space y5, border and p5. In here we put another div with flags, flags wrap, item center and gap 3. In this inner div we put a span with font bold, which will render the order number. So we write order, then this pound symbol or hashtag for Gen Z. And in here in an expression we render order.number. There we go. This was our first order. That's the one that's opened here. Then I also want to render the date of the order. So below we put another expression. First we check if order.createdDate is defined, because it can be undefined. Only then we can render the date. In here we put another span, and in here, in an expression, we call format date, which we have to import manually. Import destructure from datefns. That's the package we installed in the beginning. And in here is this format date function. We call this down here. To it we pass order.createdDate again. And then the formatting pattern, which we define as a string, like this: 3 uppercase m's, 1 lowercase d, comma, and then 4 times a y, which formats the date like this. There are different ways to format a date by changing this template, but I want this short version here. And then below the created date, still inside the div, we put another next link, which will say need help. Before we take care of the href, we style this link with MS-Auto, text SM, and hover underline. MS-Auto will put it on the right side. To compile this, let's put a backtick string in here, so that TypeScript is happier. Yeah, MS-Auto adds this margin at the start, which puts this button to the right side. We could have also wrapped these other 2 elements into another div and then make this outer div justify between to get this element to the right side, but this has the same effect. You can also use a margin auto. And when we click this link, I simply want to open the email client of the user and pre-fill it with a headline so that the user can send us a support email. So first what we do is we create another constant in the constants file, export const, support email, and what you set it to doesn't matter. I'm gonna set it to support at, and then the URL I will give my project is probably nextflowshop.com. We will later set up this URL together. Again, on Wix we get a free URL if we get a premium account, but you can pick whatever URL you want. And later, if you want to deploy this project and actually sell products, then you can create an email inbox for this email address and actually receive and reply to these emails. But for now, you can add any email address here you want. We just need this constant. Okay, and then in this backtick string, we write the following: mail to in our lowercase colon. This opens the email client. Then we pass the address where we want to mail this to our support email, right? And then in form of search params, we can actually pre-fill the subject line and also the content if we want. So $subject equals, then we add another variable with $sign curly braces, and we have to encode this as a URL so that we can put special characters in here. But into encode URI component, we put another backtick string with the subject line that we want. The subject line will say order space, then again this hashtag symbol, then again as a variable order.number, and afterwards help. So it will say order number 1 help, for example. Then we have closing parenthesis, closing curly brace, still inside the backtick string. We write $sign body equals, because this way we can also pre-fill the body of the email. And another variable. Again, we have to URI encode it. Again, we pass a backtick string. And here we write I need help with order number. And again, I want to render the order number here. What you put into this email is not so important. It's just a nice to have feature. Then we make 2 line breaks with \n, and then in angle brackets, I write describe your problem. So this is just a placeholder. So this looks a bit complex, but this creates this email link. Type this out if you want. It's not vital to the project. And then let's save this and try this out. When I click this, it opens this mail to link. And it generates this email to support@nextflowshop.com, and the subject line and the text we put in there And then we can replace this part for our problem description. Anyway, we don't want to send this email. So let's go back to the checkout page. Below our link, we have this div clothing tag. We go between these two, and here we put another div with flex, flex wrap, gap 3 and text SM. In here we put another div with basis 96. We have used this Tailwind class before. And another div with space y 0.5 and another div with flex, item center, gap 3 and font semi-bold actually. Okay. And then in here I want to put a span that says subtotal. And here we render order.price summary. Again, you can print this order JSON on the screen if you want to see all the information. Dot subtotal dot formatted amount. We want to render it in an order as well. There we go. And next to it, I want to put a badge that indicates if the order has been paid or not. And for this, we have this order.payment status value. And this can have different constant values, like not paid, paid, partially refunded, and so on. But these values are not really readable. We need to turn them into readable text, which we do the following way. We go at the top of our component. We create a const payment status map. This will be a record. The key of the record will be orders.paymentStatus. Those are the different constants you just saw. And the value will be a string. Then we assign this to an object. And now we can take each key of these payment statuses, each constant, and map it to a readable string. So in the first element, between square brackets, we put orders.paymentStatus.paid, colon, and the text for it will be paid. I think if we try to put an arbitrary string in here, TypeScript will complain because we defined that the key has to be one of these payment status constants. Then we add a comma here. Then let's duplicate this line 6 times, so 7 times in total because we have a bunch of them. We have not paid, and the text will say not paid. We have fully refunded, in which case we will just say refunded. We have partially paid. We write partially paid. We have partially refunded. Partially refunded. We have pending. This will also say pending. And we have unspecified, in which case we will say no information. Then below I want to create a second map for the fulfillment status, which again is passed to us as constants. So we create a const fulfillment status map. I always forget how to spell fulfillment. Not sure if this is correct, but doesn't matter. Again, this is a record. The key is of type orders.fulfillment status. And again, the value is a human readable string. The first key is orders.fulfillmentStatus.fulfilled, which will say delivered, comma, and we duplicate it 2 times. We have not fulfilled. This will say not sent, but of course you can type whatever you want. And partially fulfilled, which will say partially delivered. Then we create 2 const below where we get the correct value out of this map and store it in a variable. So const payment status equals, we take order.payment status, we check if it is defined because it can be undefined. If it is defined, we want to get the corresponding string out of our map, like this. And if it's undefined, we set the payment status to null, because then we don't have this information. And we do the same for the fulfillment status. Order.fulfillment status, question mark, fulfillment status map, order.fulfillment status, and null if it doesn't exist. And I just realized that fulfillment has one L in the beginning. So let's change the name of this variable here, and also the name of the map, and also down here. There we go. Okay, now below our subtitle span, I want to put a badge from our UI components folder. In here I want to render the payment status, or if it is null, which can be the case, it will say no information. And I want to style this badge. We use the cn function. We start with the default styling, which is bg secondary and text secondary foreground, comma, and then I want to put conditionals in here. If order.paymentStatus is equal to orders.paymentStatus.notPaid, which is one of these constants, two ampersand signs, then I want to set the background to a red 500 and the text to white, comma, and similarly, if order.paymentStatus is equal to orders.paymentStatus.paid, then I want to set bg green 500 and again text white. So if the order is not paid, like right now, this will be red. If the order has been paid, it will be green. Then below this div, after the badge closing tag, we put another div with font semi-bold. We put this into a new line. And here I want to render the fulfillment status, but just as a normal text. And again, if this is not defined, it will say no information. Then we have a div closing tag and another div closing tag. I want to go right below. And here, guess what? I want to put another div with the class name divide y, which adds a divider line between all elements that we put in here. Because here we want to render the line items of this order, so all the products we ordered. We can get them from order.lineItems. We want to map this. We want to take each item. And then we want to render the image and the name and so on of this item. For this we need to create another component below. Let's call it order item. It of course needs the item as a prop. Order item props. This item is of type orders dot order line item. We destructure it here. And then we can render it below in a div. For now, let's go up and let's render it here. So we render one order item. We set the key to the item's ID. And then we pass the item itself. And then let's finish this component itself. We style this div with flex wrap, a gap of 3, vertical padding of 5. And for the last element, I want to set the padding bottom to 0. Instead of vertical margin with the space y classes, I set an internal padding in here, y, because this divider adds a horizontal line and it only looks correct if you add the padding. Maybe let's save this and let's show you what I mean. So here let me write item. This is this divider line, which is created by this divide y class. If I remove this vertical padding just for a moment, then this will all stick together. If I instead added the space y5 class, then it wouldn't look right. It would like this, not even. So instead we have to add a padding here. But this last element shouldn't have this additional padding at the bottom, because then there is too much space. And this way we set the padding of the last element in this list to 0. Okay. In here I want to render a Wix image, and I'm still very proud of this component because I think we wrote a really nice reusable component with advanced TypeScript. To it we pass the media identifier, which is the item.image. Again, you can render this whole item in the screen if you want to see all the data in there. This is what I did in the beginning. I want to set width and height both to 110 pixels. Again, this gets resized by the Wix server. We set the alt text to item.productName.translated, or if this is undefined, it will say product image. And we style this image with flex none so that it doesn't shrink if there is not much space. And again, BG secondary. Yeah, and there are the images of this order. So below the Wix image, we put a div with space y 0.5. So really small spacing. This is a flex row, so this will be put on the right side here. In here as the first line, I want to put a paragraph tag with line clamp 1, so it doesn't get bigger than one line, and font bold. And here I want to render item.productName.translated. Below another paragraph tag, unstyled, where we render item.quantity, then an X, and then item.price.formatted amount, similar to our shopping cart. Okay, almost done. Below this paragraph tag, we put an expression, 2 exclamation marks. If item.descriptionLines.length is defined and greater than 0, then we want to render these product options as well. Again, in form of paragraph tags. Here we put item.descriptionLines.map. We take each of these lines, and then I want to render a simple text. Line.colorinfo.translated, if this is a color option, or if it's not a color, the name of the option. We have used this before, right? Line.plaintext.translated. So this is how this whole thing looks. And I also want to join this map call with commas into one string. So comma space. And again, this looks the same as our shopping cart. Now we see these different options here. Okay, and lastly, here on the right side, I also want to print the shipping address. So let's see where we put this. We have 4 div closing tags. We go between 2 of them on each side, right here. And we need the shipping destination, which I want to store in a variable. So again, here at the top, above the return statement, we create a const shipping destination, and we assign it to order.shippinginfo.logistics or logistics.shipping destination. We store this in a variable because then we don't have to repeat this over and over again. Then we go back down here. We check if shipping destination is defined, in which case we want to render it. But again, this should always be defined, but we still have to check it because theoretically it could be undefined. Here we put another div with space y 0.5. It needs a closing tag, of course. In here we put another div. For some reason it doesn't generate this closing tag, which will say delivery address colon. And I want to style this inner div with font semi-bold. Then below this inner div, but still inside this outer div, we put a bunch of paragraph tags again. In the first one we render shipping destination dot contact details dot first name, then a space like this, and then shipping destination dot contact details dot last name. Then below this paragraph tag, we add another one where we render shipping destination dot address dot street address dot name, again a space in an expression, and then shipping address dot street address dot number. Another paragraph tag, we are almost done, I promise. Shipping destination dot address dot postal code, again a space here, shipping destination dot address dot city, and one more paragraph tag, the last one, shipping destination dot address dot subdivision. I forgot what exactly this was. And then still inside these curly braces, we write two ampersand signs. If this is undefined, we want to show instead shipping destination dot address dot country. Or I said this was the last paragraph tag, but we actually need one more that we style with font semi-bold. And this one will render order dot shipping info dot title, which, if I remember correctly, is the shipping method that we picked. Yeah, free shipping in this case, and here's our address. So this is what we render here, and later we can reuse this order component on our profile page to show all the past orders. But I think it looks really nice, doesn't it? Really professional. But we still have the problem that the cart doesn't reset back to 0 immediately after a checkout. Instead, we had to refresh the page because unfortunately the cart state is not updated on the Wix server immediately. It takes a moment. So we have to create a workaround for this. For this, let's go into our Wix API's cart.ts file again. And here at the bottom, I want to put a function to clear our cart, which is useful to have. Export async function clear cart. And as usual, we have to pass the Wix client to it. In here we put a try catch block. And in the try block we call return await Wix client dot current cart dot delete current cart. You can use this to completely delete a cart and all line items in it. Again, there is a special error that we have to watch out for. This is why we put a try catch in here. Let's copy this if else block from the top, from the get cart function. Put it in here. But the error code is actually the same. Owned cart not found. We don't even have to change this. This can throw the same error, which we just want to ignore. But we don't have to return null because this function doesn't need to return anything. Instead, we just return. And if it's another kind of error, then we rethrow it as usual. Let's save this and create a new hook for it. So hook cart.ts. At the bottom, export function, use clear cart. We need a query client in here to update the cache. We return a use mutation, parentheses curly braces. The mutation function is an arrow function that calls our clear cart function from the API layer, and it passes the Wix browser client to it. Doesn't need any other arguments. And then we implement the onSuccess callback, but we don't need any of these values here. We simply want to set our cart back to null to remove the cart data from our React query cache. So we take the query client, call set query data, we pass the query key, which is our cart key, and for the value we pass null, so that we set our cart back to null. And then afterwards, it makes also sense to refetch the query to get the latest data in case meanwhile it has changed. So afterwards, we call query client invalidate queries. We pass the query key in curly braces, and this way we refetch this data right after. And then after the onSuccess function, I want to add this retry option and set it to 3. This is a pretty cool feature of React Query. If this operation fails for some reason, then we will retry it for 3 times. But of course this is optional, you don't have to add this. And then when we open our checkout success page, I want to run the useClearCart mutation to reset the cart manually and clear the cache. This way we reset our cart back to 0 ourselves to work around this problem that we have, that we don't get the empty cart immediately from the Wix server. Now, our checkout success page is a server component, which means that we can't call our hook in here. So we put this into a separate file. Still inside the checkout success folder, we create a new file called clearcart.tsx. This will just be a very small wrapper component around our useClearCart hook. This has to be a client component. This is the reason why we create this in the first place. And we export a default function with the same name. Here we need our mutation, useClearCart. We destructure the mutate function out of it. And we want to call it as soon as this component comes onto the screen. So as soon as this page is rendered. So we add a use effect. For the function we just pass mutate. And then we also have to pass mutate as the dependency. This way this use effect will be called as soon as this component mounts. And since this is a component, we also have to return a UI. But we don't actually want to render anything. This is just for behavior, for logic, not for UI elements. So we return null and then we save this and we go back to the success page. Now one thing we want to avoid is that a user navigates back to this page and they accidentally clear their newer cart after they already have added items again. So I also want to check how old this order is, and only if it was made within the last, say, 5 minutes, I actually want to clear the cart. So here below not found, we create a const, order created date. We assign it to order.createdDate. We check if it is defined. If it is defined, we wrap it into a new date because this is actually a string. Even though the type says date, if we actually use this value, it's a string. So the TypeScript declaration here is wrong. We turn this into a date with the new date constructor. If it's undefined, we set this to null. Then at the end of our main tag, we check if order created date is defined and order created date dot get time, which is a function that gives us the milliseconds, is greater than date.now, which is also a function, minus 60,000, so 60,000 milliseconds, that's 1 minute, times 5 minutes. If both these conditions are true, we want to render our clearCart component, which then executes the use effect, which then clears our cart with this mutation. But again, this will only happen if this order was made within the last 5 minutes. So if I refresh the page, it will not clear the cart because this order is older than 5 minutes. This is exactly what we want. But let's try another checkout. Okay, so the address is pre-filled, delivery method, place order, and then when we get redirected to the success page, after a short moment, this is set back to 0 automatically. You could see the 1 for 1 moment, but then we cleared the cart and we updated the cache. And when you work with third-party APIs, then you sometimes have to work around these little problems. And next, I want to implement this Buy Now button that we have for each product, where we can go to the checkout immediately for this one product without adding it to the cart first. So let's implement this next. To implement our Buy Now button, we will add another function to the checkout.ts file in our API folder. We already have get checkout URL for current cart. Now we want one for a single product. So we export an async function that we call get checkout URL for product. This will take the Wix client as usual and then some additional values for which we create an interface, which we also export. Get checkout URL for product values. To the checkout from cart function, we didn't have to pass any products because this was all handled by the cart internally. But here we have to pass the product that we want to create a checkout for. It's of type products.product as usual. We also need a quantity, right? And we need the selected options, which are, remember, of type record, string, string. Then we pass and destructure these values down here. Get checkout values, product, quantity, and the selected options. And remember, from the selected options, we can get the selected variant via our find variant function, to which we have to pass the product and the selected options. Then we destructure a const and we call await Wix client dot checkout dot create checkout parentheses curly braces. We have to set the same channel type as up here. So let's copy this line down here, comma, and now we also have to pass the line items, colon, square brackets, and then curly braces. In here we put one line item. Just like when we put it into our cart, we have to define the catalog reference. So this is nothing new for us. We have to pass the app ID, which is the Wix store's app ID constant that we also used when we add an item to a cart. We need the ID of the product as the catalog item ID. And then we set the options again. We check if selected variant is defined, in which case we have to pass this object with the variant ID. And if it's not defined, we have to pass this object that contains the selected options. And then at the end of this line item, we also pass the quantity. And out of this, we get an underscore ID, similarly to how we got a checkout ID up here, and from this we create a new redirect session. So let's go back down after this const ID, down here. We check if ID is not defined. Then we want to throw an error because something went wrong. It should be defined. Failed to create checkout. But if it is defined, we want to create this new redirect session via await Wix client dot redirects dot create redirect session parentheses curly braces. Then again we pass this ecom checkout value, which is an object that takes the checkout ID, and that's this underscore ID from above, from the create checkout function. Then we pass callbacks here again, and they should be the same as for the cart checkout. The post flow URL and the thank you page URL are the same. So let's copy them, put them down here. From this we get this redirect session. Again, this can be undefined, so we have to check it. Actually, let's copy this from above again. Here, if exclamation mark redirect session, put it down here. But if it is defined, we want to return it. Redirect session dot full URL. Okay, and now we have a checkout function for a single product. Again, we abstracted all of this logic into a really nice function where we have to pass the minimum number of arguments. So let's create a hook for this. In the hooks folder, we open our checkout.ts file, go to the bottom, export function, let's call it use quick by, but the name is up to you. You can also call it use by product or whatever. We need our good old use toast in here in case there is an error. Again, we need this pending state. Let me copy this so I don't have to type this out again. Then we need an async function called start checkout flow, to which we will pass our get checkout URL for product values. And just like for our cart checkout, I don't use mutation here because I didn't really see the use for it. So instead we create this function to which we pass these arguments. We set pending to true at the start of this function. And then we need a try catch block. Similar to what we had above. And we can actually copy the whole content of the catch block. I think we can actually copy the whole try catch block and make slight changes. We change get checkout URL for current cart to get checkout URL for product, where we pass the Wix browser client and the values that we pass to this function when we call it. But the rest can stay the same. And I get an error because the reformatting shortcut for me sometimes break these import statements. I don't know why, but I'm gonna add these imports back in and then it should work. Okay, but this hook is not done yet because we haven't returned these values yet, right? Actually, we can copy this line here again from the hook above and paste it here. We want to return this function and a pending boolean. Then let's create a component for this buy now button. Let's put it into the components folder. Buy now button.tsx. We export it here. We need props. And I also want these props to extend the normal button props from chatcn. Here we need the same values that we have to pass to our API function. We need a product. We need a quantity. And we need the selected options, which are a record of type string string. And then we destructure these values by now button props, product, quantity, selected options, and I also want to destructure the class name and the remaining button props, right? It will be a pretty small component. Here we want to call our use quick by hook so that we can redirect to the checkout page. In here is the start checkout flow function and the pending state. And then we return a loading button. Inside this loading button we put this credit card icon. It doesn't matter if you use credit card or credit card icon, they both render the same thing. And the text will say buy now. And then we configure this loading button. When we click it, we want to call start checkout flow, parentheses, curly braces, and in here we forward the product, the quantity, and the selected options, which we pass to the button. The button is loading if pending is true. We set the variant to secondary to change the color of the button, make it a bit more subtle. And we style it. We use the cn function. We add our default styling, flex and gap 3 to position this text and the icon properly. And then the optional class names that we can pass from the outside. And lastly, we want to apply these rest props. And then this button is done as well. Now we just have to put it in our page, in the product details component. This is also where we have the add to cart button. Let's open a product. And I want to put the buy now button next to it, but in a smaller size. So we wrap this into another div with flex, item center and a gap of 2.5. We put the div closing tag below the add to cart button. And here we want to put our new buy now button, which needs the product, the selected options, the quantity. Actually, the props look pretty much the same as our add to cart button, which they also should. And we also want to set this to disabled if we exceeded the available quantity or there is no quantity available anymore. And this button gets a self-closing tag because the text is already defined inside it. And since we set this one here to width full, this will take up as much space as possible, and the buy now button only takes up as much space as it needs. Looks pretty nice, doesn't it? Yeah, and now it should work. When we click it, we have a loading state and we get redirected to the checkout page again. But only for the single product, and we don't have to first add it to our cart. The address is again pre-filled and we can buy this product. When I press the back button, we get back to our page. And what is also interesting, since I added my name in the checkout, it automatically changed in our user data. This is why this doesn't show my email address anymore, but my first name instead. And now I want to set up a profile page where we can also change our name if we want, and where we can see all our past orders, which we also paginate. So stay tuned for that. To update the member data, we need another API function. So in the Wix API folder, we already have the members.ts file. Let's open this and create a new function here. Export async function, update member info, which needs the Wix client, and then some values for which again we create an interface and we export it here. Update member info values, and we will allow the user to update the first name and the last name. You can also update more values, but for this example this is enough. We destructure these values here and then we use them inside our function. First of all, we want to get the logged in member, because this is the one we want to update. Const logged in member equals await get logged in member, and we pass the Wix client. This will get the currently logged in member, and of course each member is also only allowed to update their own data, so we couldn't update another member even if we wanted to. But we have to check if exclamation mark logged in member .id, if this is undefined, then we want to throw an error because we never expect this to happen. No member ID found, but we have to handle the case because again the ID can be undefined theoretically. Then we return Wix client.members.update member, to which we pass the logged in members ID. This is the one we want to update, comma, curly braces, and then we can update the contact info. And here we find the first name, and the last name, and also a bunch of other stuff that you can update if you want. One note, if you want to update the email address, the login email of this user, then this won't work with the OAuth strategy that we use for our Wix client. Instead, you have to use the API key strategy. We will later set up another Wix server client that uses this API key strategy, and you can use this one to also update the login email, but we won't do this here. Okay, then we need a mutation hook for this. So in the hooks folder, new file, members.ts, export function use update member. Here we need the toast, and we also need a next router. And then we want to return a use mutation, parentheses curly braces. We pass the mutation function, to which we pass the update member info values from our API function. And this will call update member info, to which we pass the Wix browser client and these variables. We implement the onSuccess callback. In here we want to show a toast message, profile updated, and then I want to call router.refresh, which refreshes the server components so that, for example, the user button shows the up-to-date data, because this is rendered server-side. And we can do this by calling router.refresh, which refetches all server components. This doesn't show a loading state or anything, it's pretty much invisible. It just refreshes the data on the page. But we have the same problem that we have in our cart checkout. This change is actually not applied on the server immediately. It takes like 2 seconds before we can fetch this updated data, which means that if we call router.refresh immediately, our server components will still show the old data. So we have to work around this by executing this after a delay of 2 seconds. This is kind of a hack, but I didn't see another solution to fix this. So we created that timeout like this, where we can call some code after a delay. We want to call router.refresh after 2 seconds. We will show the toast message immediately, but the refresh happens after 2 seconds. Again, it's not pretty, but I didn't find another solution to handle this. And sometimes you have to work around these limitations. So it's useful to learn how to do this. Anyway, maybe I'm just justifying. We also need the onError callback, where we want to log the error to the console. And again, we want to show a toast message. Variant destructive, and the description will show the error message. Failed to update profile, please try again. And that's our hook. Now there is actually another option so that we wouldn't have to use this set timeout. The user button with the user information is fetched and rendered server side. The navbar is a server component. We could pass this user information to a React query and keep it in the cache. Then we could update the user, and we could use the returned data from this update function that we return here to update the React query cache. This way we don't have to wait these 2 seconds because we get back the updated data from this function. But this would require us to put the user information into React query, which requires quite a few changes, and I would prefer to fetch this user server side and handle this data server side. This is why I opted for this 2-second delay instead, which makes this easier. But again, if you want a more clean solution, you can pass the user data to React query and update the cache with the returned data. And if you're wondering how this works, this is similar to what we did in the use add item to cart hook. We took this data that we get back from the add to cart function, And then we use the zQueryData function to put this data into the cache immediately, so that we don't have to wait until the card is refreshed. And you can do the same for the user data if you want. Okay, next I want to set up a profile page. So in the app folder, new file, profile / page.tsx. Let's start with the metadata. Export const metadata of type metadata. We set the title to profile and the description to your profile page. I guess I'm not very creative. Then we export a default async function, page. In here we need the currently logged in member, get logged in member, to which we pass the Wix server client because we are in a server component. As usual, the member can be undefined, in which case we want to redirect to not found. And if the member is defined, we want to render a form here where we can update the member info. We put this into a main tag, which is the page itself. As usual, mxauto max width 7xl, space y10, px5 and py10. In here we put an h1 headline, text center, text 3xl, font bold, and on medium size screens and onwards, text 4xl. The headline will say your profile, and below I want to put a form where we can update our first name and last name. But since we use React hook form in there, it has to be a client component. So we need a new file in the same folder. Let's call it member info form. We export it here. Of course it needs props. It needs the logged in member, so that we can put these values as default values into the form input fields. We also want to create a form again. Remember, we have done this before in the backend stock notifications button. We created a form schema and this form values type, and then we used this together with the use form hook and these Shatsy and form components to build our form with real-time validation. And here we will do this again. So at the top of the file, we put a const form schema. We assign it to z from zot.object again to create a schema. We put the login email in here, even though we won't be able to change this. But we make this a required string. And then the first name, which is a z.string, it's not required. And also the last name, which is also not required. And then again, we want to create this type form values from this schema with c.infer type of form schema. And now these form values have these 3 strings in here. Okay, we have done all of this before. This is why I'm going a bit faster now. In the component, we create our form object by calling the useForm hook, to which we pass the form values type, parentheses, curly braces. Again, we set a resolver for real-time validation to the ZOT resolver, which adds this import here. You might have to type this manually. And we pass the form schema to it. And again, we have to set the default values. We start with the login email, and we get the default values from the member data, because this is what should be put into these input fields by default, right? The already existing values. And if they don't exist, we file back to an empty string. First name is inside member.contact.firstname. And again, we file back to an empty string. And similarly, last name. Okay. So here we have our form object. Below we need our mutation. useUpdateMember, which we created in our hooks folder. When we submit the form, we get past these form values because we are using React hook form, which already parses and passes us the ready-made values. And in here we simply want to call mutation.mutate and pass these values. And the mutation then takes care of the rest. And then we want to return the form itself. Again, we wrap it into an uppercase F form from the components folder, which is necessary for Shadcn's form components to work. Here we spread this form object into it as props. Then a lowercase form. We pass the onSubmit handler. We call form.handleSubmit and pass our onSubmit function. Again, we have done all of this before. And we style this with mxauto, a max width of just XL this time, and space Y5. Close this. And in here we put 3 form fields for our 3 different form values. Before we go ahead, let's save this and put this into our page. Here on the profile page below the H1 headline, I want to render the member info form, which needs the member as input. And that's it for this page. Save it and go back to the form component. And maybe let's also open this page, right? Because now it should already exist. /profile. And I forgot to add the useClient directive, as always, here at the top of member info form. And now it should load this page. But our form doesn't render anything yet. So into this form, we put a form field that we have already used before, which gets a self-closing tag. Again, this is coming from Shadcn. To this, we have to pass form.control. We have to define the name for which we get autocomplete. The first one is the login email. And then this render function. Parentheses, curly braces. Here we destructure the field values. And we render a form field component, which we wrap into a form item for alignment. Then a form label, which will say login email. We can already save this, there is the label. Then a form control. In here we put an uppercase I input with a self-closing tag. And then we configure this input. We set the placeholder to login email. We set the type to email. But as I already explained, we can't change the email address with the OAuth strategy. We need admin access for this. So we will just keep this field disabled. I just want to have this here to show the login email of the user, but we won't allow them to update this. And below the form control, we want to render the form message, which are potential error messages. And then let's duplicate this 2 times. We change the second one to first name. The label will say first name. The placeholder as well. But we don't set the type and we don't make this disabled. But the rest can stay the same, and then we do the same for the last name. Last name. Placeholder, last name, and we remove type and disabled. Save this And there we see the form on the screen with the user data inside it, and this input field here is disabled. Still inside the form, I also want to put a submit button in form of a loading button. We set the type to submit, and loading is true if the mutation is pending. So it's currently in progress. And the text of this button will say submit. When we click this button, it will submit the form, which then triggers our mutation, which then updates the data and it refreshes the page. Remember, we refresh the page after 2 seconds because there is a delay that we have to avoid. So let's try this out. I'm gonna change the name to floor, submit, and after 2 seconds, this will update here as well. There we go. And it shows this toast confirmation message. Let's try this again. Florian, we can submit, and it updates it in the server components. We can also remove the first name if we want. Then this will fall back to the email address that we configured before. But I want to keep my first name here. Yeah, and this way we can update user member information. I wanted to keep this part simple. Of course, you can allow the user to update more information like the address and phone number and so on. But here we will only allow updating the first and last name. And next I want to show all the past orders of the user on this profile page right here below. Okay, to fetch the user's orders, we need another function in the API layer. So in the orders.ts file, in the Wix API folder, we export another async function called getUserOrders, where we pass the Wix client, and we need some filter values for which again we create and export an interface. getUserOrderFilters. We want to implement pagination, so we need this limit prop and a cursor. The cursor is the last element that we fetched, and this way we know from where we can fetch the next one. We need this for infinite loading. So we destructure these values down here. Then we return Wix client.orders.searchOrders, parentheses curly braces. We add the search block. And in here we pass cursor paging. And again, this is described in the Wix documentation, to which we pass limit and the cursor. Now you might have noticed that we are not passing the logged in members ID here anywhere, because when we use the Wix OAuth strategy, this search orders function will automatically only fetch the orders for this user that we are authenticated with. And a user is also not allowed to fetch the orders of anyone else but themselves. When we later call this function, we fetch the orders, but we can also limit them, and then we can continue at this cursor. You will see how this looks in a moment. Our profile page is a server component, so we need another component to render the orders because we use infinite loading, and infinite loading requires a client component. Okay, here's our profile folder. Right click, new file, orders.tsx, plural. Export default function orders. For now, let's just return an empty div and save it and put it into our page. So create this component, save it, and let's put it here right below the member info form. We don't even have to pass any arguments, but it should be orders, plural, not a single order. Infinite loading is of course described in the React query documentation. It's a bit more complicated than the normal use query hook, but I will show you exactly how to use this. And we also use this in my Next.js 15 social media app tutorial very extensively. And there we even implement a scroll listener so that when we scroll down, it automatically loads the next page. The one we implement here will be a bit more simple. let's go back into the orders.tsx file. Above the return statement, we destructure a const, and we call useInfiniteQuery, which is React Query's hook for infinite loading lists. The same as for useQuery, we have to pass a query key, which is the key for the cache entry. Let's call it orders, and a query function, which is an async function, and here we get past the page params. The page params are the cursor, so the last element that we loaded, which we then pass to our API function to load the next page. So write it out like this: destructure page params, and then we call an arrow function, which calls get user orders, that's our API function, to which we pass the browser client, right? And then our filter values. Let's set limit to 2. That's the page size. It's very small because I don't want to have to make so many orders to show you infinite loading. In production, you can set this to, I don't know, 6 or 8 or 10 or whatever default page size you want to use. And we also pass the cursor, which, as I already explained, is the page param. And this should be called page param and not params. Okay, comma after query function. We also have to pass the initial page param, which is the first cursor, which is null. But we have to cast this to as string vertical bar null, because this cursor here is supposed to be a string, and we have to tell TypeScript that this can be a null or a string, because if we pass it like this, it will just be inferred as null, but it's null or a string. Comma. And then we have to implement getNextPageParam to tell React Query how it can get the next cursor. And we also have to import this function here. So here we tell React Query how it can get the next cursor, and here we get past the last page, which is whatever we return from getUserOrders. Okay. And now we take this page. This is the page that we get back from the Wix server. In here we can find metadata, and there we can find the cursors, and in there is the next cursor, which is of type string or null or undefined. This way React Query knows how it can get the next cursor out of the previous page, which we then use to fetch the next page. Very straightforward, isn't it? Okay. Then we want to get our orders list out of this result. But first of all, we have to destructure this. We need quite a few values. We need the data, which is the data that we fetched. We need this fetch next page function with which we can fetch the next page, as the name implies. Then we have this has next page boolean. Another boolean called is fetching next page, which we can use for the loading state. And the status, which is loading or error or whatever. Destructure all of these values here, and then we get our orders list from data.pages.flatMap. Remember, we have used this before. Here we get past each page, and we want to get page.orders. And again, we use flatMap because this creates a two-dimensional array, because this is an array, and we map each page to another array, and with flatMap we create one normal array. This is what we want. But if this is undefined, the data, then we want to fall back to an empty array. And then we will just render an empty array. Okay, I hope so far this is understandable, and this is basically all the magic and all the complicated stuff behind infinite loading with React Query. It doesn't get much more complicated. We style this div with space y5. In here we put an h2 headline with text 2XL and font bold, which will say your orders. And again, I forgot to add the use client directive at the top. Make sure to add this. Then it should compile. There's the headline. Below the headline, we want to render our orders. So orders.map. We take each order and render a component. And we can just reuse our existing order component. For the key, we pass the order.number, which should be unique because it always increases. And we pass the order object itself. And there we go. We only have 2 orders so far, if I remember. So let me create a third one because our page size is 2 and I want to have something to load, right? So let's quickly make another order. I need some earrings. Actually, I want to add multiple products here again. Or maybe let's try the buy now button because we haven't executed this, right? So let's buy 3 pairs of earrings. Buy now. The address is pre-filled, which is very convenient. Let's place our order. That's quite expensive. Okay, our cart is empty. Everything seems to work. This brings us to the profile page, which then loads our orders. But the page size is 2, so we only see the first 2 orders. So now we want to put a button in here that loads the next page. So below orders.map, we check if hasNextPage is true. This is coming from React Query. If this is true, we want to render a loading button that will say load more orders. It is in the loading state if is fetching next page is true, which again is something we destructured from the useInfiniteQuery hook. And when we click this button, we want to load the next page, which we do with this fetch next page function. And that's already it. When we save this, we see this button. When we click it, it loads and we see the previous orders. Oh, we actually have 4 orders by now. But now that we have the last page loaded, this button doesn't show up anymore because there is no next cursor. The next cursor is null. So React Query knows that it doesn't need to show this load more button anymore. Isn't this cool? And just like that, you can implement infinite loading. But we still need some states. We don't have a loading state. We don't have an error state. This is just empty. So let's take care of this. First of all, I want to create another loading skeleton for this. Function orders loading skeleton. We return a div that we style with space y5. Again, in here we map from an empty array, which we initialize with a length of 2 because this is our page size. If you make the page size bigger, then you should also increase this value. But this loading skeleton will be pretty simple. So we map this array. Again, we need the index out of here. And we map one single block of skeleton. The key is the index and the height of 64. But this time we don't put this into a suspense boundary because this is not a server component. This is handled by React Query. So what we do instead is we go above orders.map or below, it doesn't really matter. I want to put it above and I check if status is equal to pending. Then we want to render this orders loading skeleton. And when we save this and refresh the page, we see the loading skeleton, but only for the first page. If I load the next page, we don't see the skeleton again. And this is exactly what we want, right? Let's also add an error state below. If status is equal to error, then we want to render a paragraph with text destructive, which will say error fetching orders, and the error message will be logged to the console. There's also the possibility that we don't have any orders yet. So we check again if status is equal to success. So we already fetched the data and exclamation mark orders.length, and exclamation mark has next page. So this array is 0 and there is no next page that we could load. Then we want to render a simple message that says no orders yet. This one will be shown if our orders are empty. If you want, you can try this out by throwing an error in the API function or creating a new account where you don't have any orders yet, but I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna trust that this works. Okay, next I want to pay a visit to our product page once again, because we haven't yet implemented the related product section, which, as I explained before, is a real algorithm. So this gives us real recommendations based on what products are viewed together, and then we will also implement these buyer reviews. So make sure to not miss that, and at the end we will deploy this whole project. So let's open the products page under /products/page. And we will fetch these related products server side, because there is nothing in there that requires client features. So at the end of the page file, we put another async function called related products, which needs props. It needs the product ID, for which we want to fetch the related products. How to get related products is described in the Wix documentation. We have these two functions. This one here lists the available algorithms. We can call this and then see in the logs which algorithms we have available, and then we can use such an algorithm to fetch the actual recommendations. So what we do is, at the start of this component, we create a const algorithms and we call await get Wix server client. I don't put this into an API function because we will remove this in a moment. I just want to fetch these algorithms and then use their IDs. So get Wix server client dot recommendations dot list available algorithms. We call this, and then I want to log this to the console. With json.stringify, we pass the algorithms and then null and true for formatting. Which also means that we need to render this component right in our page. So here, below the product details, I want to put an HR, which is a horizontal divider. Then I want to wrap this into a suspense boundary, because it will fetch data and we don't want to block our product details. And here we will render the related products component, which need the product ID. There we go. But it also needs to return something. Otherwise, React will complain. For now, let's just put an empty div in here. And then we should see these available algorithms in the console when we actually open the page. So let's go to a single page, but first let's clear the terminal. Under terminal clear, open a page, and then it fetches these different algorithms, as you can see here. Let me copy this whole object and put it into a notepad so that we can better see it. So those are the different algorithms that we can use. Each of them has a name and a description and an ID and an app ID and a catalog app ID. So let's keep this open for now. Keep this around. Then we go into the Wix API folder and into the products.ts file. And we want to put another function here called getRelatedProducts, to which we pass the Wix client and the product ID. We store the result in a variable, and then we call await Wix client dot recommendations dot get recommendation parentheses square brackets curly braces In here, into this array, we can pass the different algorithms that we want to use. And the cool thing is we can pass multiple ones and we can say, okay, if the first algorithm doesn't return enough results, use the second one until our threshold is reached. And I want to use 2 of these algorithms from the same categories and frequently bought together. So here we first of all need the ID of this algorithm, so copy this. Then we pass it here, _ID as a string. Let's also add a comment here with the name of the algorithm from the same categories. And we also need to pass the app ID, which is also here in this object. Should be this one. Let's copy this, paste it here, and then we add a second algorithm for which I want to use frequently bought together. Again, we need the ID and then the app ID, but the app ID is identical and only the _ID is different. So _ID and the app ID should be the same, if I'm not mistaken. Then after this array here, we add a comma and then we can configure this. Here, first of all, we have to pass the items for which we want to get the recommendations, which again is an array of objects. Here again, we have to pass this app ID. This should be our app ID, so the ID of the app that is running here. Yeah, actually we put it into our constants folder. So we can actually use this constant here instead of repeating the string over and over again. So let's do this. Let's use the constant. And here we also pass the catalog item ID, which is the product ID for which we want to get recommendations. And after item, still inside this object, we pass minimum recommended items and set this to 3. This is what I mentioned before. If the first algorithm returns only 2 or less results, then we don't want to use this because this is not enough for us. Instead, we want at least 3. In this case, it will check the next one and return these instead. And you can also add more algorithms here if you want. By the way, here we are using the recommendations module, so it's not really a part of the products module that we use here. I still put it into the products API file because we only have this one function and I consider them closely related, but you can also set up a separate file for the recommendations module in your API folder. But we are not done yet. Below const result, we continue. We need to get the product IDs out of these results. Const product IDs. We take result.recommendation.items. We want to map them. We take each item and we want to map it to item.catalog item ID so that we only get this ID out of this object because there's also a bunch of other stuff in there. But the catalog item ID can be undefined. So we also want to filter out the undefined ones. So we add .filter, we take each ID and we check that ID is not equal to undefined. Then below we check if !product IDs because the result can be undefined, or if !product IDs.length, so if it's empty, then we want to return an empty array. Otherwise, we want to fetch the products for these product IDs and return them instead. So below we create a const products result await Wix client dot products dot query products. We have used this before. We want to find all the products where the IDs match. So we use the in operator because to this one we can pass an array. So the ID needs to be in the product IDs array, but we want to return at most 4. Without pagination or anything, we just want to limit it to at most 4 results. Then we call .find, and finally we want to return this data. Return products result .items. And then this function is ready as well. I also want to add a comment here to this other algorithm, which is frequently brought together. And maybe let's also return this log statement here, which we used earlier, which is not really useful anymore. Okay, and then we want to fetch and render these related products on the products page. So down here we can delete this line. We only needed these algorithms once. Now we have them hard-coded into our code, but I want to put a delay in here just so that we can see the loading indicator again. Then we want to fetch the related products, server side, get related products. We pass the Wix server client and the product ID. The rest is handled internally, and all this confusing code with the algorithm IDs and so on is hidden nicely away into this function, and we have this very clean API that we can call from our components. So as you already noticed, I'm really a fan of abstractions. Anyway, we check if !related products.length, because remember this array can be empty. Then we don't want to return anything in here. Then we don't have related products. But if we have something, then we want to render this div with space y5. In here we put an h2 headline with text 2XL and font bold, which will say related products. In here we put another div with flex col. On small screens and upwards we make this a grid with grid cols 2. And on large screens grid cols 4. I don't set grid cols 3 on purpose because we want to fetch 4 related products, and it looks more symmetrical if we render either 2 or 4 or 1 product, because 4 can be divided by all of these numbers, but not by 3. This just looks better. Okay, we close this, and then we render our related products here by mapping the array. Here we use our product component, which we already have. The key, as usual, is the ID of the product, and we pass the product information to it. Voila. When we save this, we should already see them on the screen. But I also want to have a gap of 5 here in this grid for some spacing. And on large screens, let me refresh this. On large screens, this renders 4 columns. Perfect. But let's also implement a loading skeleton. So below, function, related products, loading skeleton. I basically want to return the same div with the same grid, like this. Just that here I also want to add a padding top of 12 for the headline. And then I want to render 4 skeleton items. Array.from, length 4. We map this array to a skeleton with the index as the key and the class name age26rem and width full. And then we put this into our suspense boundary here as the fallback. There we go. Save everything. And now when we refresh the page, we should see the loading skeleton for at least 2 seconds because we have this delay in here. So it first loads the main page because it needs the product ID and then the related products afterwards. Maybe let's zoom out a bit to see it in its whole glory again. So first we get the main page information, then the shows, and then reload the related products. And this way the related products don't block this part up here, because you don't want to block this part here, the main part of the page that the user cares about, only because you're loading these related products. They should load independently, and we achieve this by wrapping them into a suspense boundary. Nice. Now you really don't want to miss the last feature that we implement, which are the product reviews. Because here we will learn something very interesting, which are client-side file uploads, which you need to handle in many different apps. So we will learn how we can do this, and then we will deploy our project to production and connect a real URL. So stay tuned and watch this tutorial all the way to the end. Before we can add product reviews to our site, we have to go to the Wix backend again and install another app. Again, we click on Resources and then on App Market. Here we search for Wix Reviews. There are different apps that provide a reviews functionality, but it makes sense to use the one by Wix because this one is already integrated with the rest of the Wix functionality. For example, if a user uploads an image or a video, it's put into the same file storage as our product images, which means that we don't need another storage provider. So I prefer to use this one here by Wix itself. So we open it and add it to our site via this button. And then it should open automatically. So that's the Wix reviews page. Later here we can see reviews, pending, rejected, and so on. I want to configure this a little bit. Let's go to the settings. Let's change the moderation settings. And I basically want to enable moderation for all ratings. So for all stars and also images and video uploads. I think this one should not be necessary because this already includes all ratings, right? But it also doesn't hurt. So let's select this one as well. Save these changes. And this means later we have to approve a rating before it is made public. Then let's go back to the settings. Here we can also change the name that is shown when we make a reply. For example, we can set this to Flow Shop Team. And later we can then reply here in our backend to a review. We keep the rest as it is and click on Save. Then we go back to our project where we need a new file in our Wix API folder. Right here, reviews.ts. For all the reviews related API functions. Here we export an async function called createProductReview, which as usual needs the Wix client and then some input values, for which again we export in interface createProductReview values. We need a product ID for which we want to create this review. We need a title for the review, body, which is the text itself, and a rating, which is a number. We will ignore file uploads for now. We will take care of this later, but for now I don't want to overwhelm you with too much at once. So for now let's destructure these values here. Product ID, title, body, and rating. And of course a review should always be submitted as the currently logged in user. And since we use the OAuth strategy for authentication, the user can only submit it under their own contact ID. They can't write a review as another user ID, which makes sense, right? So what we do is we want to get the currently logged in member, which we get from our getLogkedInMember function. We have to check if the member is not logged in which case we throw an error, because they should never even call this function if they are not logged in. We will not show the create button in the first place. So here we throw an error because this is an unexpected situation. Must be logged in to create a review. And by the way, when you throw an error, it doesn't matter if you add the new keyword or not. We can also remove it. It has the same effect. Then we create a const author name. Here we check if member.contact.firstname is defined and member.contact.lastname is also defined. Then I want to show the first name and the last name together. So we put them into a backtick string. Member.contact.firstname space and member.contact.lastname. If they are not both defined, and here we need a safeCall operator, and here we need a question mark for the ternary operator. Colon, if they are not both defined, then I want to fall back to just showing the first name. If the first name is not defined, 2 vertical bars, then I want to render the last name, which can also be undefined, so again 2 vertical bars. Then instead we render member.profile.nickname, which can also be undefined. And the last option is to render anonymous if we don't have any names in this user account. So again, this will render the first name and last name if they both exist, otherwise only the first name or only the last name or the nickname, or as a last fallback the text anonymous. Then we return wixClient.reviews.createReview, parentheses, curly braces, where we have to pass some values. The author, here we pass the author name, comma, and the contact ID, which is the member's contact ID. And again, each member can only submit reviews under their own contact ID. The entity ID is the product ID for which we want to submit this review. We set the namespace to stores. This is described in the documentation. You just have to hardcode this here. And the content of the review, which takes the title, body, and the rating, and also media. But again, we will take care of this later and ignore it for now. For now, this is all we need to create a review. As usual, we want to wrap this into a hook. So in the hooks folder, we also create a reviews.ts file. And we export a function called useCreateProductReview. Here we need our old friend useToast. And then we want to return a useMutation. Parentheses, curly braces. The mutation function will call our API function, and for this it will receive the create product review values and call create product review, where it passes the browser client and the values. We have done all of this a couple times before. And then we implement on error in case something goes wrong. As usual, we log the error to the console and show a toast message. Failed to create review, please try again. And then I want to implement a button that opens this create review dialog. But I want to put them into separate files and not into the same file as we have done before, because they will both contain quite a bit of code, the dialog and the button, and for organization we will separate this. So let's go into the components folder, new file. In here I first want to create a folder called reviews, and in there I want to put a create product review button.tsx. Export default function, and this button will take props. We need the product itself, which has the usual type, and we also need the logged in member, which is of type members.member or null, right? we destructure these values. In here we put a state that decides if the dialog is shown. Show a review dialog and set show review dialog. And we set this to a useState with the initial value of false. Then below we want to return a fragment that contains a button. And the text will depend if we are currently logged in or not. So if the logged in member exists, then this will say write a review. Otherwise it will say log in to write a review, because only members can write reviews. Then it makes sense to make this button disabled if the logged in member is null. And when we click this button, it will open the dialog. Set show review dialog true. Let's save this for now and also create the dialog itself. In the reviews folder, create product review dialog.tsx. We export it here. And this will need props as well. Again, we need a product for which we want to write the review. We need the open state. We need the onOpenChange callback to close the dialog, which gets passed the new open state, which is a boolean. And then also an onSubmitted callback that we will call after we successfully submitted a review, and this doesn't take any arguments. It's just a plain callback. Then here we destructure these props. Product, open, onOpenChange, and onSubmitted. And from here we want to return a dialog from the UI folder. Open will be true if the open prop is true, and onOpenChange calls the onOpenChange callback. In here we put dialog content as usual, dialog header, dialog title, which will say write a review. Inside the header we can also put the dialog description. Did you like this product? ? Share your thoughts with other customers, just as some instructions. Let's save this for now and put this into our create product review button. So here below the button, still inside the fragment, create product review dialog, which gets a self-closing tag. We forward the product to it. The open state is our show review dialog state. The onOpenChange callback calls the state setter. And we also implement onSubmitted, to which we pass an arrow function. Here we set show review dialog back to false to close this dialog. And instead I want to show a confirmation dialog that says your review has been submitted and now it awaits approval. For this, let's create another state. Const show confirmation dialog and set show confirmation dialog, which again is the use state of false. And then when we successfully submitted this review, we want to show the confirmation dialog, like this. Let's set up this confirmation dialog right away. It will be very simple, just some text, and we can also put it into the same file here. Function review submitted dialog, or review submitted confirmation dialog, or something like that, which also needs props. Yeah, it needs the open state and the onOpenChange callback to close it. And from here we return another dialog with just some text inside it. We forward open and on open change. Dialog content. Dialog header. Dialog title. Thank you for your review. Dialog description. Your review has been submitted successfully. It will be visible once it has been approved by our team. Of course, you can put whatever you want in here. Then below the dialog header, we also put a dialog footer with a close button, an uppercase B button. When we click it, it calls on open change and sets it to false. And this will just say close, and that's the review submitted dialog. And we want to show this dialog here in our button component if this show confirmation dialog state is true. So we put it into the same fragment, review submitted dialog. We set open to the show confirmation dialog state and on open change to the state setter. There we go. And I just noticed that I added the on can play callback. That's weird. Of course, this should be on click. And we will also need the use client directive at the top because we will put this into a server component. So use client, save this, and then take care of the dialog. The create product review dialog. And this here is a form with real-time validation. So we need a form schema. Let's put it at the top of the file. Const form schema equals, we take sod again, c.object, and configure the schema. So what do we need? We need a title, which is actually optional. We don't have to pass a title or a message, only a rating, but if we pass a title, it has to be at least 5 characters long. So we make this a z.string. We also want to trim it to remove any leading and ending white spaces. Then we say min 5, and we can define an error message. Must be at least 5 characters. Then we also set a max of, let's say, 100 characters. Can't be longer than 100 characters. But we also want to allow not passing anything at all, which we do with .or, to which we pass c.literal and then an empty string. This allows us to pass an empty string instead of this part here above. There is also .optional, but optional means undefined. But this will actually be an empty string and not undefined. This is why we have to use this literal here. And then we do the same for the body. Again, z.string.trim .min10 this time. Must be at least 10 characters. The max this time is 3000 characters, so there's quite some space. Can't be longer than 3000 characters. Of course, you can change these values if you want. And again, .or c.literal. And then we also need a rating, which is a z.number .int to make sure it's a full number, and it has to be at least 1. This makes sure that we have to select a rating. Please rate this product. This is the error message that will be shown here. That's our schema. As usual, we create a type from the schema. Type form values equals c.infer type of form schema. And then in our component, we create a const form with the useForm hook from React hook form. We set the type to form values. We call this. We pass the resolver, which again is the ZOT resolver because we use ZOT for validation. We pass our form schema and then we set default values, and they are empty strings for the title and the body and 0 for the rating. Then we also need our create product review mutation. Use create product review. And we will need an async on submit function when we submit this form. Again, here React hook form will pass us the ready-made form values that contain the title, the body and the rating that we destructure here. For now, let's keep this empty and add this form to our dialog. Inside the dialog content, but below the header, we put a div. Space y5, another div with space y2, and in here we put a label from our UI folder that will say product. That's this label up here. Below I want to render the product image and the name so that we can see what product we are actually reviewing, right? So below the label, another div with flex, item center and a gap of 3, where we render a Wix image, which resizes the image to the appropriate size. For the media identifier, we pass product.media.mainmedia.image.url. This will automatically use the placeholder if this image doesn't exist. And we want to resize it to a width and height of 50 pixels, so pretty small. Let's save this for now and put this into our page, on the products page. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here we put another server component that contains the create product review button called product reviews section. It will need props. To it we have to pass the product object. We destructure them here. There we go. Then we need the Wix server client. Because we need to fetch the logged in member to pass this to our create product review button. So we create a const logged in member, await get logged in member, so we fetch this server side. We pass the Wix client here. Then I also want to put a delay in here of 5 seconds so that we can see this loading. I make the delay a bit bigger because it's further down the page, so we have to scroll a bit. Of course, in production we will remove this. And from here we return a simple div with space y5 that contains the create product review button, which contains the dialog, right? To which we have to pass the product and the logged in member. We put this into a separate component because here we fetch the logged in member and we don't want to block the rest of the page from loading while we are fetching this data, right? So as usual, we put this into a suspense boundary. Here on the product itself, we have the related products. There I want to put a divider line in HR and then another div with space y5 and an h2 headline with text to XL and font bold that says buyer reviews. In here we put another suspense, and in there we load the product reviews section to which we have to pass the product. This way we don't block the rest of the page while this is loading. Now in case you're wondering why I put the headline here and not into this component, whereas for the related products we put the headline into the component, This is because if there are no related products, I don't want to show the headline. But if there are no product reviews, I still want to show the headline and then a text below that says there are no reviews. So depending on your design, you have to put things like a headline outside or inside the component that you are loading. And we also need a loading skeleton, but I don't want to put the loading skeleton in here because we will later also use it for the infinite loading list, because for our product reviews we will add a load more button, similar to how we loaded orders earlier, if you remember. And in this infinite loading list we will also use this skeleton, so we put it into a separate file. So still inside the products slug folder, we create a product reviews component. This is where we will later render our infinite loading list of product reviews. We export the component. Which again needs to receive the product as a prop. Product reviews props. Product of type products.product. I heard you like products, so we put products into products into products. This was just a joke. We destructure these props here. And then for now, we will just return an empty div because we will take care of this later. And maybe let's put a text in here. Reviews go here. For now, I care more about the loading skeleton, which we put below as another function that we export from this file. Product reviews loading skeleton. Here we return a div with space y10. Again we render an array, array.from, length 3. Again this will be the page size, but you can customize this. And again we need the index. And for each array element we will render a little div with space y1.5. We also have to set the key to the index. And each div will contain 3 loading skeletons. We style the first one with a height of 8 and a width of 52. Close this. Duplicate it 2 times. The second one has a height of 6 and a width of 48. And then we have 16 and 72. And this inner div still needs a closing tag. Right here. There we go. Let's save this. We go back to the products page, and in the suspense boundary that wraps the products reviews section, I want to use this loading skeleton as the fallback. Product reviews loading skeleton, which we exported from the product reviews file. And one more time we scroll down. Here below the create product review button at the very bottom, we also render the product reviews, which will later contain the product reviews themselves. And here we have to pass the product. And when we save this, we should already see the loading skeleton and then the button. Log in to write a review. Let's refresh the page. We have a delay of 5 seconds in there. There we go. Those are the loading skeletons for the product reviews. Let's log in so that we can see the dialog. So now I'm logged in, and now we see the write a review button, which opens this dialog. Let's continue setting up the create product review dialog. Next to the Wix image, I also want to render the product name. So we put a span next to it with font bold, which renders product.name. Then we have 2 div closing tags. We go below the second one. In here we put our uppercase F form from the UI folder. As usual, we spread the form object in here. And in here we put a lowercase form that calls our onSubmit function via form.handleSubmit. OnSubmit, we have done this before 2 times, so I won't explain everything in detail again. We add a vertical spacing of 5. And in here we put our different form fields. The rating input field is a bit special because it contains these 5 stars. We have to create this ourselves. So we will ignore this for now and first implement these 2 fields that we already know how to do. So in here we put a form field with a self-closing tag. We pass the form control. We assign the name to it. This one is the title. And then we want to render the field itself. As usual, this is a form item that contains a form label that says title, a form control that contains the uppercase I input. The placeholder will say title, and we spread the field values in here. And below the form control we put a form message which renders the error message. That's the title input. Let's duplicate it for the body. Change the name to body. The label will say message or body or whatever you want. But instead of the single line input field, I want to render a text area with an uppercase T. This is also coming from ShadCN. And the placeholder will say, tell others about your experience. Now we have this larger input field that we can resize. And below the form message, we can also render a form description, which is a little text below the input field. Write a detailed review to help other customers. There we go, this is the form description. And then still inside the form, below the last form field, we put a submit button, which of course is a loading button with type submit. And this is loading if the mutation is pending, as usual. And it will say submit. There we go. Let's also implement the onSubmit function itself, which is up here. It's still empty here. Here we want to call mutation.mutate, to which we pass an object, and in here we have to pass our create product review values, which expect the product ID, which is product.id, but this ID as usual can be undefined, so TypeScript complains. So at the top of this function we check if exclamation mark product ID. Then we want to throw an error, because again we never expect to get into the situation. Product ID is missing. Now down here we know that the product ID is defined. And then we also pass the title, the body, and the rating. Then after mutation was successful, we want to call this onSubmitted function, which then shows the confirmation dialog that we set up earlier. And just like we can add these onSuccess and onError callbacks here in these useMutation hooks, we can also do the same where we call mutate. So here as the second argument, we can pass another object, and in here we can pass the onSuccess callback. And you want to use this one for code that is more closely related to this component rather to the hook itself. And only in this component we want to call this onSubmitted callback. So we pass this function here. So when this mutation was successful, it will trigger this callback. Now I want to set up this star rating input, and it will be quite interesting to learn how we can do this. We will put it as a new file into the reviews folder in the components folder. Let's call it star rating input.tsx. We export it here. And it needs props. Because the value will be handled by React hook form, so we have to pass it here to this component. And also an onChange callback when we change this value, just like in a normal input field. like this. We destructure the value and the onChange callback here. Then we create an array that contains these different texts that we show next to the rating. Const ratings text. And this is a simple array which starts at the worst and goes all the way to the best option. Terrible, bad, okay, good, and great, but of course you can customize this. Then we want to render a div in here that contains these stars. We align them with flex, item center, and space x2. Instead of space x, we could also use a gap. Doesn't really matter, should have the same effect. Then we want to render these stars, which we can again do with an empty array with a length of 5 for 5 stars. We want to map this. As usual, we need the index here. And what component do we render for these stars? It makes sense to render a button because they behave like buttons. When we hover over them, we see this pointer cursor, and when we click them, something happens, right? So in here, let's render lowercase b buttons without any styling applied to them by default. We need a keyer. We need an onClick callback. When we click one of these buttons, we want to call the onChange callback with this new value. And the value is the index of this iteration plus 1, because the index starts at 0, but the first rating is 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is what we pass here. And we also set a type to button, because we will use this button inside a form, and if we don't set this to button, then it will submit the form. So we click on the star and it submits the form, which of course is awkward. So we set the type to button. And inside this button we want to render a star icon from Lucid with a self-closing tag that we style with the ZN function. Here we add default styling, size 7 and text primary. And then only if this rating is selected, we want to fill this icon. And a rating is selected if its number is less than or equal to the value that we pass here. So if we have 4 as the value, then we want to fill all the stars up to the number 4, which we do inside the ZN function. We put an expression. If the index, which starts at 0, is less than the value, then we want to apply fill primary, which fills the star. And then here outside of the array.from expression, we put a span with the ratings text. So we take the ratings text array and we want to get the value at the index value minus 1. Again, because the index is 0 based, but the value starts at 1. This is why we have to subtract 1. Let's save this. And I think it's interesting that this component itself doesn't contain any state that stores the number of stars. Instead, the value is coming from the outside because it's managed by React hook form. So let's go back to the product review dialog. Here we add another form field component at the beginning of our form, right here. Form field. Again, we have to set the form control. We set the name to rating, and then we want to render a field. Again, we wrap this into a form item. In here we put a form label that says rating, a form control, and inside this form control we put our star rating input with a self-closing tag. Below the form control, we put a form message before we forget this. And then we have to pass the value and the onChange callback to the star rating input. The value is coming from this field. In these other form input fields, we just spread the field because this contains different values, but we can also handle them separately. And in this field, we find the value, which in this case is a number. So we pass this to our star rating input, and we can also pass the onChange callback separately. And we can ignore these other values here because we don't need them. We don't want to disable this. We don't need the ref or any of these other values. And this way the value is completely managed by React hook form. Hook form passes the value to our star rating, and when the value changes, it's passed to React hook form. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Now this star rating input is completely connected to our form, which also means that real-time validation works. When we try to submit this, we see our red text here until we select a rating. Let's also type something in here. This product was okay, but not great. And let's actually submit this, which should already work. We have a loading state. This is the confirmation dialog, which we can then close. And then on the reviews page in our Wix backend, we should be able to find this review as pending, because we configure that we have to approve reviews before we can see them. So now pending says 1. There it is. If we later upload images, then we will also see them in here actually. And we can reply. Thank you for your review. We will take your criticism into account. We can reply as the shop, and later we will show these replies on the product page. But first let's publish this. We can also delete it if we want, but we want to approve it. Now it's in this publish tab. And now we want to load these reviews and show them here in our app. And by the way, the owner of the shop also receives an email about the review as a notification. To load our reviews, we need a new API function. So we open the reviews.ts file in the Wix API folder. At the bottom, we export another async function called getProductReviews. Which needs the Wix client and then some input values, interface, getProductReviews filters. We need a product ID for which we want to load these reviews. We will also pass an optional contact ID. This allows us to load a review for only a specific user, which we later need to disable our button here if the logged in user has already written a review before. So we add it here as an optional filter. And then also limit, which is optional, which we need for pagination, and the cursor, which will be a string or null. Then we add these values here to the arguments. Get product reviews filters, product ID, contact ID, limit, and cursor. And even though we use a cursor here, this will look different to the orders pagination that we used earlier. This had a very simple query API, but for reviews we have to use the builder pattern again, because they have different functions. So again, we create a let query, assign it to Wix client.reviews.query reviews. Then we can already append .eq for equals. We want to check that the entity ID is the product ID, so that we only fetch reviews for this product. Then below we check if the contact ID is defined, because it's optional. We want to extend our query with another equal. We want to check if the author.contact ID, make sure to spell this correctly, is the contact ID that we pass. Here we don't get autocomplete because this is not yet included in the library as one of these options, but it works. And I figured this out by returning the response from getProductReviews and then looking for the different fields in there. And then I found this one, and I found out that we can already filter by this contact ID, but TypeScript thinks this is not available. So we have to disable this error, and I'm sure this will be fixed very soon. We add a comma above with tsExpectError. This suppresses TypeScript errors, but only as long as they exist. If they fix this error in the future, then this will have a red underline to signal to you that you can remove this. This is why tsExpectError is better than tsIgnore, which also ignores TypeScript errors, but it doesn't notify you when this has been fixed. And then we also want to apply limit and cursor if they exist. So we check if limit, then we reassign query to a query.limit, to which we pass the limit. We do the same for the cursor. Here we call skip2 and pass the cursor. And then lastly below we return query.find to execute this. Now we can query product reviews and we can paginate them. Let's go to the product reviews component that we set up earlier, where we now want to load these reviews. So here at the top of the component, we want to use the useInfiniteQuery hook again that we have used before. I won't explain every step because we already know how it works, but this requires a client component, so we add the useClient directive at the top. And then from this hook, we destructure data, fetch next page, has next page, is fetching next page, and the status. The useInfiniteQuery hook needs the cache key, which will be a product reviews, but we also have to make the product ID a part of the cache key, so that each product has its own cache entry. Otherwise, a product would overwrite the cache of the previous product if we open another page, which of course we don't want. That's why we include the product ID into the cache key. Then we need a query function, which fetches the data. This again is an async function, which gets passed the page param, which is the cursor. Here we check if !product ID. If it doesn't exist, which again should never happen, so we throw an error. Product ID missing. Of course, this is the string. Below, we set the const page size to 2, which also means that the loading skeleton should have a length of 2 and not 3. But of course, in production, you can increase this page size. I want to keep it short so that I don't have to write so many reviews to show you pagination. And then at the end of this function, I want to call getProductReviews, pass the Wix browser client, and our filters, which are the product ID, limit, which is the page size, and the cursor, which is the page param. Okay. Then after the query function, which is down here, we put a comma and we pass the initial page param, which also gets us rid of the error. Null as string or null, I've already explained this before. Comma and get next page param. Where do we get the next cursor from? We get it from the last page dot cursors dot next. There we go. Then we want to get the review items out of this data object. So below we create a const review items equals data.pages. We have done this before as well. Flat map. We take each page and we want to map it to page.items. And if data is undefined, we fall back to an empty array. And then we can render these reviews down here. We add space y5 to this div. If the status is equal to pending, we want to render the product reviews loading skeleton that we already used in the suspense boundary. We also use it here. If the status is equal to error, then we want to render a simple error message with text destructive, error fetching reviews. Then the empty state, if status is equal to a success, and exclamation mark review items.length, so it's empty, and there is no next page that could be loaded. Then we want to render another paragraph that says no reviews yet. And then finally the reviews themselves below in another div with divide y, which adds this horizontal divider line. Here we take the review items and remap them to a component, which we need to put into a separate component because we have to put a little bit of code in here. But we can put it into the same file for organization. We simply call it review, and it needs the review itself as input. So review props, it takes the review, and the type is reviews from the Wix reviews package .review. This is one of the reviews that we return above. We destructure them here, review props, and from here we return a div with a vertical padding of 5 because we have this divider line. Then on the first element we want to remove the padding top by setting it back to 0, and we want to remove the padding bottom of the last element. Again, this is necessary because we have this padding on each element to have some spacing to this divider line. We close this div and let's put it here into our map call. So for each of them we render a review component. The key is the ID of the review, and then we pass the review object itself. And then let's also put the load more button below. If has next page is true, we want to render a loading button that says load more reviews. Loading is true, while is fetching next page is true. And when we click this button, we want to call fetch next page from React query. I think we only have one review for this product, so we don't see a load more button yet. But let's implement this review component. We go inside this div. We put another div with space y 1.5 and another div with flex item center and a gap of 2. And in here I want to render the same stars that we have when we create a review, the same icons. So in here we put an array, array.from, length 5 for 5 stars, .map, we need the index, and for each of them we want to render a star icon with a self-closing tag. We set the key to the index and we style this with the cn function to add a condition here. We start with size 5, so slightly smaller than on our create product review dialog, and text primary for the color. And again we want to fill this conditionally, so a comma if I, the index, is less than the review's rating, but I want to destructure these values here out of the review prop. I want to get the author, the review date, the content, and the reply. Those are the values we care about. And here if I is less than content.rating, but this can be undefined. In this case we have to fall back to 0, but it should never be undefined. If this is the case, we want to use the fill primary class again to fill this star. And when we save this, we can already see our rating with 3 stars that we submitted earlier. Okay, outside of this expression here, still inside this div, we check if content.title is defined because it's optional, right? Then we want to render a h3 headline with font bold that renders content.title. And it's shown here on the right side of these stars. Then we have this closing div. Below we put a paragraph with text sm and text muted foreground, where I want to render the author name, so by author.authorName, which again can be undefined. If it's undefined, we set this to anonymous. And then I also want to put the review date next to it. Again, this can be undefined. If it is defined, we put a fragment next to it, which contains space, on, and then an expression. We have to wrap the review date into the new date constructor, because I think again this is a string and not actually a date. And then we format this with two local date string. This is enough for formatting here. We don't need anything more sophisticated. Let's see. Yeah, I placed the two local date string incorrectly. It should be outside here of the state object to turn this into a string. And there we go. This is the date in American formatting. You can customize this if you want, but I'll keep it like that. Then below this paragraph tag, we check if we have content.body, which again is optional. If we have, I want to put a div in here with white space pre-line to keep the line spaces and all this formatting. And in here, we want to render content.body. There we go. That's all the review data that we have available for now, but we can also show the reply that we wrote as the shop, right? So after this closing div tag here, still inside this outer div tag, we check if reply.message, reply is one of the values that we destructured from the review. If reply message exists, then we want to render another div with a margin start of 10, so we indent this a little bit, a margin top of 2.5, space y1, a border at the top with border tier, and a padding at the top of 2.5. Add a div closing tag, and in here we add another div with flex, item center, and a gap of 2. Again, we need a closing tag. Here I want to put an icon called corner down right, this one, with a size of 5. And next to it I want to put the logo of the shop inside a next image. It's not a Wix image, it's a next image this time. For this we have to import our logo file again, which we do at the top. So import logo from we need a from keyword, /assets/logo png, add this import statement. Then we want to use this image down here as the src. The alt text will say flow store logo. And we set width and height to a small 24 pixels. And we set the size here to 5, which is 20 pixels. So this is the size of the image and this is the size we set in CSS. I don't remember why I set both. It's probably okay if we remove the class and only set this to 20, but we can also keep both. Maybe there was a reason why I added both. But this is the size of the image itself, and this is the size that will actually be shown on the screen. So on the screen we show it in 20 pixels. Anyway, below this Wix image, I put a span with font bold that says Flowshop Team, that's our name. And then here below this closing div, we put another div with whitespace pre-line that will contain reply.message. This is the actual message, and we need another div closing tag. Okay. And as soon as we save this, we can see our reply here, which we wrote in the backend, and now it's displayed here. Isn't this cool? Okay, a few small changes. Here I called toLocalString. I actually wanted to call toLocalDateString, which removes the time, but this is up to personal preference. I also want to put the loading skeleton at the bottom of the file just for organization. Here. Now let's actually write a second product review under a different user account. So I log out and I log into a different account. So now I've created a new account and here I want to write another review. We don't need to add a title or a message, let's just submit it. Now here's the thing, this review is not approved yet, right? It's still pending. But if I refresh the page, I can still see it. Why? Because members can always see their own reviews even if they are not yet approved. If we open the same page in an incognito tab where we are not logged into this user account, then we will not be able to see this review because it's not public. Only the member who it belongs to can see it in advance, but this is a bit awkward because it creates the illusion that this is already approved. So what we will do is we will just remove this review from our list. And when you use the InfiniteQuery hook, you can modify the data before you show it on the screen via this select function here, where you get passed the data, that's the whole list, and you can return new data. We can modify it. So here we return an object with curly braces. We want to spread all the existing data, but then we want to modify the pages slightly. We want to filter the one review that's not yet approved out of there, right? So here we pass data.pages.map. Unfortunately, in React, you always have to map and filter because it's declarative. Just follow along. Parentheses, curly braces. In here, we want to spread all the page information, but we want to change the items because this is where we want to filter out an item. With page.items.filter, we take each item and we only want to keep the items where item.moderation status is equal to, and then we can use a constant, reviews.moderation status, actually this one here I think, moderation status, dot approved. We only want to keep and show these ones. And this is what we achieve with the select function. And when we save this, the review disappeared. So remember, with the select function, you can modify the data in the useQuery hook before you show it on the screen. And next we want to implement media attachments so that we can add images or videos to a review. Very exciting. To upload files, we need a different kind of access. Right now we only have the OAuth strategy, which gives access to a single logged in member. But in order to create an upload URL, we need admin access. And for this, we need an API key, which we can get in our Wix backend. In the settings, we scroll down to headless settings. And here we want to create an admin API key. Manage API key. Generate API key. Flow shop frontend, name doesn't really matter. All permissions. Generate key. Yeah, it wants to send me a confirmation code, so let's do this. I paste in the code that I got sent via email, verify and generate. And then we get this API key that we have to copy into our project. Of course, we put it into the env file because it's sensitive data. Without next public in the beginning, because this one should not be used on the front end, only on the back end because it's sensitive. So we add it here under Wix API key. Then we also add it to the env.ts file to make it type safe, but not in the client block, in the server block. Wix underscore API underscore key, which is a z.string with a min length of 1. We don't need to destructure it down here, we only need to do this for client values. Then we go once again back into our Wix backend. Now we need the site ID, and this should be this part of the URL, this number after dashboard, if I'm not mistaken. So copy this part of the URL, shouldn't matter what page you are on as long as you are inside your project. Copy this number, and we also put it into the .env file. Next underscore public, because we need this one on the front end, Wix site ID, which is this number that we just copied. And then we also put this into the env.ts file. And we need to destructure it down here, like this. Then we open the Wix client server.ts file, where we have our server client that uses the OAuth strategy of our Wix base client. Here we also want to put in admin client, and the admin client can only be used on the back end, not on the front end, because it needs the API key, which is only available on the back end. So we create a get Wix admin client, and you can use this one whenever you need admin access to your backend. Again, we want to wrap this into cache to duplicate these requests. And here we pass a function. We don't need any tokens or cookies in here because we have the API key instead. And here we create a Wix client with the create client function. The only module we need in here is files, which we have to import. Import destructure files from add Wix media, so that we can generate a file upload URL. And then we pass the auth strategy, but instead of OAuth strategy, we pass the API key strategy. Because now we want to use our admin API key, which we pass here from the save env file Wix API key, and the site ID from env.next public Wix site ID. And then at the end of this function, we want to return the Wix client. Great. And the way these uploads will work is that we upload directly from the user's browser to Wix without going over our own server. So if I select an image here, this immediately uploads to Wix. It's not sent to our Next.js backend. You can ignore this text here, we will later hide this, this is just there for debugging. These client-side file uploads are necessary because Next.js serverless functions have a limit of 4.5 megabyte. We can't send more than 4.5 megabytes to our backend in Next.js. And for images this might be enough, but we also want to be able to upload videos, which usually exceed this small size. But we don't have this limit if we send the file directly from the browser to Wix, for which we have to generate an upload URL that the user then can use. And of course, in the long term, this also saves us money because we have to execute less code on our server. We just skip our server in this whole equation. And this is also the reason why we need this admin client, because this admin client can generate these upload URLs. And we do this in an API route. So inside src app API, where we already have our auth callback, but here inside the API folder, we create a new folder and file, review, media, upload URL, that's the name of the path, but this is arbitrary. But in here we put a route.ts file. where we export an async function. Remember, this cannot be the default export. It has to be a normal export. And here we get passed the next request. And here we want to generate an upload URL. We have to put this code into a route because it happens dynamically when we click this button. We can't put it in a server component because a server component can't react to a button click. So when we click this button, we make an HTTP request to this endpoint, which gives us an upload URL, which allows the user to upload a file directly to Wix, to our Wix storage. Okay, and when we do this, we need to forward the file name and the MIME type, because we need this to generate the upload URL. So we create a const file name, and we will pass it via the search params, which we can get from the next URL. So in here, we will put the file name in camel case. Let's duplicate this line. We will also put the MIME type in here. That's the file type, basically, video or image. If we forget to pass these values, so if !file name or !MIME type, we have to return an error response because this is an invalid request. Missing required query parameters. And we set the status code to 400, which means bad request. So this is an error response. If we have these two values, we can generate our upload URL, which we get from await get Wix admin client dot files dot generate file upload URL. And here we have to pass the MIME type as the first argument, and then an object that contains the file name. The file path, here we can define a folder where we want to store this in, and this will actually be stored in the same file system as our products. So let's open a product, and here when we earlier added an image or a video, it opened this file selector. And in here will also be the file uploads of the user. So it makes sense to put this into a subfolder for organization, right? And we define the subfolder name here. Let's call it product minus reviews minus media. But again, this is arbitrary. And we set private to false because every user should be able to see all the uploads of the other users. And from here we can destructure an upload URL, which we then simply return to the front end. So we return a response.json, and here we put an object that contains the upload URL. And that's pretty much it for this endpoint. Now let's add an upload button to our create review dialog. So let me close everything, open the create product review dialog, and here at the bottom I want to put another function called add media button. This is another component. It needs props. We need a callback called onFileSelected, which will give us the file that we selected so that we can upload it. And we also want to be able to disable this button. So we pass the disabled prop as a boolean. It should be disabled if we already attached 5 files, which is the maximum that I decided. We destructure these props. And then this is not a normal input field, right? This is a button and the input field is hidden. For this we need a file input ref, which we assign to useRef. You will see what this is for in a moment, but this is of type HTML input element, and we call this and pass null as the initial value. Then we return a fragment. To open the file picker in the browser, we need an input field with type file, but the input field should be hidden. So what we do is, in here, we put a lowercase I input with a self-closing tag. We set the type to file. We set accept to image /*, comma space, video /*. So any image or video file format is allowed. We attach the ref to it, the file input ref, which is a reference to this field, more on that in a moment. We set the class names to hidden and SR only, which I think is good for accessibility. It makes this available to screen readers. And when we select a file, which triggers the onChange callback where we get past this event E, then we want to call the onFileSelected callback. So we need to get a file out of this E variable and pass it to our callback. So we create a const files in this block equals array.from e.target.files, because this is a file list, and this way we turn this into an array. If this is undefined, we pass an empty array here. Again, I figured this out via Stack Overflow. This is how you get a file out of this file list. Then we check if files.length, which means that it's not empty, and we can only ever select one file at a time because one upload URL only supports one file. So we check that we have an element in here, and then we want to take this first element and pass it to our onFileSelected callback. Makes sense, right? So files at index 0. Then one more step below, we take e.target.value and we reset it to an empty string, which resets the file input field, which is necessary so that we can select the next file. When we save this and put this media button into our form, let's do this. Let's put it above the loading button right here. Add media button with a self-closing tag. And for now, let's pass an empty function for onFileSelected and let's set disabled to false. We will implement the proper values in a moment. I just want to see what we see in our dialog. Yeah, we see nothing because the file input is hidden, right? But if we comment this out for a moment, there is the input field. But I don't want it to look like this. I want to hide this and show a button instead. This is why we need this ref. We can use this ref to trigger our file input when we click our button. So we make this hidden again, and in the same fragment we put an uppercase B button that will contain this image up icon. We set the variant of this button to ghost, the size to icon. We can set a title which appears when we hover with the mouse over it for a second or two. We set the type to button again so that this doesn't submit the form accidentally. The button will be disabled if the disabled prop is true. And when we click it, we want to trigger our file input, which we can do via the ref. File input ref .current.click. This is how we can click this input field programmatically. And there's our button. Actually, I didn't want to pick ghost, I wanted to pick outline, because then it looks a bit better. And now when we click this button, it triggers our file input via the ref. We can select a file and then we can upload it. I want to put all the upload related logic into a custom hook because it contains a little bit of logic. We put it into the reviews folder and we call it useMediaUpload.ts, not tsx because this is not a component, it's a hook. Then we export the default function, useMediaUpload. Doesn't need any arguments, but we still need to create and export an interface called media attachment. Those are the single items that we upload, the single images that we put in here. Each of them will need an ID so that we can identify it. We will generate this ID ourselves. We need a file. That's the file we selected on our computer that we upload. We need the URL, but this one is optional because we only have this URL after the upload succeeded. And then we need a state, which can be either uploading if it's still in progress, or uploaded if it was successful, or failed if it errored. Now that I think about it, we could probably write a more sophisticated TypeScript type where the URL has to be defined if the state is uploaded. Makes sense, right? Because then we need the uploaded URL, and uploading and failed should not have a URL. But I didn't think of this when I prepared this tutorial, so you can consider this your homework. Anyway, in our hook down here, we first of all need a toast from useToast, and then we want to create a state where we store these different media attachments in. So const attachments and set attachments. This is a use state of type media attachment array because it can contain multiple ones, and we initialize this with an empty array. Then we create an async function called upload, to which we will pass the file that we selected. We will implement this in a moment. Actually, let me call this start upload. It's a bit more descriptive. Then another function which does not need to be async, remove attachment, which allows us to remove an attachment by its ID when we click this X button here. We can already implement this because it's just one line. We want to filter our attachments state, so we call set attachments. We use the callback version where we get past the previous state, and we want to filter the state. We want to filter out the attachment with this ID. So attachment.id not equal to this ID. Then another function called clear attachments, which allows us to remove all attachments at once. This is very simple. We just reset the state back to an empty array. And then at the bottom of this hook, we want to return an object that contains the attachments, the start upload function, and the remove attachment and clear attachments functions. And then we implement start upload. So each media attachment needs an ID, which we generate ourselves. Const ID equals crypto, which is available in Node.js by default. Or actually, I think this is the browser, but it will be available here. And we can generate a random UUID. Then we call Z attachments. Again, we use the previous state, and we want to map this to a new state. And this needs an array, so we put square brackets here. We want to spread the previous state so that we keep all the existing attachments intact. And then we want to add this new attachment, this new file that we selected. So we pass the ID that we generated. We pass the file that we keep in the state. We don't pass a URL because the state is uploading. The upload is in progress, right? Below set attachments, we put a try catch block. And in the try block, we now need our upload URL that we can get from the backend, from this route, because we need this to upload a file to Wix. We can get it via a normal HTTP request. So we destructure a const. In here we can find the upload URL, right? Because this is what we return from our route handler, the upload URL in this object, which we destructure here. And then we call await, and now we could use the native fetch function, but this is a bit annoying to use because we have to check the error response and then throw an error ourselves. This is why I prefer to use Kai, which is another package that we installed in the beginning. Here it is. This is a wrapper around fetch that implements some helpers that makes it just easier to use. We have to import it. Import Kai from Kai. This is probably the shortest import statement ever. And then we can use it down here to make a GET request to our route handler, which is under /API/reviewer -media minus upload URL. This has to be the exact same as we called this folder here. So make sure there is no typo in there. So this is the path. And the second argument is the configuration. Here we can pass the search params. And this is one of the benefits Kai has over fetch. It has these helper objects that makes it easier to add these different values. And it also handles errors for us. Remember, our route expects the file name and this MIME type. Make sure to spell them the same as you spelled them in the backend. File name is inside the file object that we selected, and the MIME type as well. MIME type in camel case, file.type. And after get, we call .json to parse the JSON response. We can set a type here and then call this function. And in the type, we define the data that we expect to get back from this route, which again is this upload URL string inside this object. And now Kai knows, or TypeScript knows, that upload URL is a string. So this is how we get this URL from our backend. Remember, this URL can only be generated via the admin client. So we have to do this in a route handler. We can't do this on the front end because we are not authorized. Yeah, now we have this upload URL and we can upload the image, which is another Kai request. So again, we destructure a const. Here we will get back the file which contains different data, and there we find the URL. Again, I figured this out by looking at the whole response object, logging it to the console and seeing what values are in there. We only need this URL, which is the URL of the uploaded media file. And here we call await again Kai dot put. This is a put request that puts something onto the server. The first argument is the URL, which is the upload URL, and then we can configure this, which again is a feature of Kai that makes it really nice to use. For example, we can define the timeout and set this to false, because Kai by default has a certain number of seconds before it times out, but upload can take a while. It can take longer than 10 seconds. So we want to disable the timeout. We pass the body, which is the file itself. And we also pass the headers, where we have to pass content type. This is described in the Wix documentation. And we set this to application/octet stream. This allows Wix to automatically figure out the correct type of the file, because we pass it as one of these search params. Again, this is described in the docs. One more thing we have to pass search params again with the file name. But this time it's not spelled in camel case. File name here has a lowercase n. And to this again we pass file.name. So this is the upload itself. Again, we have to pass the JSON out of here. Again, we call this. Again, we add this type, which is an object that looks like this part here above. It contains a file, and in this file object is a URL that is of type string. And this is what we get back from the upload operation itself. And then we can store this URL in this media attachment object. So below, we want to update the state again, because now the upload has finished. Again, we get past the previous value. We want to map the previous value. We take each attachment. Then we want to check if the IDs match, because this way we can find out what is the attachment that we actually want to update. And if the IDs match, question mark. Then we want to reassign this to a new object, where we spread the existing attachment values. We change the state to uploaded, and we also pass the URL. And colon, if the IDs don't match, we want to keep the existing attachment. And this is really interesting because every time we call this function, we generate an ID. But because of JavaScript's closure, this ID is remembered, so to speak, when we get down here. What this means is that even if we call this function here multiple times in parallel, for the first upload, the second, the third, and they all run in parallel, each of these functions will have their own ID. And the code down here will always have a reference to the correct ID, so each function will run independently, so to speak. This is called a closure in JavaScript. You can Google this if you want. Anyway, let's also take care of the catch block. Here we want to log the error to the console, and we also need to update the attachment state. Again, we take the previous value, again we want to map it. Again, we have to compare the attachment IDs with the ID of this run in the function. Again, we want to update the state, but this time we don't want to pass a URL. Instead, we want to set the state of this one element to failed, because this upload has failed. And then let's also show a toast message. That says failed to upload attachment, and then we will also show a red border around this element on the screen and a little warning icon on top of it in a moment. So that's the upload hook. I think this is actually pretty straightforward. If you didn't get all of this at first, you can also rewatch this part of the tutorial and maybe try to build this yourself from scratch, and then watch this part again and check if you did it right. Next, we want to go into the Wix API folders reviews.ts file once again and into the create review function, because now we also want to pass these media uploads here. So we change this values interface. This should now also accept media, which is an array of objects like this, where each object contains the uploaded URL, the URL on Wix, and a type, which can either be image or video. Then we destructure this array down here, and then we pass it to the create review function. It's part of the content. In here we can pass media, and in the Wix documentation they describe what we have to pass. We have to pass objects that either contain an image key or a video key, which looks the following way. We take our media argument and we map it into objects. Parentheses, parentheses, curly braces, because then we can destructure the URL and the type, which are the values that we added here, right? We need them down here. Right arrow. Then we check if type is equal to image, which is one of the possible types, question mark. Then the object that we pass looks like this, image URL. Otherwise, we have to pass an object that contains the video URL. This is the type of data the Wix API expects. Let's save this and go back to the Create Product Review dialog. We scroll up to the component itself, and here we now want to use our new upload hook. So we destructure a const, call useMediaUpload, and all the logic is encapsulated in this hook. And from this we get the attachments, the start upload function, and remove attachment and clear attachments. Now we only have to call these functions in this component and render the attachments on the screen. To mutate, we now also have to pass the media, because this is what our function expects. Which function? Well, that's still the one in the API folder, this one here. But this function only needs the URL and the type, which is either image or video. Because at this point we don't need the file itself anymore or the upload state. We don't care about this when we create a review. This is only relevant for the upload process. So here we take the attachments that are coming from the use media upload hook. We want to filter out all the ones that don't have a URL, which pretty much means that they failed or they haven't finished yet. But if this is the case, we will disable the submit button. So the ones that are filtered out will most likely have failed, and then they don't have a URL. So we can't add them to the review. And we want to map the remaining ones. Again, we take each media item and we map it to an object, parentheses, curly braces. And each object needs the URL, which is m.url. And TypeScript still thinks that this can be undefined, so we have to add the exclamation mark operator, because we know that this is not undefined, because we just filtered it. Unfortunately, TypeScript is not smart enough to remember this down here. But in this case, I think it's fine to use the non-null assertion operator. And then the type. We get the type from m.file.type, and then we check if it starts with either image or video, because the type in the file is something like image/png or video/mp4, but we only need to know if it's an image or a video. If it starts with image, we pass the type image. If it starts with video or not image, in other words, then we set this to video. Then in onSuccess down here, I want to add some more code. So we turn this into an error function, wrap this here, add parentheses, and above I also want to call form.reset to reset all the input fields, and clear attachments to reset all the uploads. Then above the return statement, I want to know if an upload is currently in progress. So we create a const upload in progress, and we know that an upload is in progress if any of the attachments has a state of uploading. So we can use the sum function. Here again we get past m, and we can check if m.state is equal to uploading. So if one or more of the attachments has a state of uploading, then this will be true. Then below I also want to render a preview of the attachments with this remove button. For this we need another component. Again, I put this in here. If this is getting too long for you, you can also put this into a separate file, but I think it's fine. Function attachment preview, which also needs props. It needs the attachment, which contains the file preview that we want to show. This is of type media attachment. And then we have this onRemove click callback to remove one of these items. And to identify the item, we will use its ID. Then we destructure these props here. And I want to destructure attachment further. I want to have the idea, the file, the state, and the URL. Here we return a div that we style with the cn function. We start with relative and size fit, comma, and then we add a condition. If the state is equal to failed, I want to give this a red outline with outline destructive to indicate that this upload has failed. We close this div, and in here I want to put a preview of this file, right? But it can either be an image or a video. So we have to check file.type.starts with image question mark. Then we want to render a Wix image. Otherwise, we want to render a video component, which looks like this. We take care of this in a moment. Let's start with the Wix image. We import it. The media identifier is the URL. We set scale to fill to false this time. Then we also don't have to pass a width or height, remember? Because I want to keep the original dimensions of this image. I don't want to resize it to a rectangle this time. As the placeholder, we can use the file itself, from which we can also create a preview image, which we can do with URL, create object URL, and to this we pass the file. This will create a preview image for this file. We set the alt text to attachment preview. And now that I think about it, we could also use a normal next image and just use the local file as the preview. It's not really important that we use the external URL, but it also doesn't hurt. So let's keep it like this. And then we set a class name, again to the cn function. Again, we start with a string. I want to give this a max height and max width of both 24 and set this to object contain, comma. And here's a cool thing. As long as this is uploading, or if it failed, so when the URL is undefined, then I want to give this an opacity of 50. I want to make this slightly transparent to indicate that this hasn't finished uploading. You will see how this looks in a moment. Now let's also take care of the video. In the opening tag, we set controls to true. This shows the video controls like play and all the other buttons. And we want to style this very similar to our image. Again, max height 24, max width 24. Yeah, and again this URL condition. Exclamation mark URL and opacity 50. And inside this image, we put the source tag where we define the source of the video. src. This is the URL, the uploaded URL, or again we can pass an object URL with create object URL to which we pass the file. And then we can also set the type. I think this is not necessary, but we can do it. I think this helps the video player load faster or something like that, I'm not sure. And we get it from file.type. Just a few more things. While the file is uploading, I also want to show a loading spinner on top of it. And if the upload fails, I want to show an exclamation mark together with our red border. We add these states below this expression here, still inside the div. We check if state of this attachment is equal to uploading. This is why I set this wrapper div to position relative, so that we can put this icon on top of the image. For this we put another div in here with absolute positioning, left 1/2, top 1/2, and minus translate x 1/2, this one, and minus translate y 1/2. This centers this in this relative positioned div. We close this div here, and in here I want to put a loader 2 icon with animate spin, which spins this icon. Okay, almost done. Next we check if the state is equal to failed, in which case we also need this div. So let's copy it down here for the positioning. But instead of loader 2, I want to render circle alert, which is this icon. And instead of spinning it, I want to set it to the red color with text destructive. Then we also need this remove button, which also needs absolute positioning. So below our two states, we put the lowercase b button. Again, we give it a title, which will say remove media. This title shows up when we hover over this button with the mouse. I think this is also useful for screen readers. We set the type to button again because we are inside a form. When we click it, it will call the onRemoveClick callback, which then calls the remove function from our useMediaUpload hook. which then removes this particular upload with this ID. And we want to style this. Absolute positioning, minus right 1.5, minus top 1.5. We want to give this a border and BG background. We close this button and we put this X icon in here, which is just called X, and we set the size to 20. You can set the size both here as a prop and also with CSS classes, doesn't really make a difference. Okay, let's put these attachments into this dialog. So this is one attachment and we want to map all our attachments up here in our form. I want to put them all in front of this Add Media button. So we wrap this Add Media button into another div, like this, which we style with flex wrap and a gap of 5. So on small screens, all these elements move into the next line, well up to a certain point, like this. If we had more uploads here, they would also wrap into another line. So create this div. In here we want to render our attachments in an expression, attachments.map. We take each attachment and we want to render one of our attachment preview components, which need a key, which of course are the unique ID of the attachment. It needs the attachment itself, and on remove click, which forwards this to the remove attachment function, which is coming from the use media upload hook. Then we have our media button below. And then we also have to fix our add media button, because right now this doesn't do anything, right? When we select a file, we want to call start upload. And we want to set this button to disabled if we have already uploaded at least 5 files. But we don't want to count the failed ones because they are not actual uploads. So here we pass attachments.filter. We take each attachment and we check that the attachment state is not equal to failed, so that we filter out the failed ones. And then we want to check if the length is greater or equal to 5. Then we will disable this button. Now there's no real way to enforce this constraint on the back end because this is handled by Wix. But since we approve all reviews ourselves before we submit them, we can just delete the ones that didn't follow this rule, because theoretically these front-end constraints can always be circumvented. The user can still find a way to submit more than 5 reviews. But again, we have full control over what reviews are actually shown, so we can delete the ones that tried to break this rule. It's still useful to enforce it on the front end to let the user know that they are not allowed to do this. And I also want to disable the loading button while uploads are in progress. So here we pass our upload in progress boolean. One more thing, we scroll down again to the attachment preview component. Here where we render our different states. To both these divs with the absolute positioning, I want to add another class called transform. I think this is necessary in order to put this icon at the correct place. And I also want to add a title to the div that has this failed icon. So here inside this div, I want to add another title that says failed to upload media, so that we see what is going on when we hover with the mouse over this button. Now the upload should already work. We won't see this in the review itself because we haven't added this to the review component yet, but we should already see the preview of a file upload. But I've already submitted a review under this account, so let me log in with a third account and write a third review. Okay, now I'm in another account and I want to write another review. This is not so great. I don't want to send a message this time. And now let's see if we can upload images. So let's select this one again. It's uploading. I can immediately select another one, upload this one as well, and they all upload independently. And after all have uploaded, we can click the submit button. Let's try another one. We can upload up to 5 images, right? And now this button here is disabled. We can't upload another image before we remove one. If I remove one, I can upload another image. And if we have a failed state, let's just change this to true for a moment. It will look like this. We will have this icon on each image, and when we hover over it, it says failed to upload media. And also we have this border destructive, right? Outline destructive up here. So let's set this to true as well for a moment, so that we can see this as well. Okay, this doesn't work yet because we also need the outline class, which adds this outline and maybe make this a bit thinner with outline 1. This is what I actually want. But I also want to reset the condition here. So I copy these two classes, press Ctrl Z a couple times to revert this, and then add this back here. Outline and outline 1. Again, whenever you get confused about the code, you can take a look into the GitHub repository and compare your code with the code there. Anyway, now we should be able to submit this with all these media attachments. And they are already uploaded, so we don't have to wait for another upload process to finish. Submitting the review was just as fast as without any upload attachments. Then let's go to our Wix backend. Let's refresh this page here. And when we open this media dashboard again, we will find a new folder with the product reviews uploads. And they are also added to the review here that we can see in the reviews app. There we go. We can see the images right in here. And of course, we also want to render them on our website. And we still have one pending review that I want to publish. I'm just confused why this one here was not pending. This seemed to be published immediately. Let's see if we can fine-tune the settings, moderation, moderate reviews that contain image. I mean, it should work. But I think I know why this happened, because I used the same email address that I also use in this account. So Wix seems to recognize that I'm the admin of this website. This is why our review was submitted immediately. So in this case, it's fine. For all other users, we first have to approve the review. Okay, but when we go back to our website, of course, we don't see these images yet because we don't render them. For this, we have to update our product reviews component. But we can see the load more button because we have a page size of 2. When we click it, we see the next one. And now in here, we want to put these attachment previews, which we put as another component at the bottom. Function media attachment, which needs the media item as a prop, media attachment props, and it's of type reviews.media. Destructure it here. And then render it on the screen. Again, we check if media.image, because remember in our API function, we put either an image or a video object in there. And this is also what we get back here. So if it is an image, we want to return a Wix image, but we want to wrap this into our zoom component so that we can click it and zoom it just like the product image itself. But looks like I have to import this manually. So I scroll 10 miles to the top, import zoom from React medium image zoom, go ahead and add this. And I was just joking, this file isn't even big. Then we wrap a Wix image into the zoom component. As usual, we pass the media identifier, which is media.image. We pass an alt text that says review media. We set scale to fill to false again because I want to keep the original dimensions and not resize this image. And we set a max height of 40 this time, so slightly bigger than in our dialog, and a width as well, and again object contain for proper alignment. Okay. Then below this if check, we check if media.video. So if it is a video, we want to return a video tag again with controls. Also a max height of 40 and a max width. And again in here we define the source. But media.video is actually not the full URL, it's just an identifier. And we have to get the full URL from this identifier, for which we need another import. Import from @wix SDK. Remember we have used this before, this media function. And we want to rename this to Wix Media again to avoid naming clashes because everything in here is called media. Okay, scroll back down to the source prop. Instead of media.video, we pass Wix media.getVideo URL, which takes this identifier, media.video. This is the same to what we did inside the Wix image. And from this we can get the URL, which is what we want to pass to the source tag. And we set the type to media/mp4 because this is, I think, always mp4. Okay. So if it is an image, we return this. If it is a video, we return this. And if it's neither, we return an error message because this should never be anything else. But who knows, maybe in the future they implement audio uploads or I don't know. So we take care of this case. Text destructive, and this will say unsupported media type. And then we want to render this in our layout, right? I want to put it below content.body, right here. We check 2 exclamation marks, content.media.length. So if it's defined and greater than 0, then we want to render another div with these media previews. Flex wrap, and a gap of 2. And we close this div. In here I want to take each media item and render a media preview. Content.media.map media attachment, which is the name of our component. The key is the media.image, which is the URL. Or if it's not defined, media.video. It's one of these two. Because this is the only value we have here, but it's also unique, so we can use it as our key. And then we pass the media object itself to render it. Okay, and when we save this and maybe refresh the page if necessary, we see all these attachments here. And we can zoom into them. Isn't this cool? You can of course make them smaller if you want, but I think this is pretty awesome. And they automatically wrap into a new line when the screen is too small. Perfect. But if we have already submitted a review, I can still click this button and open this dialog, but I can't submit it again. This will show an error because every user can only write 1 review per product. So if this is the case, I don't even want to open this dialog because I don't want to let the user fill out this form and then see an error message when they submit it. Instead, when they click this button, they should say, you have already written a review or something like that. So let's take care of this next. Let's go to the product page again. The one where we have the product reviews section at the bottom. This is a server component. So we can fetch the existing review directly in here. And then we know if this review already exists. For this we need the logged in member. So we can't fetch these 2 values in parallel. We have to fetch them one after another. Const existing review equals. If we have the logged in member and their contact ID, Then we want to return something, otherwise we want to return null, because we don't have an existing review if we are not logged in. Here in these parentheses we write await get product reviews, to which we pass the Wix client, and we already added this optional contact ID here, remember, so that we can filter reviews by only this particular member. And this will also need the product ID for which we want to fetch the reviews. There we go. This also means that we have to make sure that the product ID is defined. Let's do this at the top. If exclamation mark product.id, then we want to return null. We just don't show anything for this whole section. But again, this should never be undefined. And here we have to put an exclamation mark. But this returns an array. We only want to get the first element out of there. So after this parenthesis here, we can call .items and access the first element. And then I want to add a new prop to the review button that is called has existing review, and we will set this to true if existing review is defined. So we can turn this into a boolean with 2 exclamation marks. Let's save this and copy the name of this prop and add it to the product review button. So we add it to the props interface, has existing review, which is of course a boolean, and we destructure it in the component. Then where we render our dialog, we want to set this to open if show review dialog is true and has existing review is false. If the review exists, we don't want to open this. Instead, we want to open another dialog that says that this review already exists. And I want to put this into the same file. So we create another function, reviewer already exists dialog, which also needs props. Interface review already exists dialog props. And the props are the same as for the confirmation dialog, open and onOpen change. So let's copy them, destructure them here, and then return a dialog. Maybe let's copy the review submitted dialog, because this will look pretty similar, so that we don't have to repeat all the structure. Okay, open, onOpen change. The title is of course different. This will say reviewer already exists. The description is also different. You have already written a review for this product. You can only write one review per product. The close button closes this dialog, so we don't need to change anything here, and then we want to render it in our fragment. Review already exists dialog. It should be open. If show review dialog is true, so the same as up here, but also has existing review is true, so that only one of these two will be shown, depending on the state. And onOpen change calls the set show review dialog state setter, which then closes this dialog because it depends on the state. Makes sense, right? Let's try this out. Now when I click this button again, we see this dialog instead, because we already submitted a review with this account. If you create a new account, or if we go to a different product, then we will see the normal create review dialog. We have to wait until our 5 seconds are over because we delay this artificially. Here we see the dialog. Okay, so this works as well. Just one more thing, it probably makes sense to refresh the page after we submitted a review, because otherwise we still have the old value for existing review And unless we refresh the page, we will still be able to see the create review dialog. So after we submitted a review, we want to refresh the router. We can do this either in the hook itself or where we call the hook via .mutate. Let's do it here in the onSuccess callback. So we reset a form, we clear the dialog, and then let's call router.refresh. But for this we will need the router hook. Let's put it here. Const router equals use router from next/navigation. And then down here we call router.refresh. I think we have to wrap this into a 2-second delay again, because the state will not be updated on the Wix server immediately. I'm not entirely sure, but just to be clear, let's do this here. Set timeout. We pass a function with a delay of 2 seconds, and then we call this to make sure that we see the latest state on the screen automatically. Again, this is not pretty, but this is a workaround we have to do. And again, what this does is, it refreshes the page so that it fetches the new existing review and updates the state to disable the button. Next, let's take a look into our Wix backend again and into this automations tab here. Remember from earlier, here is also the automation that sends the backend stock notification emails, and under installed for you we can find more. And this one here was created when we installed Wix reviews. Send a review request to customer after they placed an order. Let's view this. So this is triggered when an order is placed. Then it waits for 2 weeks. And then it sends an email to the user asking for a review. Let's click on edit here. We can customize this flow and we can customize the email that is sent. I want to customize the email. First of all, I want to take a look at it. So select send an email, and then I want to edit this email. This might look different in the future, but somewhere in here you can select the email and edit it. Go ahead. We have to add our sender details first, so let's do this. Add details. Here we can change the sender name. I'm gonna call this flowshop, and the reply to email where we will receive the responses. This is the account email, so let's keep this. We have to confirm it again. Then we select this one as the sender, save, and then we can edit this email. So you can change the text in here. This is the email that is automatically sent to a user 2 weeks after they purchased a product. I want to keep the text as it is. In here, as you can see, you can use different variables like the product name. But I want to modify this button here, which is a link to the review form, but this by default doesn't link to our headless website, but to the pages from the Wix editor. So we want to replace this for a regular URL. To http://localhost 3000, of course we have to replace this in production, and then it might also make sense to create a separate project for development and production, so that you don't have to change these links. But for now we just type in localhost/products, because this is our products page, and on the products page is our review dialog, remember? And in here we can use the ID of the product. Unfortunately we cannot use the slug, just the ID. For this we will create a new route. This element here blocks the URL. Keep this in mind for your own websites. Don't block the input, always add a padding. Let me put this up here into the URL bar. We will create a new route under products/ID so that we can open a product page by its ID. And after /ID, I want to put the ID of the product. And as I mentioned before, we have these different variables available. So here we write $, curly braces, and then make sure to spell this correctly. Create, review, request, this is the same as down here, -1 dot products to review in camel case, still the same as down here, you can compare this. Then a closing angle bracket and then ID. This is how we get the ID of the product. And we will then forward this to this products page. But this is just the product page. I also want to open our create review dialog. that opens when we click this button. And to trigger this from the URL, we can add a search param to the URL. For example, create review equals true. The name of the search param is completely arbitrary. The point is that we then later on our website listen for the search param, and if it is true, we open the dialog. Of course, you could also put the review form onto a separate page instead of this dialog, and then you link to this other page, and then you don't need the search param. But with our dialog, this is the best option. Okay, make sure to spell all of this correctly, compare it with the placeholder down here, and then we paste it in here into this URL field as a regular URL. We apply this, and then we can click on preview and test, so that we don't have to wait for 2 weeks until we get this email. And when we click this button, we get redirected to a localhost 3000 and then the URL. And when you test this button, it uses some ID as the ID of the product. In the real email, this will of course be the ID of the actual product. But we haven't implemented this page yet, so let's do that next. Let's keep this page here open for now. And we need a new function that can fetch a product by its ID, which we put into our products.ts file in the Wix API folder. We have get product by slug, but the slug is not available in the email, so let's also export an async function called get product by ID, which of course needs the Wix client and the product ID that we want to search for. This is a pretty small function, const result equals await Wix client dot products, and then we have this convenient get product function, which already accepts the product ID. And then we return result dot product, and that's it. We save this, and then we create this page under /products/ID. So we have the products folder, we have slug, but in the products folder we want to put an ID folder, / then the ID as a placeholder, and then the page.tsx. Now of course I don't want to rebuild our whole products page and add all of the stuff in there again. Instead what we can do is we can fetch the product with this ID, get the slug out of there, and then redirect to the slug page. This is much more convenient and has no duplication. So we export a default async function called page as usual. In here we need the props. We need the params because in there we can find the ID in the URL. And we will also need the search params. And any is actually enough here because all I want to do is forwarding these search params to the slug page. So we don't need to care about their type. We destructure these values here from the page props, params and search params. Then remember, when we tested the email link, it used some ID in camel case as the ID for the link. So to check that our ID works in development, we want to redirect some ID to another ID, so that we don't actually have to send the real email for a real product. So we check if params.id is equal to some ID. Then I want to redirect with next/navigation to /products/ and then a hard-coded slug. So these slugs here are called I am a product. So let's use this one here maybe. I am a product 1. This is where I want to redirect to, but just for some ID. And then I also want to append the search params. Question mark, and then we put a variable in here. We wrap it into a new URL search params and we pass the search params. I think .stringify at the end is not necessary, it's stringified automatically. Okay, below this if check, we want to get the product for this ID. So this is just one special case for the some ID, but down here the real business happens. Await get product by ID. We pass the Wix server client and then params.id. Pretty simple, right? Then of course it's possible that this product doesn't exist, in which case we want to redirect to not found. But if the product exists, we want to redirect to the product page. And the product page itself needs the slug. And we can find the slug in the product object. So /products/ here we put product.slug. And again, I want to forward the search params. So let me copy this. I want to have them in the new URL as well, like this. Makes sense, right? So let's save this and try this out with our test email here. So again, we click on leave a review in preview mode. We get redirected to some idea, which redirects us to /products/I'm a product, just like we wanted. And we have the search param here, create review true. And when the search param is in the URL, I want to open this dialog by default so that the user is prompted to add a new review. If the review already exists, they will see this dialog instead. So let's do this. And the dialog state is managed in the create product review button. So in here we can also listen for the search params. This is a client component, so we can use the use search params hook. Then we go into our show review dialog state. Instead of initializing this with false, we initialize this with search params has, and then we add this search param that we added to the URL, create review in camel case. So this will return true if the search param exists, which then will open the dialog immediately as soon as we open the page. Just one more thing, we go down to the create product review dialog tag again. So we show the dialog if the state is true, if we don't yet have an existing reviewer. And then I also want to make sure that we don't have a logged in member. Because for not logged in members, this button is disabled, but the search param can still open the dialog. And we want to avoid this. So let's give this a try again. We save everything. We click this link again, which should now also open the create review dialog after the page has loaded and this button down here. Of course, in development, this will be faster. And we see this dialog because we already wrote a review. But I just noticed I made a mistake here. This should be logged in member without the exclamation mark because we want to allow opening this dialog only if we are logged in. But this complains because this is not a boolean. So we turn this into a boolean with 2 exclamation marks. Then let's also try this out for a different product. I'm a product 5, which should open the dialog. And there we go. If we try this in an incognito tab, then it should just not open the dialog at all because we are not logged in. And the button is also disabled. Perfect. Let's save these changes. Back to editing, save and continue, and later we will replace this link for our production URL. So feature-wise, our app is finished and now we want to deploy it to production, and you don't want to skip this step because the project is only complete if you actually took the steps necessary to deploy it. So let's do this. First of all, I want to remove all delays that we put into our project because we don't want to keep them in production. So press Ctrl+Shift+F to open the project-wide search and then remove all these delay calls. And by the way, you can delete a whole line at once, at least on Windows, with Ctrl+Shift+K. Make sure to save all files, but we can keep the function itself. But we keep set timeout because this actually has an important functionality. This is necessary for the update to work properly. So we keep these in. And then the easiest way to deploy this is to push it to a GitHub repository, which you can do directly in VS Code in the source control tab. Create a GitHub repository, push this code in there. The repository can be private, doesn't have to be public. Then we go to vercel.com. If you don't have an account yet, you can create one for free. And here we want to create a new project, add new project. This is connected to my GitHub account. If it's not connected to yours, you can do so in your account settings. Connect to your GitHub. And then we want to import the repository that contains our project. So we click on import. We can keep the name as it is. We have to change the build and output settings because remember we needed this legacy peer depth flag to install our packages. So we also have to add this here. Install command, this is the one we want to change. By default this runs npm install, but we want to run npm install -- legacy peer depth, 2 e's here. But again, this is only necessary if you use the canary version of Next.js 15. If you use the stable version, this flag should not be necessary anymore, and then you don't need to override this. Then we also need to set the environment variables, all the ones from our project. We go to the .env file and we copy all of them. Of course, the base URL will be different in production, but we don't know our URL yet. We copy all of them, paste them in here, and they get all added as separate variables. And then we can deploy the project. This will take around 1 or 2 minutes usually. And the cool thing is, when you make changes to your project and you push to the main branch of your GitHub repository, then these changes will automatically deploy to your production URL. In my case, I have this separate deploy branch, but by default, this is the main branch. If you get any errors here, leave a comment under the video. And then when this has finished, we get some confetti, and then our website is deployed. And this works even on free Vercel accounts. You don't have to pay anything. We can open this website, and we get this free Vercel URL, which is really cool. You can copy this URL and use this as the production URL, but I will set up a real URL in a moment. But we still have to do some configuration before login and everything will work. So back to our Vercel account. I want to get to my dashboard again. I want to open this project we just deployed, check the settings, and here make sure that Node.js 20, at least 20 is selected. If not, change it to 20, save it, and then you might have to redeploy the project to make sure these changes are applied, which you can do here under deployments, and here you can redeploy the last change. Then we go to our Wix backend again. Here we go into settings and then domains. Here I want to set up a real domain because with a paid Wix account we get 1 domain for free. If you don't have a paid Wix account, just skip this step. I want to call this nextflowshop.com. Check if this is still free. It is free. So I click on get it to get this domain. And again, 1 year is free for me because I have a pro account on Wix. So I select 1 year, continue. Then I'm gonna go ahead and fill out this address form. Okay, so I purchased this domain. You can set up an email inbox later if you want, but for now we go back to the domains tab. Looks like we have to verify our email address again, so let's do this. So I went ahead and verified my email again, but by default this URL points to the page of the Wix editor, but we want to connect this to our Next.js project on Vercel. So we go into our Vercel account and into this project, and here we click on settings and then domains. Here we have our default production domain, and now I also want to connect our Wix domain. So I type it in here, nextflowshop in my case. We keep the recommended settings and click on add. Then you should see something like this. We have to configure the DNS settings of the domain on Wix. So back to the Wix domains page. Here we click on these 3 dots and on manage DNS records. Via the DNS records we can point this domain to our Vercel project, even though we bought the domain on Wix. So go ahead and delete all existing A and Z name records. A and Z name, so that this is empty again. And then we can find the values that we have to enter there in the Vercel project. So we copy this value, Go back to Wix and add an A record. We enter the value here and then we click on save and save changes. And then we also add a zname record. Here at the beginning we type in www, copy this value here but without a dot at the end. I don't know why the dot is there, but it will not work if there is a dot. So we add this here, save this as well. And then back on Vercel, after a while it should tell us that we have the valid configuration now. So this is how it looks. Everything should be blue and valid, and then we can go to this domain. And this should point to our Next.js project. And we can navigate through our project. But the Wix managed pages won't work yet, so log in and check out because they also point to Next Flow Shop. But these pages are not part of our Next.js project. They should be managed by Wix, so we can't just redirect to nextflowshop.com because that's the URL of our Next.js project. So what we do is we go back to Manage Site Domains. Let's go to the settings again, click on Domains. Then we click on add an existing domain, connect a domain you already own. And now we again type in this domain, but this time with a prefix. I'm gonna use Wix as the prefix, but you can use whatever you want. .nextflowshop.com. This creates a subdomain. And these subdomains are free. They are part of this root domain. You can basically create as many subdomains as you want. We need this one. Click on Let's Go again. And now this should be configured automatically. Let's go back to go to my domains. And one more step, we actually have to remove the root URL now, because otherwise this doesn't redirect properly. I'm not sure why we need to do this, but it doesn't work otherwise. So we have the root domain and we have the subdomain, right? We click on the settings here, these three little dots of the root domain, and then on unassign from this side. We actually have to remove this. And then we have to enter our subdomain here again. It's a bit repetitive, but just follow along. So enter the subdomain wix dot blah blah blah. Again, go to my domains. And this is what we want to see in the end. We have the subdomain as the primary domain so that this works for the Wix managed pages. The root domain is not listed here anymore, but it still has the DNS settings that we configured earlier. I already talked with the Wix theme about this setup and I told them that all these steps necessary are a bit confusing, so I imagine that in the future this will get easier. But if your domain configuration doesn't work, go back a few minutes in this tutorial and watch everything step by step again and set this up exactly like I did. But it can take somewhere between a few minutes and even I think 48 hours until these changes actually work. So while we are waiting, let's take care of some other settings. We go to our Wix backend to the settings again. Here we first open the general settings, because now that we have a paid account we can also set a fav icon, for which again I want to use our logo. This fav icon will be shown on the Wix managed pages. Here it now applied our sub URL, perfect. Save this. Go back to the settings once again. Go to the headless settings. We go down to front-end link, add a front-end link to leverage Wix's communication tools. This link is automatically added to emails and notifications. It makes sense to add our URL here. But more important are the OAuth URLs. So we go here into our headless client settings. And here under URLs, we want to add a new allowed redirect domain, which is our production URL. And down here for the authentication redirect. So root URL and then /API /auth callback Wix. We don't need to set this one here. Save this. And one more change in our Vercel project. Environment variables. Here we also want to update the next public base URL. From localhost to our production URL without a slash at the end. We save this and then we have to redeploy the project as I explained before. For this we go to the Deployments tab and click here on Redeploy, which applies the new environment variables. We wait until this has finished, but of course for all of this stuff you can also use this free domain here that you get from Vercel. You can set this as the next base URL and use the free Wix domain for login and checkout, so you don't have to purchase a domain if you don't want. Okay, after this has finished and we have waited for an hour or two for the DNS records to change, we can start using our website in production. First of all, there is a little glitch that I want to show you that for some reason only shows up in production. When we open a page, it shows the loading skeleton, but then for a short moment, the loading skeleton disappears and we see an empty space instead. Let's try this again. Yeah, the product loads so fast that you actually can't see the loading skeleton, but we can see this empty space for a moment, which makes the rest of the page shift in its placement. It's hard to see. Maybe let's refresh the page, click another product. Yeah, you could see it for a short moment. Loading skeleton, then the loading skeleton is gone, which moves all the bottom parts to the top of the screen, which just doesn't look great. I don't know why this only happens in production. I don't know why it happens in the first place, but the only way I could find to mitigate this is to add a min height to our root project. So what we can do is we can wrap the children into another div with a min height of, for example, half the screen, 50 viewport height, like this, wrap the children, and then push these changes. And if you push them to the main branch, then it will automatically be redeployed on Vercel, and after like 2 minutes you should see the updated page after refreshing it. So let's push these changes, fix layout. Then, as I explained, this triggers a new deployment on Vercel. We wait until this is finished. But when this has finished, we go back to our website, we refresh the page, which should now show the latest version. And now when I open another product, this min height is applied and our page doesn't jump around as much anymore, which just looks better. Okay. Next, I want to show you the open graph image of our site. For this we can use a tool like opengraph.xyz. There are different such tools available. We enter our URL, check website. Then we can see how this will look on social media. So this is the default title and description and the OG image. But we changed the OG image for a product page, right? So let's try this out. Here it should show the main image as the OG image. There we go, really nice. And the title of the product. And we also set up something like this for a collection. So let's try this as well. Clothes. And there we go. Very professional. Before we try out login and everything, we also want to change the link in the review emails, if you remember. So let's go to our automations tab once again. And here we want to open the automation that sends a review request. So we click on this one. And we want to edit the email again. We click here on edit. To send an email action. And here we want to edit the email. We want to change the link in this leave a review button. We set this to localhost earlier. Now this is HTTPS, important, don't forget the S, nextflowshop.com or whatever your domain is. We apply this. We can also try it out again, which should bring us to the product page. There we go. But it doesn't open the reviewer dialog because we are not currently logged in, but this is exactly what we want. Let's also save this and make sure that this is all applied in the future. Okay, then let's go to our production URL and try out every feature. Again, it can take up to 2 days until these DNS changes are applied, but usually it takes around 1 hour. Okay, let's open a product. There's the product page. So far, so good. Let's try out the search. Leather. There's our result. Let's try out our different filters. Self-care, order by lowest to highest price, and maybe set a max price of 50, which should remove this item here, and we can navigate back and forth. So all of this seems to work really nicely. Let's try adding products to our anonymous shopping cart. We can switch between different images. There is our cart. We can check out here, which brings us to the checkout page, but we are not currently logged in. Let's try creating a new user account, log in. We should get redirected to the wix.nextflowshop subpage. This is correct, because the login and the checkout pages are managed by Wix. I want to create a brand new account. There we go, sign up. We have to confirm our email. Confirm and sign up. Then we should get redirected to our own website. Perfect. Even back to the product page. We still have our shopping cart. Let's try logging out to really make sure that everything works. Okay, and then log back in again. Log in with email. There we go, we have our cart back. And then let's do a complete checkout to make sure that this works as well. So I click the checkout button. It's the first time that I do a checkout with this account, so I have to enter all my address details. The second time this should be autofilled. Save and continue. Again, you can configure the details of this checkout page in your Wix backend. Worldwide shipping, because I set the country to United States. Continue. Manual payment. Place order. We should get redirected to the success page. Then our cart is empty. Perfect. We can go to our profile settings. The first name and the last name are already set because of the checkout we just did. And then lastly, let's try the Buy Now button, which should also bring us to the checkout page. And the address should be pre-filled. Perfect. Everything works. Congratulations. Alright, if you enjoyed this tutorial, then it's really important that you leave a like on this video, subscribe to the channel, and also leave a comment below if possible, because only if I get good engagement on these videos is it really worth for me making more of these very long tutorials in the future. Because it takes a lot of effort to prepare these projects. I actually needed 2 months to create this tutorial. But it's all great if the video gets enough engagement, and for this it's important that you help with your like, with your subscription, and with your comments. Second, if you decide to get a paid plan on Wix to implement the checkout feature, then please use the affiliate link below in the video description, because then I earn a little bit of money when you get a paid plan. You don't have to pay anything extra. It's the same price no matter if you use my link or not, but it helps me. Third, if you like these kind of tutorials, then you should definitely join my newsletter, because every about 2 weeks or so I send some web dev content exclusively just to my email newsletter. And the best way to join the newsletter is to go to codingandflow.com/react-best-practices. Then get my free React Best Practices course, which is a short video email course, and this automatically puts you into my newsletter list. Both this course and the newsletter are completely free. Alright, and then I hope I see you in the next video. Take care.